like a spray ground. See these easy, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy, they said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude, sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What is you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Hi, I'm Chris. My in-game name is Pro and I am from Southbuilt Esports. Looking forward ako na makalaban ulit namin yung Naos Esports. Because last time na nagkalaban kami is sa finals yun ng VCT Stage 1. And hopefully kami ulit yung magkatapat sa finals. Siguro yung the way kami mag-banding namin outside the game. So doon kami nagiging solid hanggang sa inside namin sa paglalaro. Siguro yung secret na lang din ulit since sila talaga yung rivalry namin way back CSGO pa lang dito sa PH and sana magkalaro kami ulit ngayon ng VCT. Sino ba? Naos? Ayun, batiin ko lang yung lahat ng fans namin and sumusuporta. Siyempre gusto ko lang magpasalamat sa lahat, especially sa boss namin, kay Boss Prince, and sa mga manager, sa mga analyst and coach namin like Nico, Black and Blue, Sir Lee, and to all my teammates. Thank you sa lahat ng patuloy na pagsusuporta sa amin. Again, this is Pro from Southbuilt Esports. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys!
Hi, my name is Pampang Gin, aka Gin I19 from APAC Challengers Playoffs.
Hi, this is Christian Mariel or Skillio aka Chris M from Alpha Esports Pro. I look forward to play against the top teams in PH. As we all know, there's like top 8 teams and we're part of them. The other 7 teams have different play style and stuff, so I want to learn a lot against them.
Em mong chờ mình sẽ vô địch được VCT Philippines Stage 2. Team của em khá là khác biệt so với các team khác ở một điểm là team em chơi khá là aggressive.
My team stands out probably for our love with each other. We treat ourselves as a brotherhood, not just as workmates. So probably that's why we overcome the obstacles and challenges that we faced before the VCT happens. I'm looking forward to play against SBE because as we all know, they're the current top 1 in the PH right now. So I would like to play against them and see what play style do they have and try to gain experience from them.
Giải lần này em muốn đối đầu nhất đấy là team APAC, bởi vì team đấy có một người bạn của em nên em khá là mong chờ.
I think the team that I want to beat aside from SBE is probably APH because we never win against them even a series. So I think beating them is gonna make me satisfied and make me feel awesome.
Em nghĩ là em sẽ đánh bại được team SBE, tại vì em khá là tự tin. Em muốn gửi lời tới fan hâm mộ Việt Nam là đừng lo, có em ở đây rồi. Em sẽ lấy vinh dự về việc cho Việt Nam. Yeah.
My message to my fans and supporters is that thank you so much guys for the unending support, love and support to Alpha ever since from day one. All of this is all for you guys. Thank you so much. Again, this is Chris M from Alpha Esports Pro. Watch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
This is Errol Jul Delphine, aka EJ from Bren Esports.
This is Box Ramos, aka Symbol from Bren Esports. Ang pinaka-look forward ko po this VCTPH Stage 2 is to qualify for APAC Challengers Playoffs. Tapos never po ako nakapag-qualify for APAC. Kaya I'm looking forward to qualify this stage po.
Ako ang expect sa VCT Stage 2 is wala man gud namo napakita mo ang best sa group stage. So now murag like gusto lang namo i-prove na worth top team PH gyapon mi.
Trust po namin sa isa't isa. Kasi po, yung pag nagbabanding po kami, para po talaga kaming magkakapatid. And sa in-game naman po, every idea from each player counts po. Yun po yung lagi namin ni-remind namin sa isa't isa.
Really skilled players like individually are amo ang aim, amo ang decision making, like really mas kusog pa compared to the other teams. So murag amo ang aim lang gyud ang ginabasihan namo. Ako ang gusto na makalaban is Naos Esports. Because gusto lang namo i-prove na murag young players man sila and we are young players also. So murag gusto lang namo na mas gahi pa mi compared sa ila.
The team I'm looking forward to play is Team Secret. Kasi po, ilang beses ko na po sila nakalaban since nung ibang org pa po sila and never ko pa po silang natalo. For me, it's Action PH po kasi sa previous tournaments po namin, sila po yung laging nag-eliminate sa amin. Kaya po, this stage po, gusto po namin bumawi sa kanila.
APH, I think APH. Because ilahang playstyle and aim kay murag mas confident sila and napod sila like one of the best player sa APAC, si The Doctor. So cause like iprong na namo kami na team na murag mas kusog pa mi compared sila. Thank you guys for supporting us, believing in us, for helping us sa amo ang mga things like mga inspiration na inyo ang ginaingon. And don't worry guys, amo ang ihatag amo ang best para lang mapakita sa inyo na top teams gyapon mi sa PH.
Thank you po sa pag-support niyo sa amin. It means a lot to us po and papakita po namin sa inyo why we deserve to be here. Again, this is Symbol from Bren Esports. Watch us on VCTPH Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
Hi, this is Omar Lopez, more commonly known as Coco, from Oasis Gaming. I'm looking forward for the teams that will participate because I think it will be a good fight for all the teams because all of us are really working hard and we will do our best. I think our band as a team and we enjoy playing with each other and we're comfortable all the time. I'm looking forward to play against Team Secret again because playing with them is really fun and it's not easy but it's so enjoyable playing with Team Secret. I think the one to beat is SBE because they beat us last VCT and we want a revenge. To all the fans and supporters, thank you for supporting us since day one. Keep on supporting us and thank you so much. Again, this is Coco from Oasis Gaming. Catch us on VCT Stage 2 on PPGL. See you guys.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know don't you know?
One step closer to attaining victory, or perhaps one step closer to falling off the competition. Four teams are fighting to stay afloat. Will the ties roll in their favor? This is day 3 of the playoffs here on VCT Stage 2 Challengers Philippines.
The battles have been fought.
Heading towards that C site, and Morty is standing now.
Real. If he actually gets this!
The heroes have risen, but they're not done yet.
The path that led me here
Has tested me beyond limits.
Today, I go against the current,
and show them the tide doesn't only rise,
but
continues to grow stronger.
APAC secured on the side of Team Secret and Rex Regum Kion. Day 3 of the playoffs is centered on the lower bracket though, the teams that are fighting to stay afloat in this leg of the competition. Who will rise to the challenge? Let's find out here on the Updraft. Penguin saved and slot secured. G10, after yesterday's prediction went 50-50 for you, are you convinced that nothing is as it seems over here at the VCT stage?
Well, definitely. I mean, there have been some upsets. I don't think we've had a perfect prediction day yet for either me or Fluffy, so obviously it is a little bit more competitive, a little bit closer than we initially thought. But now, today, we're finally getting some groups dropping out of the competition. We're going to have eliminations here in the playoffs because we're going to be covering the lower bracket matches. And dang, it is so intense here. We have so many good teams, but only 2 of them can continue after today.
Yes, and of course, as this story unfolds before our very eyes, it just goes to show that the competition is getting tougher and tougher. Another thing that is unfolding before our very eyes right here is the series highlights from yesterday. As we remember, Team Secret and Southfield Esports was the first series of the day, and I was expecting the series to go for a very, very long time, Fluffy. But it went the other way around. It was quick and easy for Team Secret, but I think it just goes to show that they really had their target locked on SBE.
Yeah, I think Team Secret themselves mentioned that they really studied their enemies this time. They didn't want to go through what they did in the group stages against Southfield Esports, going all the way for a 3-map series. This time around, going for a clean sweep, the 2-0, especially with Jesse Vash, as you can see in the highlights, playing such a pivotal role on that Sova yesterday's series.
Oh, of course. I think that was the amazing highlight from that gameplay. I think Jesse Vash was on a whole other level for this series. Of course, becoming the series MVP for this one, and for very good reason. Back-to-back clutches over here on the side of Haven, and it was just so much fun to watch. And I can't wait to see more of what is to come for Team Secret. But again, we're going to be getting ahead of ourselves. This is just a quick recap of what's been going down over here at the playoffs, and it's just been a lot of fun, and that's what we like to see. And again, G10, I know you didn't have your heart set on saving the Penguin, but that's what happened anyway. And for our second series, G10, this was the match that felt like it could have gone any other way, but in the end, it was RRQ that rose victorious, and they live on to the dream of going to APAC.
Yeah, I mean, RQ, they did fight through the open qualifiers, and it was a very, very long journey to get here. But after their defeat of Bren Esports in such a commanding fashion, I really didn't expect it to go 2-0, and I didn't expect RQ to win it at all. I thought they'd be fighting here in the lower brackets, but, well, they really did show up, and now being qualified for APAC, it seems like RQ, everything that they've gone through, all of the difficulties that they in their journey and all the teams that they've had to face, it has all been worth it, and they've really maximized their playoffs run here, already qualifying, and they're going to be facing off against Team Secret tomorrow. That's going to be another big banger of a match.
Oh, of course. Now, Speaking of RRQ winning that match, you know who did expect to win it? That was me. I was the only one who got the
That was
prediction
you.
right in that specific series. Now, look at these plays, man. RRQ is just on a whole other level. They're moving on to APAC, and I'm so excited for them. From the flicks, a great utility, and of course the ROG clutches. These Shishable moments would not have been possible if it weren't for our Shishable sponsors. So we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to give a big sheesh to our official sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game with speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And for the biggest sheesh, of course, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new TUF-15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside the pare. Dash into action with the TUF-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MEX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGXVCT 2022 for more information about the TUF-F15, and the links are also in the comments and description down below.
Sheesh, that's crazy. Once again, thank you so much for our sponsors for not only making the broadcast possible for our audience over here watching, but also for giving us options over here to watch the broadcast in different languages and different platforms. We've got an English broadcast where you can catch Dax, Black and Blue, Asarai, and Raph, and a Filipino broadcast to see Terror, Ray Ray, Honeyglaze, and Vil. Just check out the links flashed on your screens and enjoy the VCT action that we're serving over here. Coming up next is the tournament format voiced over by the ever incredible Terror. Hashtag Terror of the Day.
Stage 1 is over. It is now time to test those at the top. Be fearless now. It is your last chance to redeem yourself. This is the VCT Philippines Stage 2 tournament format. Our journey begins with the top 4 squads from the open qualifiers advancing to the group stage. In the group stage, the top 4 open qualifier teams meet the top 4 Stage 1 teams in a best-of-3 single round robin. The top 6 teams now at the end of the groups qualify for playoffs. The 6 remaining teams then face off in a double elimination bracket. And the top 3 playoff squads represent the region in challengers. Climb to the top and make those in your way fear you.
With the reiteration of how our tournament format here is on the playoffs, I think it's only fitting that we head straight to the brackets for the full effect. Let's take a look at how the brackets are looking right now. Woohoo! We're in for a treat.
Let's go.
My God, it's been a wild ride here on the playoffs. And my fellow panelists, we're going to be touching up a little bit on the lower bracket matches later on as we head off to the match schedule. So for now, G10, I want to know what your thoughts are on how the overall bracket is looking at right now.
Well, overall, obviously, we have the winners finals, which is labeled as the semifinals up there, Team Secret versus RRQ, but really how it has shaped up and really the story that's going to be told today is all in the lower brackets. And this is not honestly how I expected it to go. I can honestly say that, yeah, this is something that wasn't expected from us. I really thought that SBE would be going up against, Team Secret. Oh wait, they did go up against Team Secret, but I did think that they would be going up against Oasis at first because Oasis was up there on the lower bracket. But I didn't expect Bren to be down here. We all kind of thought that RRQ was going to be a little bit worse than Bren, but it just seemed like the fire wasn't with the boys of Bren Esports yesterday. So unfortunately, some incredible strong teams are going to be fighting for their lives today, and quite a few of these teams we thought that we'd be seeing up in the upper brackets now replacing RRQ, but here we are.
Yes, of course. And Fluffy, all eyes are on your Wonder Kids over at Oasis Gaming right now. Their game versus Bren Esports is a do or die game, but the same goes for Southbuilt Esports and Bren Esports, Alpha Esports Pro. What do you think is gonna happen in the matches today?
I feel like on the first game, SBE versus AEP, it's going to be a relatively close series. SBE, of course, we've seen them improve over the weekend, taking out Oasis Gaming, but unfortunately meeting each other here now in the lower bracket. AEP, on the other hand, always has that potential to explode at any moment. So if they can get the ball rolling, it's really up to SBE to stop them, to stop their pace for that series. For the second series, Bren and Oasis Gaming, this one I feel like will be even closer as both teams show the same strength, the same map pool, the same play style in a lot of ways. So really it's about which team can play their game more than playing their opponents.
Oh my, that's gonna be such a treat for all of the viewers tonight. And as much as we'd like to indulge and discuss absolutely everything about today's series, we must control ourselves, you guys.
Save it for later. We gotta save it.
Yes, exactly. We'll be talking more about these teams as we move on through the day. In the meantime though, get yourselves settled as we go to a quick break. When we return, it is time for Southbuilt Esports and Alpha Esports Pro. So see you guys in a bit.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you're taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Yeah.
We are back over here at VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers. Again, guys, this is day number 3 of the playoffs. We're looking at the first game of the lower brackets, which is South Built Esports versus Alpha Esports Pro. Fluffy, we are looking for the team that has the potential to make it on a global scale over here. What qualities are you looking for in a team of this level?
I feel like right now the biggest quality is the mindset to go for the win, as well as the consistency to keep it up. Because when you get to that international level, of course, you're not only going to play against different teams, but different play styles, different metas, etc. So you really have to find that sort of team, as well as being one of the most flexible teams out there, so that you can deal with those situations.
You know the term that I'm thinking of as you say that? Adaptability. You know, you have to be able to adapt to this level, right? So with that, G10 Fluffy, let's take a look at the first half of this matchup. This is South Built Esports. Here it is, folks. The boys from the South, South Built Esports. We've got Aziz, Ja, Flippy, Papi Chulo, Pro. The team filled with the OG and flex players. I think that in terms of experience, these guys have the superiority here, which makes me wonder, G10, how are these guys gonna fare against Alpha Esports Pro?
Well, I'm glad then that we talked about adaptability earlier, because this is one of the most adaptable teams that we have been graced with this VCT Stage 2. I mean, You sub out Flippy for Micro. You sub out Poppy for Flippy again, and these guys can really flex for pretty much any position that they need, any agent that they need, and any comp that they kind of want to try out. They are also getting a little bit more creative here in the playoffs in the way that they play their attacking rounds, which I think has been quite a big weakness of them in the group stages. However, I mean, speaking in terms of results, they have gone up against Alpha Esports Pro earlier in the group stages, and they did win 2-1. They've also gone up against them, in VXB and Southfield did also win out. And just the history between these two teams pretty much always has South Built kind of dominating, and Alpha Esports Pro left to pick up the pieces. And that kind of was a story as well. The last time they met South Built, they did lose the first map Haven, but according to them, it was kind of a give. They beasted away in Bind and Split, and Alpha Esports was kind of left scratching their heads. But I'm fairly certain now that Alpha Esports Pro has done their research, they've done their homework, and SBE won't be having as easy of a time as they did in the group stages. So with the skill level of SBE, it's definitely going to be a challenge, but Alpha Esports, they have also evolved and kind of refined their playstyle throughout the groups. So it's going to be a really, really interesting match here.
Oh, it definitely is going to be an interesting match. And the way you put it like that, I'd like to think of it that for the enemy team, when it goes south for them, it goes South Built Esports. Now we do know that they are a formidable team in this stage, but we should not sleep on the enemy. We should not sleep on the next team that they're about to face. This is Alpha Esports Pro. Here they are, folks, the Alphas, the Alpha Esports Pro. We've got Ryu Ryu, Ching the God, Chris M, Gian Sanity, and Gin819. I'm still not quite sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly. I really hope that I'm not the type to butcher a person's name. It could be Jin, could be Gin. Hopefully we get to catch an interview with him and find out how it's supposed to be pronounced. But to be honest with you, Fluffy, the combo of Gian Sanity and Gin, I just can't get enough about it. What about you?
I mean, adaptability is one thing, but repetition is also equally as important. We've seen that duo do so much multiple times over the course of the group stages and moving on to playoffs. This super powered team with Gian and Gin at the vanguard are really ready for battle as the rest of the team marches on to reinforce the ground on the battlefield. Their explosive gameplay, as well as newfound flexibility, has always brought their team to life this far. The big question to be answered shortly is if it'll be enough to make it all the way to the top, as this team has the potential. But, at the end of this game, this day, we will have to say goodbye to one of these teams along with their APAC's hopes and dreams.
Oh my god, I'm so worried about all of the teams, all of the games that we're about to see today. I mean, it's amazing. It's always been part of the competition we're in. We see teams rise to the top, but it also gets the fans heartbroken when they see the team that they're supporting isn't gonna make it into living their dreams at this stage.
Yeah, and with Alpha Esports Pro, I mean, this is a team that has a lot of fans from, just the star power of Gian Sanity. This team has really garnered so much support for their VCT run, and if they do have their last match today, then quite a few fans are going to be very, very sad. But I hope that they, still support VCT and the rest of the teams. But of course, I do think that AEP, they have kind of shown us a little bit of what they're capable of yesterday versus Bren Esports, but unfortunately, it was just not enough. The other day against Bren Esports, it wasn't enough to get that W, and the what's it called? The danger zone for them is very, very real because they have so far kind of not been super proficient in their flexible comps. They kind of still default to that double duelist. So if SB is flexible enough to counter that, it's going to be a tough time for AEP.
Oh, we're going to find out just how flexible these guys are going to be. Now, with the team introductions out of the way, I think it's fitting that we spotlight these two amazing players here on our head-to-head. Let's take a look at Oasis and Gin. There we go. Fluffy, why do you think that they are the featured players in our head-to-head?
I mean, from their games alone, if you've been following VCT Stage 2 so far, these two players really stepped up to the plate this stage for both of their respective teams, both of them leading the charge in many occasions, being the tip of the spear for their teams, taking first contact and normally winning first contact, and if they get the ball rolling, can really turn into a landslide victory of that round for their team. So these two players are not only pivotal, but they're also very high impact players in their own right. Individual skill, we've seen both of these players clutch it up so far this stage, again, especially on that Jet, sometimes on that Haven map, getting multiple rounds at 4 or 5 Ks, and same going with Aziz, getting into those pesky positions where he can really frag out.
Oh yes,
Yeah.
We've seen how aggressive these guys are, and it's just fantastic. You want to add anything, G10?
Yeah, I do want to say as well that for Alpha Esports Pro, Gin has really been kind of a rock for the team. Just when Gin Sanity has not been able to perform as well, or if Gin Sanity is put on a different agent and not on his usual duelist role, like say a Fade, or a KO, which I think has both been done. It really, Gin is the one who loves to step up and really be a consistent fragger. Meanwhile, Aziz, I was thinking of something different to say, but really it's the same thing. He's just such a consistent fragger, such a consistent entry for South Build, that the battle between these two is absolutely going to be legendary. The last time they saw each other, Aziz really had the upper hand, it felt like, and Aziz was the one who was really committing to the frags, while Gin was kind of in the mid-range for that match. But this time, I bet they're going to be pulling out all the stops.
You know, it makes me wonder how Alpha Esports Pro is really communicating with Gin, rather. Like, how does that work? When Gin goes into a site, gets a kill or something, how does he relay the information properly for his teammates? That's gonna be very interesting. And on top of like a little bit of a language barrier, they make it work. Alpha Esports Pro has been rocking it over here in this stage. So I'm just curious. I hope that we catch an interview with Gin sometime soon and we get to really find out what's it like behind the mind of this player. Now,
Absolutely.
with every map, with every team and every game, of course, comes a map. And we're going to be taking a look at how these teams are going to be adapting yet again to the maps that we're going to be seeing. So let's head on off to our map picks and vetoes. You know, I always love that panning effect. Like, we're moving onto the side and then we get to see this body of water, and then there we go. The maps are here. The first ban last time when these two met, I believe, was Ascent on the side of AEP, with Breeze following shortly after for SBE. But that's not going to be the case this time. Fluffy, what do you think is going to be shown today?
I feel like today, I wouldn't be surprised if we do see AEP play something like Bind as well, that they've shown a bit of strength there. I am not surprised at all, though, that SBE chose to ban out Haven. It is the map that they took in the previous series. They did have troubles dealing with the Insanity's Fade at that time, so they just want to get that out of the way in the first phase banning, while AEP, on the other hand, taking out Ascent this time around. They don't want to get that 50-50 map. SBE is one of those teams that is known for that tactical depth, meaning that they normally play the time and the round correctly. Their pacing is slower compared to other PH teams, but that does allow them to act with more information, and in a map like Ascent, it could be troublesome for a more aggressive team like AEP to handle. It might be a bit overwhelming, so that's out of the board. For the first two picks, we already have Fracture locked in for the side of SBE, a map that they struggled in early on, but they've shown real signs of life, especially in their game against Oasis Gaming, going from their first loss on the map against that team into a converted good win on Fracture. So AEP now has the reins to pick whichever the map they want. I'm expecting them to avoid split if possible. I'm surprised SBE didn't pick it, if I'm being honest. So with the map remaining pool, there's still Icebox that's open, another very aim-heavy map.
just
And
as
as
you
I
said
say
it.
AEP does lock in that very aim-heavy map, leveraging the strengths of not only their duelists, but also the general strengths of the team, which is God aim.
Yes, the cold map of Icebox can become a deciding map as well for these two. They've both had fairly good games in the box of the ice, and I wonder how this map is going to turn out. Now, Fracture, I think, is a map that SBE has really been studying. Again, as you said earlier, when they faced Oasis Gaming the first time, they lost, but the second time, they learned their lesson and they dominated that time around. Now we're banning Breeze. G10, is this a surprise for you?
Absolutely not. I kind of expected this. We haven't really seen too much of SBE on Breeze. They kind of have... I expect the Fracture for them to do well because they really have been scrimming that bind coming out as well. Oh, that means we're going to get a split decider. Now that's, I think, going to be the most interesting map. Honestly, I think that SBE is going to take Fracture. AEP with their superior, well, their very on-point aim may take that Icebox, but if we do get to that split, that's going to be quite the push and pull, the tug of war, if you will, between these two teams.
Yeah, I'm very interested also in the decider map split. So with the current map veto system, based on how the map bans went, the team that last banned, which is AEP, who banned Bind, essentially is also picking the decider since they're leaving that open. So I'm very surprised that they chose to leave split over than bind open, as when they do default essentially into split, it does give SBE the upper hand in the defense, and we've seen SBE play a lot of split games. It could be, at this stage of the entire tournament, a good and bad thing. On one hand, you have a lot of videos and VODs to review, so if you do your homework, you can essentially leverage or bait them into picking the map, knowing that you know their strategies already. But on the other hand, it could just be a very practiced and very functional SBE taking out that map. So for me, overall in the series, I feel like it's looking, from the map bans, kind of like an SBE game.
Oh my. I have to agree with you. I was actually going to say that for the hopes of AEP, I think that they shouldn't rely on reaching game number 3. Like if they wanna finish this series strong, I think they should utilize having Fracture and Icebox as the first two maps because, again, as you said, SBE has a strong read on split, but also, as you said earlier, the research is there, the information, the access to information is there. So Alpha Esports Pro may be baiting this map. We'll find out in just a bit. But, you know, I'm really excited to see what's going to go down here.
Yeah, so am I. I mean, I don't think that Fracture is unwinnable here for Alpha Esports Pro. I think that if they get their aggression going in the right places at the right times, they really can surprise SBE and turn around, you know, their, say, a losing situation into a winning one, especially if they have the right flanks, the right angles. I definitely think that a Neon pick is maybe coming out here for AEP. If not that, perhaps a Fade. But I don't see Gin maybe going on that Jet here. I don't think Fracture is really a map that really super caters to the Jet over, say, a Chamber and Neon. But SB, of course, they know that. Of course, their Fracture is very practiced, it's very scrimmed. So I really want to see how AP is planning to surmount that obstacle, because really, if that first map goes the way of SBE, I do believe that this entire series could be going the way of SBE as well.
Oh, that's going to be such a thing to see later on. You know what I actually remembered as we were talking about this entire series? I remembered Ching doing this in one of his matches. He was like, crying, like he did that in the camera. Now, I'm not saying that that is going to be the case today, that he's going to show that face, but I am thinking that whoever loses this series is going to have the same emotion on their faces as well. It's going to be really heartbreaking, and we hate to see it, but also it's just what happens. It's just what happens over here. We know where everything is going to take place, and you know, what's left for us now is the predictions. And to be honest with you guys, I'm not excited about the predictions. This is potentially a way for us to embarrass ourselves in front of thousands of viewers,
oh, yes.
rather. which I have done in I think the first day of the playoffs. I had 0% predictions on that one. Yesterday, I had a 50-50, so I'm feeling much better. My morale has been boosted, but now we're gonna talk about it again, and I want to start with Fluffy this time. I want my prediction to be last.
I think SBE has really surprised me. Like I had a day with 0 predictions. SBE really stepping up. It's really that playoff SBE that everyone has been talking about. So for me, I would have to go with SB for the series.
G10.
I mean, I've always been a believer. I don't think there's been a series where I consciously predicted against SBE. Yeah, so I'm going to be going with the same trend. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm putting all of my baskets in this one. I think that SB is going to take it 2-1, and they're going to be facing probably Bren tomorrow, honestly.
Okay, I feel scared for SVE now because I'm also predicting SVE, and we've learned over the stages of VCT that there is such a thing as a panel curse, wherein when all panels predict the same thing, it doesn't necessarily mean that their prediction is right. There we go.
Yep.
On our screens we can see SVE, SVE, SVE. So SVE, please, I hope that you guys don't think that this is our fault, whatever the outcome. We're really cheering for you guys on. We believe in your capabilities, but if the universe does its thing and decides that this is what's gonna happen, then it'll happen. Fluffy, do you think that it's gonna be a moment like we'll see these crying emojis? Can I see you guys do these too?
This one? Oh no. It's gonna get clipped. Okay. But anyway,
flip it and ship it, boys.
I think overall, SBE has always had that potential. I don't know if you want to say fortunately or unfortunately, but for them, they've already been in the same position before. And in stage 1, they did make it all the way to the top, moving on to APAC as our first seed. So the comeback kings of SBE, who will face against AEP today, are kind of in the trenches again as they drop into the lower bracket, but beginning their lower bracket run. The big question is still, will these veterans be able to slug it out this time? Because regardless of what you've done in the past, what's important is what you do right now. And right now is a chance for both teams to make it, because if you don't, it's also the last chance you have to qualify for something international later on this year, and even just to be champions of this current tournament. So a lot to move forward to and a lot of pressure.
Yeah, and to add on to that, I mean, we all predicted SPE, and that's kind of based, on facts and stats, but it's not because we're haters of AAP. No, far from it. I do think that AAP has quite a lot of potential. It's just that in this situation, I do believe that SBE would make the better international competitor than AP. AP is a very Valo PH oriented team, even though they have shown quite a few improvements, quite a few evolutions in their playstyle. I think that it may still be a little bit lacking when it comes to that international scene. And SBE, with their veterancy, their flexibility, and just the way that they scale up over the course of a VCT stage, I think that they really have the better chance of standing up to teams like Paper Rex, like who's the unbeaten one? Unbeaten Esports, and all of those APAC challengers that we're going to be seeing in next month.
I'm so excited to see what's gonna go down. I do have a question. Today, as we know, the stakes are really high. You have to win it, or you don't get to pursue your dream over here. So for you guys, what would be the biggest motivator to succeed in this phase? Like, is it food? Is it... I think it's for Fluffy, it's gonna be a girlfriend, but like maybe in the back of Fluffy's mind, it's gonna be, if I win, if I go to APAC, maybe I'll get a girlfriend. Is that a motivator for you, Fluffy?
Not currently, but the option is out there. Thank you so much, Laika, for bringing that up. And but I feel like the biggest motivator overall for all of these teams is really, you don't become a pro unless you really are going for the biggest win you can get. So it's really, I think I mentioned it before, really being able to play to win as a team rather than just trying to survive. And the team that plays to win more than just tries to survive is going to really end up on top.
What about you, G10? What's the biggest motivator for you?
I mean, for me, I think I want to piggyback off of what Fluffy said. You don't become a pro unless you want to aim at the top. And with both of these teams, they have quite a few pros. I mean, Alpha Esports, that's an entire pro team. SB, they only have the one pro. But I think the real factor here is really how focused they're going to be today, and how they're going to be able to adjust mid-round, mid-game to the stress that their opponents are pulling. And I think that SBE has a slight edge there with all their experience and the way that they think about the game, the way that Pro thinks about the game. It's going to be very difficult for AEP to try to psych out SBE if they don't have anything super surprising that SBE hasn't seen before. Meanwhile, AEP, we have described them as a team with just cracked aim. So SBE, they really need to keep their strategies and tactics on point. They need to keep their crossfires very well executed in order to defeat the aim monsters that are AEP.
Oh, yes, definitely. I would agree with you guys. Of course, the dream, the passion is there. You know what's an extra push for me? We've got a lion's share of $30,000 on the line as well here. You get to represent the country. There's just so many motivators out there. But I guess from the player perspective's view, you always get this tunnel vision wherein, I have to be better at this match. I have to be a better player. I have to be better. I have to be better. I have to be better. And that's, I guess, what separates me as a panelist or as a regular Valorant enjoyer versus these players who are just on a whole other level when it comes to this league. I'm just so shocked that this is, how should I say it? It's like an eye opener for me hearing this from you guys, especially from Fluffy, who's had his own experience as a coach, which we've mentioned time and time again, alongside me flaming him for not having a girlfriend. But again, guys, if you guys are watching, please do not hate me for it. All love
Somebody
for
date
Fluffy. It's all love for Fluffy. I'm just teasing him. We're good friends. I was there before his Viper lineup era. You guys better know that. I was actually checking out old clips, Fluffy, from past streams. I was like, hey, this is the game where Fluffy was practicing his lineups and I was on his team.
True.
So let me tell you guys a quick story. Fluffy and I were co-streaming, we were playing together, and this was Icebox, the old Icebox map. And then Fluffy, it was Viper, he planted the spike, and then he ran back to the B main. And then he was like, is this gonna work? Is this lineup gonna work? And then he threw his ability off. And then he said, wrong plant. And I was like, Fluffy, you planted that. What do you mean wrong plant?
My bad.
Do you think that pro players ever get that same scenario happening in these games?
I feel like when the going gets tough, there can be gaps in communication which can lead to these things. There are certain things that you have to watch out for that is not necessarily on your team. For example, when you're doing a lineup play like that, if let's pretend it's Icebox, they have a Sage wall still up or some other form of utility, you really have to be able to count these things in mind, or else it can really mess up a lot of your plans.
Oh my goodness. Fluffy, I want to ask you, I'm a casual Valorant enjoyer. You've had your experience as a coach. You're also grinding your own rank in the game. What is your advice for normies like me? How do I rank out?
Normies, like normies?
Yes.
I think that, number one, you should play the game because it's a great game and it's fun.
Yeah.
And if you have no plans to be pro, it's kind of a waste if you're not just having fun playing the game. So don't just play to improve. Don't stop having fun, because if you stop doing that and you're not going to do it as a career anyway, then
Did I hear Oasis?
What's the point?
I heard Fluffy say Oasis. Right? Is that just me, or is he just
nah?
He's subliminally communicating for his team right here.
How did you sneak that in bias? And anyway, we've talked a lot about these things that I got to get to know my co-panelists a little bit better, but now our predictions are set in stone. Pass the torch over with the same question. Who do they think are winning this Masters? It's your turn to answer the question.
The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over brain.
gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke, taking the road to pull you ashore. A celestial scope, the stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core, inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights, flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air, walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, the blend, yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time! Dito sa ating game number 1 for the VCTPH Stage 2 Playoff. Ladies and gentlemen, we are cast for the day. My name is Phil, in position. Together with me is Taylor right here at kami ang
The Mods. Nandito na naman kami para ihatid sa inyo ang unang bakbakan para sa araw na ito. SBE nga versus Alpha Esports Pro. Kung tapos na ang bardagulan natin at pagwa-warm up sa comment section, Bill, hindi ka na ata nakasagot no?
Wala I mean, syempre, ba't pa kita sasagutin, di ba? Hindi naman talaga worth it. Kaya gagamitin ko pa sa yung Asus ROG keyboard ko na fully paint. Hindi ko na kailangan yun!
Ewan ko na lang. Pero fracture pala. Yung unang map pick na meron tayo dito at mukhang inipit at pinindot na ang lock-in dito pagdating kina Neon on both sides AAP tsaka SBE.
Sa Fracture, well, nakikita naman talaga natin yan lagi dito sa Fracture mga kaibigan na lagi may Neon Guerrero naman talaga. Pero we're gonna get to see these players nandun kung paano ba nila talaga ayusin to, kung paano nila lalabanan tong isa't isa. Kasi knowing na saan ba sila? Sa lower bracket sila. Sa lower bracket.
Natalo sila from the previous games na meron sila SBE played against Team Secret kahapon actually and they lost in a 0-2. At yung laro nila doon, parang yung dating ng SBE, kahit doon sa map pick na meron sila, parang tiptoeing around Team Secret. Kasi ang linis talaga maglaro ng Team Secret kahapon
Yes, true. Oo nga parang nagkaroon parang anime battle Bigla lang lumalabas si Faceless Void sa katawan ni Bash Pero at least, nakita talaga natin ngayon itong mga matchup na pwede natin makita, which is apparently SBE, syempre ng Alpha Esports, the winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated sa playoffs. Ganun lang kasimple. So,
elimination match pala.
Elimination match ito mga kaibigan. So this is gonna be really scary for the sides of SBE or syempre ang Alpha Esports. Pero knowing SBE, ladies and gentlemen, nakita na natin ang losers bracket run yan back then. Isipin mo, nasa losers bracket ka, bigla-bigla, tapos ikaw pala ang top 1 sa buong Pilipinas, di ba? Kala mo naman talaga. Pero ito na, ang mga medyo atabs, kalaban naman ng mga Otits of Manila, ladies and gentlemen. Kung iisipin mo, Lola Remedios kalaban ng Red Bull, parang gano'n na nangyayari dito.
Matindi-tindi to. Pero it seems like this is the first game or first round na meron tayo. Si Aziz tumanggap na nga ng ultimate damage na manggagaling dito sa mga players ng SBE. Pero 1-to-1 trade pa rin yan. Si Jan naman nakapitas din ng isa pa. And this is still AEP trying to secure the site that they have. Pero mukhang kukuhanin na ito ng SBE. Makakapag-plan na nga sila ng spike. Pero si Ching, makakapitas pa ng isa. Are you Rio on the other hand, makakapitas din. And this is Kristen trying to pinpoint where the enemy is. Dalawa laban sa dalawa ang meron dito. At si Papi Chulo, tamang jump pick lang. Meron pang smoke na isa na pwede paglaruan si Chrisim. Pero this knife will actually suppress him kaya 5 seconds. Antay-antay talaga.
Chris Brown ng Pinas, hell yeah, that's me.
Hell yeah, that's me.
1v2 on this game right now. Pero si Proma
One enemy remaining.
Sa mga swing na pwede lang gawin. Pero Chris, catching one, meron pa siyang oras. Yes, meron pa siyang oras dito. If ever kailangan talaga nang tapusin ngayon. Pero nga meron aftershock para siyempre tigilan pa ang kailang pag-defuse. Pero the time is not in his favor anymore. Because Pro, we're gonna swing it and we're gonna get that kill as well. Muntik na makuha ni Chris Brown. Pero SBE, Tito Pro, minaman na naman ng mga atap.
Binaan sa edad, sir! Ang mga meron tayo dito. 1-0 para sa kanila and this is still parang ano eh, kung kahapon sobrang bagal ng SBE maglaro, ngayon naman kailangan nilang masabayan dito pacing ng AEP. Ang style kasi nitong AEP masyadong hyper-aggressive when it comes to even on a defense saka offensive position na meron sila. So kailangan talaga mag-ingat ng SBE dito, especially when they go slow. In a map like this, ang bilis makaikot, isang mabilisang jump pick mula kay Gian Sanity, tumanggap na naman ng damage. Low on HP right now, hinabol pa nga ni Kuya mo Aziz, buti na lang pwede tumakbo bulag na bulag sa gilid si Chris Brown. Ito na nga in a 5v3 situation, susubukan pa rin nilang makaretake, susubukan pa rin nilang mapunish itong players ng SBE, pero completely overtaken yung B-side.
I am back. Ayan, okay na. Nagbabalik na ulit si Kuya Bill, mga kaibigan. Nag-reset na lang konti, pero ito na nakikita natin ngayon. Si Ching tsaka si Jin. The only man remaining dito sa side ng AAP. Well, apparently si Ching meron naman siyang spectre dito siya, pero siya makabal kahit pa paano, pero medyo mahirap na talaga ito. Si Jin nakakita lang isa, pero yun nga lang, will get shut down by him as well. Pushing it out 2v3. The clock is already. Jin pushing in with that.
One enemy remaining.
All these utilities on hand for him to get that cycle done, pero it's just wala, best naka-lockdown talaga ng SBE dito, and this is their free round anyway, so all they gotta do is win it, and syempre let's see na lang kung ano ba mangyayari dito sa gun round if ever na pwedeng gawin nga ng AEP. Well, pick-offs, yes, na pick-off nila yung iba, pero it's not that enough for them to take down everyone. Si Aziz though, nakita gun na meron si Aziz ngayon, bumili siya ng Phantom. Uy! Okay, that is huge right na bumili si Aziz ng Phantom ngayon. Well, meron naman siyang ultimate into... Hindi siya bibili. Okay. Akala ko bibili ng Phantom si Aziz eh. I mean, syempre, dito sa time na to, dito sa area na to, save muna tayo, di ba? Hindi naman talaga natin kailangan na bumili ng kung ano-ano. Para lang syempre, pantay-pantay yung baril natin. It's all about the economy game here in Valorant, ladies and gentlemen. So all you gonna do is, syempre, i-check nyo yung economy. Hindi lang yung economy nyo. Yung economy na rin, at saka yung mga makukuha nyo next round. Pero, Chris Brown ng Pinas. And dito na nagbabantay lang din dito sa may tower, mga kaibigan. Pwede na makita yung dalawan dito sa side ng SBE. Pero, trying to cut off everyone para lang, syempre, just make a big decoy if ever as he's pushing in already, pero yung nga lang Ching the God with all these pop shots na ginagawa niya, mga kaibigan, tamang spray and pray lang din talaga, pero from arcade to mid to B, pero Chris Brown being flashed right now, so there's gonna be a triple beacon of players of SBE, pero yung nga lang Chris Brown tinuhog yung dalawa, bro, being flashed again, pero where is the swing? Where is the entry? Pero ubos na ubos ang bala ngayon mga players yun ng SBE, mga kaibigan. So it's all up to Tito Pro, all the way from towers. Pero Pro with that swing, but Jen with a deny. 2-1 AEP, first point of the game.
Ang dami nilang tinapatan doon, ang daming nangyari in arcade and tower as well. At AEP, successful naman pagdating doon sa buy round na meron sila, no? And this round, makakabili pa rin naman sila ng the usual picks that they have. Pero itong hold ni Chrisem, nakapitas pa nga siya ng dalawa doon. And knowing na dito nagkaubusan ng bala sa may kantin, mabuti na lang naligtas pa ni Kuya mo Jin itong mga ibang players at ibang miyembro ng Alpha Esports Pro. Kaya naman 2-1 ang score natin ngayon. Makakabili na rin ang SBE nung talagang mga rifles nila. Kung mapapansin mo si Papi Chulo, second round pa lang noon, nagkaroon na siya ng ulti.
Yun nga eh. So syempre, napakalabot talaga ng kills dito. Syempre, nagkakaroon ng maraming ultimate. Malamang diba? Pero Aziz, ladies and gentlemen, trying to push in already dito lang sa B. Grabe talaga yung pinapakita aggression dito ng SBE. Mga kaibigan, talagang gusto talaga nilang bigyan ng pressure ng AAP dito sa B. So, wala na sa mga choice kundi gawin lang, and syempre ipagpatuloy lahat ng pagbibigay nila ng push dito sa B para syempre makakuha sila ng mga enough kills, pero nga naman silang AP at huli si Gina sa likod! Pero the timing of flipping, we're gonna take down 2. Gian Sanity with another one right now, but you get that 1v2. This is gonna be really hard for Gian Sanity though. Wala na siyang dash. Paano magagawin mo dito? They're singing already. Si Pro buhay pa, pero pinatay na nga na Gian Sanity ngayon. But you get that 1v1. Medyo malayo si Papi Chulo, pero bakit ako natigil? Victon Pros, ladies and gentlemen, and Gian Sanity pinusuan yung spike.
Diyos ko, grabe si Jin doon eh. Nahuli kami. Naglalabas ng espada. Knives out pa nga. Doon pa nga siya na caught off guard. Pero buti na lang si Gian Sanity, at least napitas na. Naubos siya pa rin itong mga players ng SBE. Especially with the help of the lockdown na nagmula rin naman sa Killjoy. Kaya naipit din yung ibang mga players dito ng SBE para makaikot. And despite Papi Chulo going around, hindi enough yung oras na yan dahil tinuloy-tuloy nga itap yung spike. Pros don't fake. Nasa pangalan naman nila ang pro. Anyway, meron din namang pro. Ang kabilang team, that is gonna be SBE Pro. Ready ang kanyang ultimate dito. Ang daming utilities na pwedeng gamitin ng SBE for actual take.
Utilities indeed. Sobrang sobrang utility na based ang both teams naman talaga kasi knowing dito sa sa Fracture, napakalitong mapa na to Hindi ka dapat nag-drive pick dito, men. Kasi every angle, every corner is a big danger pa rin sa lahat ng mga players natin in Fortune because of the size of this map. Pero malamang sa galakaman ngayon ni Jin, mga kaibigan. Gusto ko pininger style ni Jin, mga kaibigan. Let's see, nakakita na nga ng isa. Pero ito yung kalampag ng Papi Orbital Points sa SBE. Jin, medyo kinakabahan nila. Ito na talaga yung Orbital Strike. Ito na, wala na ako naintindihan. Bahala na sila. Pero, Chris time to support. Niluto si Papi Chulo. Fried Papi Chulo in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, sakto. Lunch na.
Lumaban
2v1 onto this game. Dennis Brown, with all these utilities on hand, nilabas na talaga lahat. Wala nang nitira sa utility na, and Ja will gonna finish it off. But a big for the force. 2-3 in favor of SBE. Lahat binato nila, lahat ng ultimates na meron nila. Literal na binato nila. Tingnan mo, wala silang ultimate here, no? Tingnan mo sa SBE, 1, 2, 3. Tatlong ultimates dito sa sa Alpha Esports. 1, 2, 3, 4, tatlo, something like that. Basta ganun.
Dami!
Walang nagawa. Utilities na
Pati orbital strike na gamit, pati yung ultimate ng Neo na gamit na rin, pati na rin yung ultimate, pati yung Blade Storm. Ginamit na din, Tour de Force, kumbaga labasan ng ultimates ang nangyari on that round. Pero sila pa rin ang magawawagi at nakita naman natin, eco disadvantage ngayon ng AEP. Pero si Jin ang merong baril. How about Pro? Getting that kill already. Si Jin sumasagot pa din, may chance pa para makakuha ng isa pang kill. Pero aatras na lang dito ang ibang miyembro ng SBE. Si Chrisim naman talagang nag-aabang lang sa Gedli. Baka sakaling makakita, pero baka masalisihan din siya kung sakasakali man.
Salisigang, yun yung mga pinakamahirap talaga, palalo na pag nasa recto.
Lalo na sa Fracture.
Pero nga lang, Pro! Nakakita na isa, pero are you real?
Paalam!
Buena big deny. Papi Chulo, mamba out. Nung nakakita ng gulo, mamba out na. Kumbaga, pag nakakita ka ng red flag, mamba out na. Hindi yung nakakita ka na ng red flag, i-GG mo pa.
Oo, nakakita ka na ng red flag, iniipon mo pa. Kala niya ata, checkpoint, sir.
Kolektor pero yung alam, nakaisa pa. 3v3.
Nahuli ng knife.
Si Breach super low on HP right now. Meron siya dito ang langit-ngit ng papad. Pero nga AEP, let's see, it is gonna be a big retake na pwede nilang gawin. Pwede siya makatama ng dalawa dito, though. Pero yung alam, Flippy, getting some angle, getting some positions out right now para mas maging safe pa ang post-plant na pwede lang gawin dito. Pero ang problema ngayon si Flippy, hindi talaga pati yung dalawang players ngayon ng SB, mga kaibigan. Ja, getting that score. Pero Jan, we're gonna be flat right now. Two from Papi Chulo and one from Ja. What a perfect post-plant na ginawa ng SBE. Halos walang natamaan yung Rolling Thunder ni Aryu Ryu all the way from NA.
Wala hindi tumama 4-2 magiging score tuloy nila dito. And now, AEP, despite the disadvantage of 2 rounds na kailangan nilang habulin, kahit papaano naman pagdating sa ekonomiya, may pambili na ulit sila dito. Tapos, para sa SBE, tamang antay na naman. Kasi up na naman yung ultimate ni Papi Chulo He used it on the second round and another 2 rounds in. Meron na naman siyang ult na pwedeng gamitin para makapasok ng site itong players ng SBE. Tingnan natin kung meron bang mapipitas sina Aziz dito. Lalo na ang lapit, ang close counters ng hawak na positioning dito ni Jin. Biglang Biglang nag-iba yung pacing
Init ng mga laban natin bas no? Wala mo naman talaga. Magagaling Huwag kang ganyan. Mga galingan syempre. Hindi kasi mga tropa kasi yung mga yan.
Tropa natin yan
mga tropa natin yan. Pero ang galawang mo sa ginagawa ng Aziz ngayon. Pero wala ata makita. Pero Diyos ko po, dire-diretso si Aziz sa kamatayan. Pero Chris we're gonna go down to the hands of Ja as well. 4v4 onto this game. Papi Chulo, low HP. Pero Jin, uulitin na naman. Ultimate block ni Jin and Gian. Sana sila dito dyan. Jin from the backside right now. Pero wala silang idea at on si Gian. Sana sila dun din. Pero Jin, with that stun, wala makukuha ng isa. Pero Jin, pushing in. Meron talo sa may kill. Pero nga na Papi Chulo, kill instead. Pero pinapalibutan na sila ng AEP. Ja, 2. 2 HP!
Okay lang yan, may panglaban dito, 5 piso lang!
5 kamote, pero yung alan, we're gonna get that 4! Japor!
What a play mula sa SBE. Nahawakan nila yung post-plant position. Alam mo, kung hindi napatay ni Papi Chulo, yung pumapasok, yung umi-entry, si Jin ata yun during that time, magkakaroon pa ng chance dito, yung yung AEP. Pero itong magandang flank sana ni Jin tsaka ni Gian Sanity, very much capable of taking back the sights in. Pero talagang si Ja ang humawak. 3 kills na, ito yung pang-4 niya, just here on tower as well. Grabe yung hawak ng post-plant. So, etong mga ganito, yung post-plant positions, dyan nagkakatalo lalo na pag magulo yung nangyayari sa loob ng site. Tapos may isang tumisilip lang, tamang peek lang, sabay tago, kill, sabay lalabas na naman ulit. Pero ito na naman, si Aziz nakakita ng isa, natagalan lang ng kaunti bago mapatay, pero si Ja nakahuli din ng isa pa. That is the Jin and Gian, parang 1 by 1 take 1 lang nangyari. Here on A main, si Pro nakapitas na rin ng isa. That is the 3-man down situation for the side of AEP. Dalawa na lang natitira for them in eco disadvantage pa.
Eco Matos kumbaga, pero Chris M tsaka Ching the God, tamang Sheraton din ang hawak nila dito. If ever talaga ma-one-tap nila itong mga players ni SB, this is gonna be a really big problem for the side of SB for sure. Pero nga lang, Chris M, got just one, eto rin isa, 1! 2! Chris M, bibilangan na lahat dito si Gentleman. Eto na, Chris M, asa na yung pangatlo? Pero Flippy, backing out already. Pero Flippy, trying to be really careful right now because Chris M is just right there! But Flippy with a big kill! Cheng, mga kaibigan, sana mo na next pick! With a big kill! Napakagandang pick naman talaga! They're getting that battle pero wala kang makikita ngayon! Papi Chulo will get that ulo onto the side of Cheng the God right now! Cheng,
ganda ng positioning na dun Question mark? Oh, yun ang sabi ni dun ni Papi Chulo. Pero ang ganda ng positioning ni Papi Chulo dun actually. Kasi nga, tahimik lang naman si Ching dahil naghahanap siya ng positioning ng kalaban, Nag-walk lang din siya during that time. And Papi Chulo was actually waiting on the 2nd floor, ready sa pop flash. Yung way na ibabato niya yung pop flash na yun is against or over doon sa wall na meron siya. Ito yun exactly like this, The pop flash, you wouldn't see even a little bit. Hindi ka ganun kabilis makaka-react. Ang ganda positioning from Papi Chulo.
If ever na talagang nakapag-react ka sa ganung kabilis ng pop flash, ma-flash ka pa rin either way. Ma-flash ka pa rin either way.
Iikot ka pa din.
Pero isipin mo yun, syempre iikot ka, tapos babalik ka ulit sa dati mong position. So, it will take you probably less than a second. Pero less than a second, that is a lot of time para mapatay ka ng mga kalaban mo. For them to swing out, for them to take you down. Ano yun Siguro, if ever, kunyari, flash tapos nakatalikod ka, siguro half a second, mapa-flash ka for sure. Pero yun nga lang, kahit anong mangyari, may epekto pa rin sa'yo.
Oo. Mag-iiba pa rin yung positioning mo kesa dun sa typical position na meron ka talaga na komportable kang pumasok kasi wala nang utilities na pwedeng paglaruan. Anyway, AEP, Eco naman yung nangyari sa kanila doon kaya naubos din sila agad-agad lalo na kung sasabay-sabayan nila ng firepower on the side of SBE. And exactly like that, tinuha nila yung opportunity na yon kaya naman nahuli pa rin nila players na AEP. Jin! The first kill was on him. Kaya naman he's just gonna go back, reposition himself dahil 30 HP na lang siya pagtapos ng aim duel na yan.
This is gonna be really bad sa AAP, mga kaibigan. Kailangan talaga nila makabar dito. Pero kung napapansin mo, medyo nagbabatay lang din ata si Gian Sanity dito. Pero yung Ching the God all the way from towers. Magandang trade ang pwede mangyari dito, partner, dito sa may arcade. Pero makikita ba sila? Magkakaharapan ba sila? Mag-face off ba sila dito sa area of the map ngayon? Or magbabago lang din talaga ang simoy ng hangin kasi medyo lumalamig na?
Simoy ng hangin? Naku po, Gian Sanity! Tamang upulang, nagpanggap na box, mga kapatid! Tamang dash away lang. Kalma lang, sir!
Kalma lang. Kalma lang kayo, men. Easy lang kayo.
Ako nga, easy lang
Okay, kayo pa ba? Pero Flippy, kasi nung idea si Flippy nasa loob na, pero natamaan siya. Flippy, my God, natutunaw sa mga utilities ngayon ng AAP. Jake catches one. Flippy will another one more na, pero napapasin mo din sila by CB1. Bro, mag-isa na lang dito. Bro, all these pickups pwede nilang gawin. 3 ang kalaban niya. Medj mahirap ng sobra to. Medyo na.
mahirap na ng
Medyo
sobra.
Oo, medyo na.
Sobra pa.
Di ba? So,
Ganun
talagang-
kalala, guys. Malala talaga. Oo.
Tas yung oras, medyo wala na siyang oras.
Medyo wala na. Sobrang baba na. Yun, sir. 7 seconds. Makakapag-plan siya ng spike dito kasi wala
Hindi.
naman tao.
Oo,
Ay,
makakaplan
wala
siya.
nang oras.
Makakapag-plan siya, pero meron silang plus 300. Pero ang sabi
hindi
ni
niya na
Pro,
tinuloy.
sige men,
Hindi ko
magsisave
kailangan
na lang
yan.
ako. Alam mo ang tawag dito? Evas para Evas.
Evas para ano? Evas para
Evas para Evas. Save para save. Evas para Evas. Ayan.
Walang tao doon sa site, no? Hindi niya na rin tinuloy yung plan. Hindi na niya kailangan yan, yung 300, yung ganon. Partida na yun para sa side ng AAP. Sabi, masyado na silang madaming eco. Pagbigyan na nga natin to.
300?
No, tignan mo si Flippy, gumastos lang naman ng 7 kyaw. Oh, walang-wala.
Alam mo tawag dyan? What is money?
Paper only, mga kapatid. Tsaka may 20% discount yan, yung senior citizen card ni Pro. Dumating na.
Maraming salamat, Cavite. O kung saan man kayo sa South. Sa senior, senior discount, 20% yan. Di ba? Malaking
piso na
bagay
lang
yan,
si
di ba?
Flippy eh.
Piso lang yan. Naghihingalo na yan, kumbaga. Kahit kalabitin mo yung niya, mamamatay na yan. Pero as is, ladies and gentlemen, Piningger style! Piningger style yung dalawa! Pero eto na, Aziz with the split, pero medyo kinakabahan siya. Kalmahan lang siya. Pero nga, ito na yung ginagawa dito ni Aziz, ladies and gentlemen. Pero Flippy, ang kapal ng mukha. Talaga nag-push pa. Kahit hindi na natitira sa kanya. Pero yun nga lang, Chris Brown, we're gonna take down Aziz. Pero matatamaan na ata siya ng fault line ngayon. So, this is gonna be really hard for the side of Chris Brown. Pero magsisave pa siya? Oo, kasi wala siyang pera. Pero paano na gagawin ito? Gusto, puro reload na lang yung ginawa niya.
Pinakita niya na lang lahat ng skin niya, guys. Ito na lang panoorin niyo para makita niyo yung mga pinagbibili kong skin kasi wala na eh.
Si Chris Brown! Walang nagawa! Nag-reload na lang buong round!
Napa-hell yeah, that's me na lang talaga. Si Chris Brown dito, wala siyang wala siyang palag dito eh. Lahat ng utilities, pati flashes, nilapag na rin. Pero kung di pa siya nahuli doon, may aftershock pa kamo na pwede pang gamitin. 7-3 ang score natin, ang bilis ah.
Pero best merong nagpapahay sa atin dito. Yan,
Sino?
Kelly. Si Kelly.
Si Kelly.
What's
si
up?
Kelly, yes?
Hindi. Hello, Villain Terror. Sabi ni Kelly Wealth.
Ayun, nag-hello din si Ja.
Kala mo kung sino eh. May question mark eh, no? Kala mo kung sino eh. Wala pa kami dyan. Facebook baka naman. Pero ito na. Aziz Galawang Boys, mga kaibigan. Pero dito sa Magian, sarili. He knows
Alam niya,
exactly
sir.
kung ano namang mangyayari. If ever parang malamusis ang Galawan yun. Siyempre, malamang sa gitna ka pupunta. Pero Chris Brown, catching one. Pro with a big kill right now. Pero Gian Saturday with a big 3K. Pero AEP, gusto atang ma-7-5 to.
Last round before the
Siyempre
switch.
naman, that is the goal. Yan ang focus lang sila sa goal dito, guys. At saka kung mapapansin mo kung paano nilaro ni Jin yun, after the wall came up from the Neon, alam niya kasi na magdadash yan eh. Yung Concuss kasunod nun, magdadash yung Neon natin o tatakbo basically. At alam ni Jin yan kasi Neon din ang gamit niya eh. Alam niya yung mga playstyle na kayang ilapag ng SBE dito, kaya pinanish agad si Aziz. Hindi na nga nakapasok on A main. Anyway, kung ganito at tuloy-tuloy nila mapanish yung mga entry ng SBE, talagang posible maging 7-5 to. May lockdown pang pwedeng gamitin.
Yeah, sobra. Ito yung inaantay ng AEP, mga kaibigan. Sobrang momentum-based ng AEP talaga. Kahit ilang matches, basta makuha nila ang momentum, tuloy-tuloy na talaga yan. So ito yung inaantay nila. Pero nga na Flippy catching one already. This is gonna be a 5v4 situation right now. Pero ang Gian Sanity all the way from the backside might actually catch one. Pero uy, Diyos ko po! The timing! Gian Sanity with that blade sword, ladies and gentlemen, catching one already. Pero Gian Sanity, mas kinakabahan siya. What? Grabe naman talaga! Na-flash na! Nakapatay pa! Pero orbital strike! Diyos ko po, buntik na pumanin sa Aziz! But still, Aziz will gonna fall down! Pero Chris Brown na pinasal yan at Faye! 1v2 on the
Sana
same
naman
right now!
natira.
Mag-is na naman! Namoli pa! Diyos ko po, niluluto kayo si Chris Brown! Pero Papi Tulo win as well! We're gonna get that kill! 8-4 already! SBE! Galit na galit! Gustong manakit!
Halfway there na ang SBE para sa pagkakapanalo in this first map na meron tayo. And it seems like they have complete control kung paano sila makapag-entry dito on the sites itself. At grabe itong ginawa ni Gian Sanity. Isipin po, bulag ka na, sir. Tamang dash lang ang puhunan para lang makakuha ng isa pa magandang positioning. Laging naiiwan si Chrism on that final moments dahil siya rin naman yung nagsaset-up ng mga sites na meron tayo, no? Unfortunately, yung mga trade-offs na hinahanap talaga nila dito na kayang puhunan ng SBE during the times that they were doing entries, hindi magawa ng AEP on the defense, knowing na syempre scattered din sila all throughout the entire map. Magaganda yung mga flank na meron dito, Vil, mula sa AEP. Hindi lang talaga nagwo-workout na gusto nilang paraan.
Ang daming flank na ginagawa talaga
ng
AEP.
Jin, saka si Gian.
Oh, tama. Yung, tandaan nyo ladies and gentlemen, you can spell Gian without Jin. Tandaan nyo yan. Talagang magkasama yan. Kumbaga, parang siya yung long lost brother ni Gian Sanity, mga kaibigan. Ang akala nila sa Pilipinas, wala sa Pilipinas yun, men. Nasa Vietnam yung kapatid niya. So talagang parang sobrang taas ng synergy nila dito, bes eh. Kasi, kumbaga sa Paper Rex, parang sila yung Forsaken, tsaka yung Jing.
Totoo, yung combination. Pero kung titignan mo ha, itong Gian Sanity Jin combination na meron tayo, kung buy one take one itong dalawang to, ganun din sila kung paano mamatay kapag nahuhuli sila. Lagi rin silang sabay na nawawala, no? Dahil nga lagi rin silang sabay pumapasok. So doon nagkakaroon ng falter pagdating sa AEP side. Maganda yung entry, nakakakuha sila ng pick-off. Hindi nga lang talaga napapunish lahat ng players dahil maganda din yung depensa na meron ng SBE, lalo na with the help of Ja on the team. Dahil yung pwestuhan niya dito, yung mga angle na kino-cover niya, saktong-sakto talaga sa mga entry ng mga players ng AEP. Tsaka masyado nga magulo yung nangyayari sa site na hindi nila napapansin dito yung mga nasa outer skirts na pumapatay na sa kanila.
Yung angulo, bes, sobrang anggulo ng mga nangyayari talaga na napapansin natin dito sa mga side nga ng AEP and SB because of the flanks na din talaga na ginagawa ng AEP kay Jin and Gian Sanity. Well, hopefully dito sa second half talaga magkaroon sila ng isang malaking change if ever kapag nagkagawin. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po! AEP, literal na sinagasahan si Aziz para rumaragas ang jeep, mga kaibigan. Jin, nakaisa pa. Ito talaga yung connection na hinahanap nila. Jin and Gian Sanity. Pero from the backside, Flipper will gonna go down. Papi Chulo. Oh, that's a good flash out to Papi Chulo. Pero Gian Sanity will gonna fall down to the hands of Papi Chulo. But Jin, with a big trade-off. Parang sinasabi nila, pare, I got you, bro. Diba? Sige lang. Body system lang.
Bez, ito yung trade-off na hinahanap nila kanina pa. And the thing is, nagpalit na kasi ng side eh. Nag-swap na. Kaya dito, mas pwedeng magsama-sama ang AEP. At nakakatakot yan for the side of SBE kasi nakita mo naman yung movements ng AEP. Everyone's moving so fast. Even a Killjoy, even a Sentinel in the hands of Ching moves around the entire map so fast na hindi nakaka-react na mabilis ang SBE. That can also be an issue in the future, lalo na kapag nakabili na rito or nagkaroon na tayo ng matitinong buy round. May Steamy ni Brimi pa, Sir Jam! Getting that first pick-off. Meron dito nga concuss na manggagaling kay Pro. Madedelay na kaunti ang mga players ng AEP, pero tuloy-tuloy pa rin to. Wala kaming pake sa nararamdaman nyo. Ja securing another kill. Gian Sanity securing the second kill as well. 3 versus 3 situation. Flippy secures 1. Ryu with the trade-off. Dalawa pa rin. Laban sa dalawa. Eco to para sa SBE. Kaya magandang pangitain for them. Hindi pa napaplanta ang spike. Kaya naman si Ryu tamang top na. 1v2 ang mangyayari ngayon dito. Ngayon na-plant na ang spike. This is SBE. Papi Chulo going in. Not securing any shots in and not securing any kill. Making this a 6-8.
Partner, grabe. I mean, yun na nga rin yung problema nila. Isipin mo, the aggression of that Jet, the aggression of that Neon, plus yung Beyblade ni Brimstone dito. It's gonna be so hard for you to react. Ang gagawin lang nila dito is literal na rush A. Ganyan yung strategy nila dito sa playoffs, mga kaibigan. Rush A tsaka rush B. Kasi if ever magpapagal sila, dun sila mahuhuli. Kasi si Jin, I mean, hindi naman makakapag-react agad yan eh. Kasi hindi naman siya katulad ng Jin. Eh, uulit-ulit nila, diba? Pero ngayon, stack A tayo pare. Pero Aziz with a big kill right now, we're gonna take down 2. Pero Aziz, trying to take down all these plays. Pero yung alam na flash na isa. Pero tama, mambautan din talaga. Pero yung alam Ja, all these plays, all these trade off. Aziz got this 3 already. Ja with another one right now. And Ja with a big 2K. Ja 2 ang nangyari doon. 6-9 is the score. Nice! Pero partner, yun ang talaga yung ginawa dito ng ng SBE rather. They know na baka gawin ulit ng AEP ang rush A. So ang ginawa nila, sige pre, let's fortify A main. Let's all take this down. And syempre, meron naman tayong Vandal, di ba? So makaka-react agad tayo dito. Walang nagawa ang AEP dun sa rush na ginawa nila eh. Kitang-kita sila, basang-basa ang AEP dun sa round na yun. Ito, uulitin-ulit ata nila eh.
Nag-assist sila dun, sir eh. Ito na nga si Jin, tuloy-tuloy na pasok lang para sa kanila. Ulit na naman. Talagang you never learn from your mistake. But this time around, yung mga players ng SBE is definitely on site instead of A main. May aftershock pero hindi naman magko-connect sa kahit kanino. Even with the molly, there is no one here yet on site. Nagamit na yung ibang mga utilities and maybe ito yung plano ng AEP. Pero si Aziz, hindi niya na kailangan makita para makapatay. Neon versus Neon, no? Oh, katahimikan, kasi masyado mabilis eh. Ito, babagalan muna natin.
Kalma lang, para syempre kailangan magpahinga ng mga casters eh. Baka kaya talagang bumaba kasi pero ngayon
Baka naman!
Pero nga si Pro nakakita na isa pero Pro we're gonna fall down in the hands of all these players din talaga. Pero pushing it out 3v3. Medyo problema to partner kasi Ari Rayo at si Chris medyo mababa ng HP. So if ever papasok sila, Diyos ko po baka sila pa yung unang mamatay dito. Pero 40 seconds and they need to go in already. Aziz, hindi pa rin siya umaalis sa position niya. Kompleto sa Ricardo's pa ang kanyang mga utilities so pwede talaga siya makabaw dito kahit paano. Pero si Papi Chulo at si Jam medyo malayo sa old spine. Pero makakabaw naman talaga yan. Pero nga lang Aziz, nakakita na isang ride na pero nga lang last go will be in his favor.
30 seconds left.
Let's see if ever makakasya dito. Pero nga lang 3 bullets in. Alam na mag-reload. Alam niya kung nasa yung isa pero wala siyang alam. Alam niya na kung nasa yung dalawa mga kaibigan. Alam niya. Pero nga lang Papi Chulo with all these swings on hand. We're gonna take down these players. 6-10. SBE mga kaibigan. First team to go na double-digit point dito sa game na to, knowing, partner, na elimination na tayo.
Totoo, elimination match na to guys. So kung sino matalo sa series na to, magba-bye-bye. Pagdating dito sa VCT Stage, mapapasabi na lang sila ng Oasis, parang killjoy lang. Pero itong positioning ni Aziz kanina, mainit si Aziz ngayon para sa matchup natin. Sipin nyo, those multi-kills that he keeps on getting here on A main. And he's just been pretty consistent all throughout the rounds na nakikita natin. Punished na naman ang players ng AEP. They are on an eco disadvantage. Kaya naman maghahanap sila ng pick-off dito. Dahan-dahanin ang mga players ng SBE. Si Ja, hindi nagpapatinag. Mukhang gusto niya pa atang silipin. Meron din siyang ready makipag-trade off dyan, which is gonna be Papi Chulo on the other corner. And he gets the kill. Ganun lang. Sasaikohin mo lang. Bait and switch.
Psycho Melendez mga kaibigan pero meron tayo sa mataas pero wala Aziz! We're gonna get that kill dito kay Jen! Sana si Jack makakisa pa ata dito kay Jen! Oh, Yuri, we're gonna fall down into Papi Chulo SBE! This is the map that they picked! So kailangan talaga nila manalo dito. Siyempre partner, hindi ka naman pipili ng isang bagay na hindi ka sure. Siyempre, pag pipili ka, dapat yun na. Alam mo na G na, di ba? Yung pwede mo nang ipakilala sa pamilya.
Oh, umabot dun.
Ay, sorry.
Masyadong malayo yun Pero umabot naman. 11-6 nga ang score natin dito. Parang nagsimula tayo ng 5 minutes ago. Ngayon, nandito na tayo. Mga kababayan natin dyan. Actually
5 minutes ago?
Hindi naman 5 minutes. Pero ito, new round na naman para sa kanila, Vil Kasi mainit tong dalawang teams na to Buy round na nila. Si Aziz kung kanina sa site lang pumapwesto, ngayon naka-forward sa may dish.
Oo nga, medyo aggressive siya ngayon. Siyempre, kailangan na talaga niyang mag-ikot-ikot at makakita dito ng mga players. If ever talaga makakita siya sa one-on-one. Pero yun nga lang, Diyos ko po, napakaganda ng fourth line, sumama pa. Dito kay Aziz, but still, at least straight off lang dito talaga nangyari dito. Pero Jin, mapped out. Pero papapansin mo partner, napakadaming ecoms ang meron dito sa may A literal na ginagawa mo dyan, umalis kayo dito. Pero all the players from SBE right now is coming in from here. Dito sa may drop, pero just po nagkalampagan ng papagitan. Pero dito kay Kayo, napakadaming utilities dito, napakadaming ultimates na lumalabas dito sa map na to. 3v3 onto this game. Gian Santi being suppressed. Ja on the outskirts of the map right now. Pero alam mo, pero si Pro, nag-flash tayo, nakapatay pa. And Ja, we're gonna get that 2K! SBE is on a match point already! What a perfect retake again na ginawa ng SBE dito. Isipin mo partner, nag-flash na si Pro, nakaisa pa!
Tumahiming kasi yung flash na meron siya, pero actually kung nag-connect agad yung shots na yon into a headshot, at napatay agad si Pro. Hindi na nga aabot yung flash na yun medyo malayo, pero umabot pa rin. Nag-timing lang talaga. Match point na nga for SBE side. Fast lang ang sabi dito para sa SBE game. Mukhang may mga date ang mga tropa natin dito. Mukhang kakain ata sa labas at may lakad.
Oh, man. Kasi mamaya magkikita rin naman yan. Siyempre, ang AP, lagi nagsasamgyup yan. Di ba? Ang SBE,
Ay, oo.
laging natutulog yan. Siyempre, kailangan nilang
Nagpapalaki sila eh.
Pero gano'n, Aziz! Lukasan ko po, dire-diretso! My God! Aziz, dire-diretso! Dito ko pinili. Pero nga lang, meron tayo sa may likod mo. Chris Powell, gonna take you down. Ja as well. Pero may tour de force sa dito. Pero nga lang, meron tao dito sa may towers. Dalawa sila nandun. Yan, San, catching one kill. Pero nga lang, what a perfect flash! Na ginagawa nila ngayon. Pero po siya kita 1v2. Chris Brown ng Pinas. Mag-isa na lang dito. Pero it's just sila medyo malayo ata. Puro. Orbital strike. Oh, yun nga! Grabe yung timing niya dito!
Chris Brown! Ano ba naman yan?
Hindi nagkatamaan. Alam sila may lafi na cracker rider pero meron siyang orbital strike na pwedeng isagot sa mga ginagawa sa kanya. Pero Diyos ko, alam nila kung nasa si Chris Brown ngayon. Pero flippy o on the red corner. Pero nakatingin ngayon si Ja. Ano ang gagawin mo, Ja, baby boy? Pero magkakaroon siya!
Defenders,
we're gonna get that kill! We're gonna end that series! Not series, but match with a 1-0 score!
Sa sobrang bilis, akala ni Vil, tapos na yung series, guys. Ganon kabilis maglaro ang SBE versus AEP, ladies and gents. Kung kahapon, kalaban nila ang Team Secret, tumagal ng medyo mas matagal kaysa dito. This time around, kung kailan kalaban mo is a very, very fast-paced kind of team like AEP. Kailangan mo talagang sabayan yung pacing na yan, lalo na yung mga flank kanina. Vil, isipin mo, kung hindi ganun kabilis maglaro ang SBE, yung mga flanks na meron dito from Jin and Gian Sanity, aabot at aabot, malalagot sila. Kaya napakagandang momentum shift na meron tayo dito. SBE side talagang tinuloy-tuloy nila yung paghawak ng momentum.
Yes, that's true. Kasi isipin mo, partner, parang 2 beses lang ata nanalo ang AEP dito sa second half. Yes, tama ba? Oo, tama. Tapos, partner, yung panalo nila yun, yung panalo ng AEP na yun yung nag-rush sila sa A. Nung nakahanap na ng sagot ng SBE, hindi na alam ng AEP kung paano nila ika-counter yung ginagawa sa kanila ng SBE ngayon.
Kasi ang problema rin kasi doon, if you move too fast, especially for a team like composition na meron tayo here, like AEP, kapag gumalaw ka na masyadong mabilis, hindi makakasabay yung ibang mga membro ng mga teams na meron ka. Lalo na si Ching dito, nag-aabang lang din ng flank. So, itong mga players na to, like for example, Jin, Gian, Ryu, Ryu, magkakasabayan lagi because they need the concuss to actually make a play happen. Lalo na dun sa bilis na kayang i-provide ni Jin na meron tayo. On another note, si Chrism, kaya lagi siyang naiiwan dito on the post-plant situation or even on the defense na nag-iisa na lang siya against everyone else from SBE side. Kasi siya yung nagsiset ng mga smoke, hindi siya pwedeng mamatay agad-agad just to cancel out. The thing is, alam niya yung mga positioning ng mga teams na to, yung mga players na to masyado lang late yung mga ikot na.
Talaga sobrang lash talaga yung mga pinapakita ng dito. Pero nga lang sa SBE mga kaibigan, at least they know on how to stop the aggression ang ginagawa dito ng AEP. Counter-aggression kumbaga. And ang ginagawa nito ng SB, I mean, yes, sobrang aggressive ng AEP. So, syempre, kailangan natin tapatan yung ginagawa nyo. Tulad ng ginawa ni Aziz kanina, nagulat na lang tayo. Diyos ko, dire-diretso siya. Papasok dito sa may B. Sa outer B. Diba?
Mainit din talaga si Aziz. Sa totoo lang, kung tutuusin, kung hindi rin makakasagot pagdating sa aim duel tong players ng SBE, malalagot at malalagot sila kung paano umentry tong AEP. But, Ja, Aziz, pati yung ibang mga members, lahat sila kayang palagan yung aim duels na yan. Kaya rin naman na nagtuloy-tuloy na lang talaga, especially on the defense itself. And SBE, sila ang kumuha nitong first map na meron tayo, no? Meron pa namang second map, kaya sa mga nag-aabang dyan. And ito na, ang oras. Muntik na akong dumating ng Japan.
This is the map that they picked. So, syempre, talagang dapat magkaroon talaga sila dito ng konting bawi. Malamang, I mean, if ever you guys are being aggressive here on our map, we know how to stop that. We know how to counter that. And that is the thing that they did. Nanalo lang AAP dun sa first 2 rounds na sobrang na-aggressive sa A. Pero after that, after ng gun round, it's over. Dire-diretso talaga nakuha to ng SBE. Ladies and gentlemen, nakita natin yung game number 1, pero after the break, it's gonna be the game number 2 dito sa SBE versus AEP. Kami nga pala ang The Mods. See you later.
Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know? Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, 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 cause I'm mean. I just gotta go, go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the 1 in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. Flexing on, flexing on, yeah. Flexing on, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's effing from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pop.
Welcome back sa VCTPH. Nandito pa rin ang The Mods together with Pico na makakasama natin para ikasa ng ating pangalawang game na to sa unang series. Ang laki na niya, bes, no? Kung
Diba?
sa mga viewers
Diba,
na nanonood, kung naaalala nyo si Pico, guys, mula sa ibang stage na meron tayo, ito na siya ngayon. Malaki na siya. At kaya niya lang magsalita sa mic.
Ow! Ow!
Lumaki na pala si Pico.
Oo, may headset na eh, no?
Oo, may headset na eh. Kaya na
Talagang
magsalita sa mic, guys.
Oo nga eh. Rinig na rinig kita dito sa aking Asus ROG gaming headset. Fully paid, ladies and gentlemen.
Kung mapapansin nyo eh, nag-iba na kami ng damit, no? Kasi mainit yung laban kanina. Yung aircon namin eh, nakabukas pero parang hindi.
Literal na nakatapat na sa akin yung aircon.
Ayun, mainit eh. Hindi ko alam, napakainit. Mainit yung araw natin, guys. Ganun talaga kasi mainit din ang laban natin, no? Laglagan portion na nga dito sa ating stage dahil AEP nasa bingit na sila ngayon ng pagkakalaglag o pagkahulog dito sa group stage or sa playoffs natin, Vil. Kasi isang talo na lang, literal, isang mapa na lang, mapapatalsik na sila ng SBE in the lower bracket.
Sa sobrang init, nakalabas na yung dila ni Pico.
Oh.
Pero yeah, we've seen it already sa game na to, sa game number 1, pero hopefully makabawi ang AAP sa game number 2 kasi yun nga magiging pinakamalaking problema. Kasi nga, elimination na to. The loser will be eliminated dito sa VCT Playoffs. Pero going here sa playoffs, mga kaibigan, is good already. Kasi, ito yung mga teams nandito sa playoffs, mga kaibigan, this is the top 6 teams ng buong Pilipinas. Ito yung pinakamagaling na team sa buong Pilipinas. Pero syempre, there can only be one. Uulitin ko, hanggat hindi pa natatapos ang stage 2, it's still SBE ang pinakamalakas pa rin sa buong Pilipinas, mga kaibigan. Hindi pa rin nagbabago yun. Malalaman lang natin yun if ever tapos na ang stage 2, kung sino na ba ang top 1 or meron bang makakabawi or whatsoever. But still, dito sa game number 2, sana AAP talaga makukuha na to. Siguro, game number 3 would be possible. Pero wala knowing SBE as a team, ever since back then, sa mga kabilang bang ukusan pa, literal na talagang lumakit ang trip nila.
Yun, dun sila nagsashine pagdating sa lower bracket na meron tayo. And now that they are in the lower bracket, nandoon yung pressure and they strive under great pressure. That is a team called SBE. And despite that, despite those pressures and everything else, pagdating din naman sa mga players na meron tayo in the hands of AEP, mainit din tong team na to, they're much so capable of doing what needs to be done para makuha yung mga rounds and yung games na meron sila. And aside from that as well, while we are waiting para sa ating susunod na matchup na magkakaroon tayo dito. Guys, by the way, para sa susunod, it's gonna be Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming para sa lahat ng VCT fans na meron tayo dyan at nanonood. At welcome back, Vil, all the way from Japan.
Oo lamig dito, arigato.
Arigato.
Arigato, Vilsan.
Vilsan. Wala nang sanity Vilsan lang. Vilsan, guys.
Vilsan, tapon, basura.
Vilsan punta, tapon basura.
Pero okay lang na mga dito sa Japan, ayun. Mga kami, saktong ramen lang
Masarap
naman.
yung food dyan.
Parang kisier nga ako. Pero, wala kung napapansin niyo ako ngayon na medyo hindi ako clear, okay lang kasi malabo rin naman yung nasa isip. So,
kung gaano kalabo yung nangyayari sa clash sa loob ng mga games natin, ganun din kalabo si Vin.
Sinatao ko na rin para syempre talaga makita natin yung mga ito pala yung itsura ko
may hawig ka pala kay Josh S, blurred na din sila kasi nasa Japan na rin Anyway, andito tayo ngayon for the second game. Ang magiging mapa natin kung kanina, naglaro tayo sa Fracture, napakabilis nung mapa na yan. This time around, for this matchup, it's gonna be Icebox. Ang pumili pala ng Fracture map natin, by the way, is SBE. So, Icebox yung mapa natin na susunod. That is picked by AEP, like I said. And of course, ito yung chance nila para makabangon muli, para makabawi ulit dito sa team against SBE para makapunta tayo ng game number 3. Ito yung mga magagandang game number 3 best Uy!
I'm home!
Welcome back to Philippines.
I'm home!
May chocolates ka ba?
Ano ba mga chocolates ka? Andyan yung maong ko na jacket, tapos yung mga gold chains ko dito.
Yung mga pabango.
Tapos yung pabango kong joban, mga ganun. alam mo yung titong OFW, ito na yun. Pero yun nga, sorry kung medyo shaky lang ng mga nangyayari. Pero syempre, we are actually finding ways, of course, to be okay, to be fine. And
to be okay.
Of course. Ako kasi hindi
para
ako okay.
Para maghanap lang
Ako kasi hindi ako okay.
Actually, ito na yung chance nyo guys na makahinga. Kasi mamaya mainit na naman Hindi na naman makakahinga yung mga Gulat sila, bigla tayong nawala sa comment section Nakita nyo yung laro, di ba? Game number 1 or round 1 pa lang na meron, mainit na. Ngayon, dito na tayo sa map 2, Icebox. Icebox.
Pero yeah, it's gonna be Icebox for sure. So apparently, this is gonna be Ja with that Jet. Oh no! Bis! Ito
bakit?
Sabihin ko lang. Sobrang ay hindi. Hindi ako. Hindi siya mag-jet. Okay. No duelist setup for the side of SBE. Alright, pero dito ngayon sa AEP mga kaibigan, double duelist Gian, Sanity, and Jin with a Jet and Reyna. I was about to say na dito sa SBE, pag Icebox, laging nagja-jet si Ja di ba?
Oo.
Pero,
Ngayon, hindi.
Chamber na.
Walang duelist, no?
It's fine. Kasi, meron din namang mobility si Ja Meron naman siyang mobility with a chamber because
Yung
of the
rendezvous.
Yeah? So talagang
Exactly.
makakabawi talaga siya kahit papano. And syempre, we all know, pag si Ja, pag hawak na niya ang mahaba-habang operator, my God, alam na natin na 2 to 3 kills talaga ang mangyayari dyan for sure per round.
And he's been more comfortable using this agent nowadays. Lalo na sa mga matches na nakita natin here in the group stage pa lang up to the playoffs. Slowly but surely nagbabago yung mga styles din ng mga teams na meron tayo. And it's not the first time na nakita natin ang Icebox without a duelist composition. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Kaya risky plays and big risk, big reward din naman ang meron dyan pagdating sa mga ganyan. At yun nga yung kukunin nila. Instead of a jet, it's gonna be a chamber instead. The mobility of using the rendezvous is definitely there. Lalo na dun sa mga maagang pick-offs. Lalo na kung mabilis kang pumindot ng letter E pagtapos mo makakuha ng shots in. And this can change how SBE plays. Kasi kapag nasa attacker sila, they don't have that explosiveness on site na kayang ibigay ng isang jet, for example, especially with the smoke and dash-ins.
Gano'n pa sila magiging ka-explosive dito, partner? There's a lot of things I can consider.
Hindi ka slow plays meron
Yeah,
para sa
we can
game
say
na to.
that. Yeah, for sure. Pero a big shoutout na ulit kay 02, kay Shane. Partner, matagal na natin kinakas yan sa mga iba't ibang bangbang pa. Si 02. Yan, kaya shoutout sa inyo, Tito. Mga kaedad niya to eh.
Nilaglag mo pa.
SBE. Joke lang. Pero nga, ito yung mga players ng AAP, mga kadeo pushing in already. Pero nga, magkikita ata sila. Pero hindi. Minayaan ng SBE na makakapag-push ang AAP dito sa A site. Pero Chris Brown ng Pinas, 3 ang nagpa-flank. Medyo mahirap to. Pero Chris Brown, wala siyang idea. At kung nasa mga ibang players ngayon ng SBE, pero that is Chris! Catching one! Chow another one right. Pero meron tayo sa may boiler. At Gian Santi nakakuha pa ng isa. Pushing it to a 3v2. Aziz and Ja all the way from the back sides of the map, mga kaibigan. Medyo mahirap to para maklatch nila to kasi they still have meron pang smoke. Okay, wala nang smoke dito si Kian Santos, so pwede sila makabawi kahit paano. Meron pang isang flash si Aziz, so pwede nang gamitin ng para syempre magkaroon pa sila ng enough advantage dito sa mga dito. Pero that is a big kill coming from Ja right now. Pero yung Shang will get a kill. 1v1 with a great one. Ja, low 1 HP, na half yung spike. Kailangan nila magkita, pero sabi ni Ja, sige press tayo na.
Oy! Ito na nga si Ja, namatay na rin siya, but it's already too late anyway. AEP sila na nga ang nakasecure netong first pistol round natin. And syempre, alam na natin ang kasunod niyan. Spectre game na ang meron ng AEP dito. Pero kung titignan natin at sisilipin, si Jin actually already buying Vandal here. So may hero buy na tayong nakikita agad-agad para sa AEP side. And gaya na sabi ko kanina, no, malakas kasi yung agent picks na meron tayo for SBE when it comes to the defense. I'm just way curious kung paano nila gagawin to in the offense itself. But this shouldn't be a problem when it comes to defense. Ang kaso nga lang talaga, paunahan na lang makapitas pagdating sa pistol round.
Paunahan din naman talaga. And syempre, if ever you're gonna get all these pistol rounds talaga, it will give you a lot of advantage. Pero that is Gian Sanity though! Muntik na makakuha ng dalawa, pero Aziz gonna break off angle kill. Jin, mga kaibigan, catching 4v2 situation. Aziz and Ja, si Aziz pwede siya makabawi, meron siya Spectre na nakuha. Pero Aziz, magpupush ba siya? He needs to be really careful as well kasi meron nagpapatay sa baba niya. But Jin with a swing, but Jin with a kill. Pero Aziz, the only man remaining for the side of SBE right now, he can actually push everyone dito sa side ng AEP, pero medyo delikado yun siya, pero dun siya sa may safer side. Pero Aziz, pero sa Chief kasi ang problema, nagbabantiran din siya and meron siyang bulldog dito, so mas delikado rin talaga. Pwede siyang ma-one tap nitong bulldog nito for sure. Pero sabi ng Aziz, oo, tama ka dun, Bill, sama yung sinabi mo. Pero Aziz, natamaan siya ng shock dart ngayon, pero is he gonna commit? Is he gonna push? Is he gonna kill these players dito sa side ng AEP? This medyo malabong mangyari yon kasi tamang trade-off ang pwedeng gawin dito ng AEP if ever. Pero Aziz, the position is now compromised and sige si Jin, press sa'yo na lang. It's fine.
Binigay na nga nila and this is still a 2-0. Isa lang yung naging casualty nila in that round. And that is a good sign coming in here sa ating pangalawang mapa na sila naman talaga ang pumili. So this is a comfort pick coming in from Alpha Esports. And everything works out so far in their hands. Pero nakita na natin to from that first game. Mabilis lang talaga magbago yung ihip ng hangin dito when it comes to the players itself. Makakuha lang, magkaroon lang ng kaunting shift sa momentum. Pwede mag-snowball yung mga teams na meron tayo dito, especially SBE. Now with another new round, the Insanity. This will slow them down a little bit more. Si Jan nag-aabang na rin sa gilid pero mas mabilis pumindot si Gian Sanity. Tamang pitik lang pagdating sa gatilyo and this is now an entry possible for AEP side with the Sova drone helping them out. This is tagging one player out. That is gonna be Flippy. Makakatawid naman sila here on the wall and maybe this is an unexpected turn from AEP side. But Aziz, alam niya mga galawan dito ng players ng AEP. May null or rather, meron pa siyang nade na pwedeng ibato to cancel out kung may magpa-plant man. Pero hindi aabot yan sa nagpa-plant mismo ng Spy. Merong nasa taas, that's Ryu receiving so much damage but Ching was able to secure the kill instead. At dito na nga rin, yung mga snake bite na nagmumula sa isang Viper. The spike is now planted in a 3v1 situation. Si Chris Brown na naman ang natitira. Going for the second kill, it's not gonna happen any longer. And 2-1 na nga.
Bes, ang ganda ng hold ni Micro dito because of the smoke na meron siya. Nakapatay pa siya with that snake bite. I mean, this is their free round though. I mean, not that free round, pero SBE, they have better firepower. Kaya talaga sila nakabawi dito. Pero yun nga lang, ang sabi ng AEP, sige pre, they have the better firepower. Pero syempre, ang kailangan sila talaga natin pawin is yung economy na meron tayo. Mas marami tayong pera kaya sa kanila. So, ngayon tayong round lumawi. So, tignan natin if ever magiging 3-1 ko or magiging 3 pa. Kasi yung ibang mga players dito ng AEP, I mean ng SBE for sure, talagang medyo kinukuha na ng pera. Look at that, that is a giant Micro with half HP. Half armors. Pero Gian San trying to be really aggressive right now. But John will also make deadly. Ja with a peek, not gonna kill anyone. But Michael gonna make 2K right now. And pushing it to a 5v2. Ryu and Chris M, the only man remaining for the side of AEP right now. And Chris Brown might actually take one. I mean, yes, because of the flank na ginagawa niya. Hindi ko yung mga players sa side ng SBE. Pero 1v4, Ja!
Si Ja lang to rumabaho nung orange, bes. Ang ganda ng hold ni Ja dito, specifically here around kitchen area, kung saan hindi talaga makapasok yung players ng AEP. Kung hinayaan niya na mapunish dito si Ja or namatay si Ja doon, there's still a possible take coming in from the side of AEP, but that's not gonna happen because obviously Ja was already prepared to make that pick-off. Ito yung una sa mga bago naging domino effect yung nangyari na yan. This hold is just phenomenal for the rest of the team as well. And moving forward, this is the safest area, safest bet ng SBE.
Lang kumbaga.
Fast lang.
Fast lang. Alam naman pag may ecoms, fast lang tayo, men. Kaya nga tayo may controller, di ba? Kaya nga may Viper, may Brimstone, may Astra, lahat na nagsismoke, fast lang din talaga. Pero, Flippy, 3 more ultimate ores para makakuha siya ng rest dito. Pero ang tanong, mahuhold ba niya itong A side? Kasi mukhang dito ata sa A talaga magpupush yung mga players dito ng AEP partner. Medyo nagbabadya ata Lalo na pag nag-pop off na si Jin dito with that Empress. Syempre meron pa siyang Deers para makabawi dito kahit papano. Let's see if ever talaga mangyayari yan. Knowing na wala na talagang smoke ngayon pero na silang pumasok. Nag-aantay na talaga sila dito na mawala yung smoke dito ni Viper para mas sobrang smooth na mag-entry nila dito sa circle. Pero nga lang, that is the Mega Empress na ginawa dito ni Jin Xiaomen. Pero mukhang di ata siya makakakita ng isa. Pero nasa yung mga players dito ng side ng SBE. Domingan Aziz will take down one already. Pero Aziz from the Raptors side. Pero makakuha ng dalawa ngayon. Ching Tagad, the only man remaining from the side of AEP, will gonna fall down into the hands of Ja.
Maganda sana yung entry ng AEP. Tahimik lang sila doon at napasok nila yung A-site, no? Pero mas prepared talaga ang SBE when it comes to the defense, Pagdating sa defensive position, kuha-kuha nila yung mga angles na kung saan nagtatago itong mga players ng AEP. Kung kanina, hindi gumana yung explosiveness pagdating sa entry. Ngayong slow play at tahimik ang lahat, hindi rin gumana. Ano pa ba ang factor in na pwedeng idagdag dito ng AEP side? Lalo na, eco disadvantage na naman sila ngayon. Tapos si Ja, nag-iipon ng pera yan. May operator na nga ulit aside from that, itong mga ibang players ng SBE, talagang limpak-limpak din pagdating sa salapi para sa kanilang mga rounds na pwedeng kuhanin. Tumama yung kill na yan, or rather, tumama yung shot with the Marshall, pero si Aziz pa rin ang makakakuha ng kill with a headshot using that Vandal. Pro, tamang Sova drone lang, baka sakaling makaspot ng tao here on mid. But there is no one there. Kaya naman na-adjust lang dito yung ibang mga players ng SBE. Pagdating sa repositioning, antayan lang ng mga angulo. The wall has been used by Flippy already just to cancel out the players ng AEP kung sakaling mag-push ng A site. Pero it seems like it's gonna be a big hit na magmumula on AEP. Dahil konti-konti gumagapang na nga sila dito sa B at makikita na nga sila ni Micro only getting that one kill instead of a burst down towards 3 players. Ngayon na meron na silang Vandal na pwedeng gamitin, pwede na sila makapag-entry na maayos-ayos kahit papano compared to a while ago. Ja waiting above and he gets the kill with the operator shot at magre-reposition na naman siya. Another one bites the dust for AEP side. This is Chrisim. Again and again, time and time again, siya na naman ang natitirang player at nag-iisa rito trying to salvage what's left for the side of AEP. He gets 1 kill. That is gonna be Pro. Tamang tap lang ng Spike para makita kung saan magagaling yung shots na yan. And this is gonna be another player down. Viper Spit online. And this is the plan of the Spike. 2v1 situation. Very much doable. Pero nasa gilid na nga niya si Ja. He goes down finally to secure the round for themselves. SBE, napakagandang depensa ang pinapakita.
Yeah. Sobrang solid talaga ng hold na ginagawa ni SBE dito, knowing na wala silang duelist partner. Talagang nakuha nila yung mga utilities na kailangan nila. Number 1, they have the 0 point. Number 2, they have the traps na meron si Ja. Number 3, they have the smokes ni Micro. They have the recon bolt of Pro. They have the Sage wall. So talagang kuhang-kuhan nila yung mga kailangan nila kasi partner alam naman nila to kasi beforehand they know kung saan yung side. So knowing na pinili ng AEP itong mapa na to, ang gagawin ng SBE, sila yung pipili ng side. So syempre kukunin nila yung alam nilang medyo lamang nila, which is ang defender.
True. At pero kung tutuusin ang ganda ng ginawa ni Chrisim din doon. Tapping the spike, getting info kung saan nanggagaling yung mga gunshots. Talagang salisin na lang ang nangyari because Ja was faster. Ito, Hunter's Fury, ang sagot ng AEP. Pero walang tinatamaan right now. Gian Sanity already dashing in. Dash in sa kamatayan. Yan ang ginawa niya. Micro shotting another player. That is gonna be Jin, but Ching the God, or rather Ryu Ryu around the corner and wrapping around. This is another shot in. Mula naman kay Ja, just using a headhunter for himself.
Plant the spike.
Dito na ngayon mga kaibigan na 2v2 on this game. Nagkakitaan na ata sila pero are you really ladies and gentlemen gonna plant the spike already? And this is the trade-off na kanila ng gawin. Ja with the peak! But Ja! Siya makakaisa kayo pero kasi pero nakakaisa talaga. So 1v2 on this game right now. Ja super low 1 HP si Cheng. Pwede niyang maano to ha? Mga-clutch to if ever. Ja! Ooh! Catching one already and Pro got an idea kung nasa pa ngayon si Cheng and will prevail onto that round. Will defuse the spike as well. SBE winning dito sa mapa na pinili ng kalaban nila.
Palaki yung gap na meron tayo pagdating sa score, no? 5-2 nga as of the moment. But if hindi nila mapipigilan kung paano talaga yung defensive positions dito ng SBE, magtutuloy-tuloy lang tong momentum na to for their side. Lalo na hindi pa rin nabibitawan ni Ja dito yung operator niya. Kahit matalo yun ng 2 rounds o 3, kaya pa rin nilang bumili. Hindi naman 3, no? Pero mga 1 o 2 rounds, kayang-kaya pa rin nilang bumili. At efas pa rin sila when it comes to the economy. On the side of AEP though, hirap na hirap sila dito. Dahil nga rin dun sa mga rounds na hindi nila makuha-kuha. Kaya laging may swap pagdating sa bili o sa buy rounds na meron sila. Now another round.
Yeah, that's true.
Operator na naman ni Ja ang mananaig dito kung sakasakali.
Uy! Yun na nga yung sinabi ko kanina, partner.
Aggressive no?
Knowing na pag meron talagang operator si Ja dito, kailangan talaga niya makabawi kahit paano kasi talagang every na meron talaga siya ng mga 3 to 4 kills talaga makukuha niya. Pero nga lang, really careful by that because Gian Sarte is going in already. Gian Sarte catching 1. Pero 4v4 on the game right now. Pero medyo masakit yan, Kuya Eddie, kasi just kung natutulong yan si Gian Sarte, but Jumble Sales gonna get that kill. Now this is gonna be the plant. This is gonna be the spike being planted by Ching. Pero nagla-plant na yung spike, pero ang problema nila is tatlo pa rin talaga yung kalaban nila. Chill na hard sa isa ngayon, pero kung nandiyan mga kaibigan mo, hindi ata magiging successful yung backpick sa kuya mo. Pero 2v3, Jinx
hindi
below
pa
1
tapos.
HP. Diyan na kaisa naman kung hindi tumatama ang operator ko. May headhunter naman ako. Pero 1v2, Oyo Rio will get a fall down into the hands of Micro 622. Grabe naman talaga si Ja. Hindi tumatama yung operator, pero okay lang yan. May headhunter naman ako, 100 kada putok.
The problem was, hindi ata na-disseminate yung info na nandun si Ja. Kasi kanina pa naman siya nandun eh. Naspata na siya ng ibang mga players ng AEP. But it seems like Micro, or rather Chrism, was walking around and not knowing where Ja was. Kaya naman napitas din siya with a headhunter. Eh yung kasunod dun, low on HP na rin naman yung close counter ni Ja. Ang ganda lang talaga ng pagkaka-hold ng sites dito. And it seems like SBE has a full handle on how they play out. Basang-basa kung paano sila maglaro.
Basang-basa na talaga. Parang sinasabi nila partner, parang I read you like a book. Ganun ang nangyari dito. Pero wala yun. I mean, napakaganda ng mga aggression na ginagawa din talaga ng AEP. Pero sobrang no-hold ng SBE ang side partner. Isipin mo, nag-push si Sanity. Pero dun sa eksaktong posisyon kung saan sa nag-dash, biglang merong nano-storm grenade dun. So paano ka makakabawi dun? Paano ka mabuhay dun? Isipin mo, nag-dash ka sa kamatayan.
Dash.
Sakit nun!
Yun nga eh, dash nga sa mukha yung nangyari eh. Dash in sa kamatayan eh. Yun yung problema talaga pag dating sa mga explosive gameplay. Kasi nga, pumapasok ka ng site nang wala kang information, either that o meron kang isa o dalawang players na alam mo kung saan pupwesto. Kaso nga lang, kung masyado ka mabilis compared to the other remaining teammates that you have, hindi talaga sila makaka-react ng ganun kabilis. Hindi sila makakuha ng trade-offs ng ganun kabilis. Unlike SBE, they're pretty much playing very much intact when it comes to the defense itself, na kapag hindi nila kaya, umaatras sila. Nakapitas ng isa kanina yung AEP, umatras lang din yung ibang members ng SBE to let them plant the spike at umabot sila doon sa 4-man retake.
Oh, flash! Ang ganda ng flash niya, pero muntik na makakita ngayon si Michael naman eh, no? I mean, sobrang on point talaga na pinapakita ng SBE. Parang ito talaga ang lower bracket kings kumbaga. Pero Aziz and Bro, catching you talaga naman, bro! Nakaisa pa! Chris Brown and Gian Sanity, the only man remaining for the side of AEP. Pero makakakuha ba sila ng matinding clutch dito? Kasi partner, uulitin ko, this is the last stage already. It's now or never. Dati, nung 2021, merong stage 3, pero ngayon, wala na. After this, Masters. After that, LCQ, yung last chance qualifiers. Then after that, men champions na.
Ang bilis lang, no? Ito na nga yung huling pahapyaw. So kung gusto nila makapasok at makakwalify towards APAC and Masters, this is exactly the chance and opportunity they're looking for. And speaking of opportunity, the opportunity to kill was in the hands of Gian Sanity. Si Ja, pinning down Ja is a big factor here in the team of SBE. Isa talaga siya sa mga pillar when it comes to the defense. Kaya naman itong 2v2 composition na to, very much doable on the side of AEP, lalo na post-plant na nila.
Yun talaga pinaka-antay dito mga kaibigan, lalo na pag-post-plant yun talaga. Pero let's see if ever talaga makakadalawa pa yung mga players ngayon ng AEP, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a tight one for the side of SBE for sure. Kasi if ever manalo dito ang AEP, baka ito na yung maging stepping stone nila para syempre mas makakuha pa ng mga enough rounds, enough kills, enough points. Kasi alam naman natin napaka-momentum based ng AEP ngayon. Pero Micro going down already. Pero Chris M, andito lang sa may yellow. Pero malalaman nila na meron tao dyan. Pero dito pa literal ng harap mo lang! Kaya sorry! That giant guy with a big 4K! At pwede pa maging 6'4", 6'5", or anything like that. Pero at the end of the day, walang pera ang AEP. Oo, nanalo sila. Pero ang panalo pa rin doon ay SBE. Kasi nga, allowed silang RF, dude, para Chong Orb. Shoo!
Time. Ang problema din nga nila dito, no? Gaya na sabi ko rin kanina from the 2 rounds ago, kahit nga matalo sa round ang SBE, may pambili at may pambili pa rin yung mga yan. So there's still no disadvantage. Nagkamali lang talaga when it comes to execution. And I think for AEP side, isa sa factor to consider on shutting down here, first of all, is Ja. Yun na yun. Yun na yung last din. Si Ja.
Yeah.
Patay na naman eh. Nakaisa na naman siya. Si Ario Rio napitas. Wala na namang bantay sa flank.
Feeling ko, napakalakas ng operator ni Ja talaga. Wala, top tier talaga dito sa buong dito sa buong region natin. Pero nga lang, Chicken Tagal, when they make wallbang right now, we're gonna take down Micro. Wala na silang smoker ngayon. So, paano ang gagawin nila? Pero, Gian Sanity, pushing in already. Pero let's see if ever meron pa siya makikita ngayon dito sa may likod. Pero meron ata. Meron si Jam. Oh, meron. Para syempre talaga makuha siya. Pero Cheng! Wala make long cut off. Pinatay agad si Aziz right now. Check with a 3K already. Flippy, the only man remaining. Pro, patulong pre. 2v2 to. Pero dalawang tao ngayon dito sa may snowman. Pero Flippy and Pro will still get that kill.
Panalo talaga sila pagdating sa aim duel.
Sobrang worth it nung binuhay ni Flippy si Pro. Pre, hoy tanda, gising!
Binuhay yung patay eh.
Oo.
Kailangan namin ng discount card mo bago kami makakain sa Jollibee, sir.
Tatang Pro! Tatang Pro mga kaibigan.
Dating batang Pro. Ngayon, Tatang Pro na. Oo guys, kita nyo naman. Ang gandang hold talaga meron talaga ang SB dito. Kasi kung sakasakali, pagdating sa aim duel, kumpleto din sila eh. Ang lakas din nila pagdating sa aim duel ng malayuan. And especially with another operator, round and round, time and time again. Si Ja, operator na naman ang puhunan. At nasa-shutdown ng AEP for the past 2 rounds. Ang kaso nga lang, nakakasagot pa rin talaga ang SB. Hindi lang naman kasi si Ja ang tumatrabaho.
Si Ja, Uy, Diyos ko po! Uy! What?
Biglang bumagsak yung dalawa sa boiler! Namatay bigla!
Biglang nawala! Biglang bumulagta eh!
Deleted!
Pero mga tatatlo pa ata! Talagang tinatagal talaga yung mga tinidor.
Yung knives yun, guys. Yung knives yun.
Oo nga, yun ang knives. Pero nga lang, Micro, mga kaibigan dito lang. Aziz catching one all over. Ginagawa mo dyan. Catching one rather. Pushing ito at 2v2. Are you Rio and Chris M? Sila lang natitira dito sa AEP. Pero hindi nila alam kung nasa ba ngayon ng SBE. A minute left in the clock right now. That's when we're gonna be really successful. We're gonna catch one. Meron pang isa. Buhay pa si Aziz, mga kaibigan. Kompletos, Ricardo's pa siya sa mga utilities ngayon. So paano siya bumawi kahit papano. May ultimate pa. Pero saan ba siya dadaan? Okay, orange it is. Pero 0 point na ibabato ngayon. Pero kung napapansin mo, halos mapapalit talaga siyang bawas
Uy,
dito sa
nagkamali
side.
ata. Dapat ata sa yellow babato yun, sir.
Men, nagkamali yun for sure. Pero nga lang Aziz pushing in.
Alam niya na.
Alam niya na kung nasa sino isa. Pero Aziz, with that swing, sino makakuha ng kill ngayon. Pero yun nga lang tama, nag-crossfire sa Valorant. Si Chris tsaka si Aryu.
Wala siyang magagawa doon. Kailangan niya talagang i-push yun kung sakasakali. Kasi he needs to clear out that angles before he can actually defuse the spike. Wala naman siyang ibang utility para matago yung sarili niya during that time eh. And tumatakbo din yung oras, no? So it was given to AEP. Pero, na one-hit delete yung dalawa sa boiler doon. Kaya nakakuha ng magandang opening dito yung AEP all because of Gian Sanity's knives.
Biglang bumulagta, kitang-kita natin, andun pa si Ja, andun pa yung isa, biglang nawala, ay nabura eh. Pero,
ganun lang yung narinig natin eh, nawala bigla.
Biglang umuna sa katawan niya sila, sila Naruto, saka sila Sakura eh. Pero,
ito, harap-harapan no?
Harap-harapan for the first, pero Jane! Ang ginagawa mo dyan, Balbon! Pero eto na, ang long katog na meron si Pro, mainit-init na long katog, bigay ng kuya mo. 4v3 on to this game right now. Makakapag-push ba AEP? Mapipigil pa ba ng SB ang mag-push dito ng AEP? Pero eto na ngayon, tamang trade na nangyayari ngayon dito sa may mga kaibigan. Pero eto na si Pro, all the way to the reference side. May limit rin talaga. Pero, we're not gonna be able to take down these players dito sa ng AEP. Pero, ang sabi ni Chris dito, pre, ipapatok na itong Viper Spit na to. Para syempre magkaroon pa tayo ng advantage para makuha natin itong round na to. Kasi either way, last round na rin naman to ng first half.
True.
So, Micro, makakapag-ROG ba? ROG clutch ba siya or hindi?
May Viper Spit din siyang pwedeng gamitin dito kung sakali, no? He can counter out the Viper Spit, but this is the first kill already. Snakebite out para sa kanya. The toxic screen already down as well. Meron pa siyang isang snakebite na pwedeng gamitin. Time is ticking and this is Jin securing the kill. Alam mo, may isang loophole dito na hindi napansin ng SBE. Sa totoo lang. 7-5 yung score natin despite the disadvantage a while ago, by the way, para sa first half natin. Pero gusto ko balikan, may isang loophole dito na hindi nagamit ng SBE. Kung mapapansin mo, Bill, si Aryu Ryu ang killjoy nila dito. Time and time, round and round, laging napipita si Aryu Ryu. Pero never tayong nakakita ng flank na nagmula sa SBE. So, instead, they still manage to just take on sites just the normal and usual way kung saan sa mga default sila pumapasok at pumupwesto. Pero walang nagpa-flank at all. And I feel like kapag may nag-flank, malaking loophole yon for AEP side sana.
Oo, sana dun sa first
Pero
half, 'di ba?
tapos
Dun
na
sa first half. Pero tapos na eh, no?
Bakit pa
So,
pag-aawayan? Move on na.
mag-move on ka na. Hindi pong ang dami naman diyang iba.
Pipilit ka pa.
Oo,
Diba?
nagsistay ka pa rin sa kanya. Ano yan? Sasabihin mo, masakit? Labo mo eh. No?
Hindi mo maintindihan eh, no? Guys.
Pero, partner, sorry, pero medyo mahirap sa side ng SBE. Kasi wala silang duelist ha. Sino ang papasok
Yun
sa kanila?
na.
Pwedeng si Aziz, pwedeng si Ja. Si Aziz most likely siya. Siya yung initiator, siya yung may flash eh, no? So ibig sabihin, maglilin sila dito kay Aziz para makapasok. Pero for sure, ang gagawin nila, kailangan nila magsama-sama, partner. Kasi pag hiwa-hiwalay sila, mas mahirap lang din talaga dito maka-entry, knowing na napakadaming duels ang AEP, knowing na meron pa silang killjoy dito na that can mess up with everything na nasa utak ng SBE. Well, for the side of AEP rather, they know na sila yung pumili ng mapa na to, and they know it already. They had an idea na SBE ang pipiliin nila defender. Pero ngayon na sila na yung defender, malay mo makabawi na talaga ang AEP dito. Malay mo lang, di ba?
You never know. Kahit possibility pagdating dito sa VCT stage. Saka kung mapapansin mo, si Ching pala yung Sova natin ngayon. Si Aryo Ryu. Nagpalit sila. Nag-swap sila ng roles dito eh. Si Aryo Ryu ngayon ang nasa Killjoy. And unfortunately, it's not quite effective right now for the team of AEP. Not only when it comes to the kills, but like I said a while ago, kung nahanap ng SBE yung loophole when it comes to flanks, malaking bagay yon for them. Buti na lang hindi. Kaya 7-5 ang score natin. At ngayon, pistol round na ulit tayo. Dito maghahanap ng momentum ang parehas na team natin.
Oo. Pero tignan natin ngayon mga kaibigan, medyo ang SBE playing close already. Pero Aziz and Showman with all these 0 points, pero wala silang idea ito na meron tao sa may likod. Diyos ko po, double pag nagagawa ng Johnny Gian sa harap ng Gien. Catching one ulit si Aziz, nasa labas natin sa naman si Chris M. Diyos ko po, napakadami natin, pero clear out lang din talaga. And siya, nakikita dito mga kaibigan, tatlo ang kalaban niya. Literal, na lahat nag-flank.
Literal, 5-man flank yung nais dito eh. Yan yung wala kanina sa SBE.
Partner! May nag-chat!
Ano sabi?
Saya naman ang caster pag nanalo AEP, ha. Hoy! Nurse! Gising na siya!
Nurse, gising na siya, guys. Meron na namang tumatawag ng bias. Kalahin mo yun, ang tagal natin walang tumawag ng bias sa atin dito
Ito si Baby Girl, nakikipagbardagulan na naman. Nakikipagbardagulan na naman si Baby Girl.
Wala naman kami makukuha kung sino manalo dito, guys eh. Alam nyo ba, nililibre kami niyan sa pagkain? Hindi rin naman.
Isipin mo, Team Secret ka, ilang beses ko nang hinahype pero wala pa rin.
Si Yam Yam, matagal na nga
Kahit face mask wala. Mauuna pa atang mawala yung face mask sa Pilipinas eh.
Tapos na ang COVID. Wala ba ng time face mask?
Oo nga eh. Kaya yam-yam nga.
Wala kaming nakukuha dito, guys. Sa tingin nyo, may TF kami pag nagkakas kami? Wala!
Literal na 10 taon na yung pizza ko kay yam-yam hanggang ngayon, wala pa rin.
Kaya wala kami pakialam kung sino manalo dito. Basta ang importante, gawin nila ang nararapat para sa teams na meron sila. Sila naman yung nanalo eh. Hindi mo kami. Gian Sanity, securing that second kill already. Pangatlo, sana pero sa kanila. Pero si Micro ang umubos just using a classic itself. But Crescent to shut him down. 7-7 ang ating score. Lucky 7 ang meron tayo dito.
Lucky 7 indeed. Pero SB and AEP medyo tikit ang laban ngayon. Well, alam naman to ng AEP na syempre sila ang pumili ng mapa na to. So syempre kailangan talaga nilang manalo dito. And hindi naman pa kailangan, pero syempre meron silang advantage sure. Kaya sinabi ko kanina, hindi ka pipili ng isang bagay na hindi ka sure. Pero at least dito ngayon sa side ng SB pwede sila makabawi with all these firepowers on hand. We have the Vandal, pero ang AEP alam naman nila na kailangan nilang labanan to na medyo malapit. Especially naman ang gamit nila. Pero bro, easy mo talaga to with a big recall, pero again, starting with a push right now, we're gonna take down one. Pero siya, with a big trade-off right now, pero nga si Aryo Rio. Let's see if ever makakakuha siya ng isa dito kasi medyo siya talaga nagbabantay dito sa B. And so stack B, yes, pero nasa ibang mga players, nasa mid, and nasa boiler, nandito lang sa may A, pero nag-aantay lang sila ng perfect situation perfect sound cue before sila mag full on rotate dito kasi kahit anong mangyari hanggat hindi pa na ma-plant yung spike, baka syempre meron pa rin talaga posibilidad na pumunta sila sa A. Pero they know it already. Aldron will be placed. Pero ito rin talaga yung wall. Pero meron
Antayin pa nila yan.
Napakaganda naman talaga ng Narisam Grenade dito na sa
Delay
side
lang
ng AAP para syempre ma-delay pa yung pag-plant dito ni Flippy. Pero ito rin yung rotation na ito yung push nila. And for the side of AAP, this is gonna be a tough one for sure because of the battles na meron dito ng SBE. Pero ito na, Chris M with all these skills right now, jump the kill. Ganun talaga ng isa.
Hindi makagalaw si Bro.
Right now, Bro!
Siya pa rin nakapatay doon.
Nakakuha pa ng isa. Pero, Cheng Dagan, 1v3 onto this game. And Bro, we're gonna shut you down with 8 HP left.
That is exactly the entry that we are looking after. Kung hindi sila lalaban ng explosiveness, lalaban sila when it comes to the aim duels and jiggle picks na kaya nilang gawin dito. Si Kuya Mo Pro, after ng round na yun, napakanta na lang ng touch by touch eh. Ayun no? Hindi siya pangalis sa pwesto na yun dahil may mga utilities na lumalabas and also natatamaan siya. Kaya na-stuck siya sa posisyon and despite even being stuck in that positioning, nakakuha pa rin siya ng kill. He was still expecting that person from yellow to actually hop out. Another one round for them. 8-7 ang meron tayo. Pantay na pantay pa rin ang laban. Dito na mananaig. Dito na malalaman kung sino nga ba ang matatanggal when it comes to VCTPH. Ikaw eh.
Ano ang mangyayari dito sa mga teams na to if ever talaga nakakuha po sila ng mga early pick-ups if ever. Medyo mahirap lang din talaga pero syempre wala tayong choice. Hindi kailangan natin gawin lahat ng mga kaya natin ngayon. Pero dito ngayon sa A mga kaibigan, napakadaming utilities na pumapasok. Pero nga ng Gian Sante, binuoga yung ulo ni Micro. Pero meron pa naman silang flash ngayon. Pero Pro catching one as well. That turn will gonna be
right here.
Denied for the side of SBE. Pero Pro just waiting on that corner kasi nandun pa si Gian Sanity. Pero 4v3 onto this game. The clock, hindi pa rin talaga nila napaplat ngayon. Pero arguably with the compromise right now. But Aziz with a big swing. Catching one already. Meron tao dito sa may labas. Pero Aziz gonna push it already. Cheng will gonna fall down. Pero Gian Sanity getting that Vandal on hand. 1v4 winnable. Oo, pwede. So tingnan natin makakita.
Ay nga po.
Aziz ko po. Ang ganda nung ginawa nila. Isipin mo partner, nag-ingay si Jack. So anong gagawin ng Gian Sanity? Siyempre mag-react siya, titignan niya. And at the same time, nag-swing si Aziz.
Ang galing ng bait and switch talaga pagdating sa SBE side. Ang puhunan nila dito, hindi yung explosiveness at bilis na kaya ng AEP eh. Ang puhunan talaga nila dito is winning those aim duels that is very essential for the rest of the team. At napakagandang rendezvous just to actually give Giansanity ang nangyari sa kanya doon kasi biglang nagtipi sa tabi niya eh. Ito, bagong round na naman. Buy round na run para sa dalawang teams na meron tayo at alam na natin, paggipit sa patalim kumakapit. That is Gian Sanity with the Blade Storm kung sakasakali man. But there is no one actually to spot on mid. Dahan-dahanan na naman ng SBE itong B main. Kaya naman itong flank kailangan mabantayan na maayos.
Pero
dito mama, wala na siyang baril.
Nagkatakaan yung mga players natin dito pero syempre as long as hindi naman tapos ng round ito kayang-kaya pa rin naman talaga pero ito na talaga yung mga utilities and syempre yung mga ultimates na nilalabas ngayon ng SBE mga kaibigan para magkaroon sila ng konting value dito if ever and now Flip yung gonna plant the spike already pero siya tamang wallbang lang din para syempre makakuha siya ng mga early pickoffs, early damages dito sa side ng AAP right now pero paano ang gagawin dito ng AAP para syempre mabawi nila itong spot na to. Uunahan muna ng Lear pero kung napapansin mo medyo masakit ata na ang napapansin ni Aziz again because of the snake na meron sila pero meron pa rin talagang fire perspective for them to get this spike na diffuse pero napakaganda sinagasaan literal ng AEP ang SB mga kaibigan. Diyos ko, sinagasaan ng AEP. Oo, nakapag-entry kayo pero kami babawi kami. Isa-isa namin kayong kukunin. Yan ang sabi ng Alpha.
Hindi pa tapos ang laban. Kami ang pumili ng mapa na yun. Ayan na din ang sabi nila dito. Kaya naman when it comes to AEP side, in terms of defense, kahit pa paano nakakabawi na rin si Aryo Rio, no? Especially with those frags na nakukuha niya from a while ago. Pa isa-isa, pa dalawa-dalawa, but you know what? Better than nothing. Yan ang meron ngayon for Aryo Rio. Kasi kanina, before tayo mag-swap ng sides, hirap talaga siya actually in even getting those aim duels correctly. But this time around, maybe the switch helped him out, and here on the defense, mas komportable siya dito. Jin, very aggressive play style right now, waiting around the orb area. The snipe will actually suppress him, kaya mapapa-atras siya, hindi ka makakapag-dismiss dyan.
Malalaman natin ngayon kung makakabawi pa din talaga ang AEP. Kung kaya nilang i-close ng 9-9 itong score na to, nagkalabasan na nga ng utilities pero wala naman sila magkakakitaan dyan. Trying to be really aggressive right now pero Ja waiting patiently if ever meron ba dito kaakit na isa. Pero flash onto A, pero where's the follow-up? Kailangan siyempre nila ng follow-up bago nila magbato ng mga utilities ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, ito na ata yung inaantay natin ang end of the pwede gawin ngayon ng SBE, knowing na sasabihin ko na wala naman talagang duelist dito ang SBE, so mahihirap talaga sila makapasok kahit paano. Pero siya, mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall down to the hands of Jin. Pero where is the position na pwedeng gawin ngayon ng AEP para makabawi naman sila kahit paano. 40 seconds in, they need to go and wala silang choice at all. Pwede na lang gamitin si Aziz para syempre makapasok with all these flashes. Meron pa siya isang flash, so pwede sila makapasok ngayon. Pero makakapag-plant sila ng spike. That's gonna be the biggest question of them all. Pero si Flippy, yes, meron siyang wall, pero medyo mahirap lang din talaga makapasok, knowing na nakapag-charge na rin talaga yung smoke dito ni Micro. I mean ni Chris M rather, pero Aziz catching one already. Maraming tao dito sa may Raptors, maraming tao dito sa may screen, so mahirap lang din talaga makapasok if ever. And now, AEP, mga kaibigan,
yun yung
tayo na ang
magiging
score nila with 9.
Yun magiging problema mo, best kapag hindi ka na talaga nakabuelo agad-agad pagdating sa attackers, no? Pagdating dun sa offense na meron tayo saka sa execution. Kasi mapapunish ka talaga ng AEP. Lalo na si Jin, yung positioning niya dito is very much aggressive with the Empress up and online. Kaya niya makapag-dismiss immediately and napakabilis niyang makagalaw around the map and around the map itself. Aside from that, 9-9 na nga yung score natin dito. May ultimate naman si Ja na pwedeng gamitin, no? Makakapitas o kung sakali mang makapitas siya, at least this would open up the site for the rest of the team of SBE. Kaso nga lang, until at what point, kung mapapunish nila lahat ng players here on B side, this will open it up. Una na nga napitas si Aryu Ryu with a wide angle being held at like that. It is a one and done position.
One and done indeed. Parang nga lang Aryu Ryu. Mga kaibigan, is gonna first one to go down to the side ng AEP ngayon. Pero nga lang, Ja, where is the perfect entry? Oh! Ja catching one agad-agad because of the tour de force. Pero makakakuha naman siya ng Vandal dito sa mga kabaw siya kahit paano. Checking the God, the position is now compromised because of the utilities na ginagawa niya. And alam nila ngayon kung nasa yung isa, meron tayo sa may snowman, okay, yes. Pwede lang i-push? Yeah, pwede. Pero paano nila gagawin yun? Pero wala silang idea at all na meron tao dito sa may likod ng wall. Pero Ja, mga kaibigan, oh! Kitang-kita rin Ja! Yung isa! Ja with a big score! And SBE winning that round on a thrifty! Kahit wala silang pera, sila pa rin talaga ang makakakuha. Bakit?
Yung comment section kasi.
Ngi!
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 Ngayon ko na lang kasi naulit narinig yan, bes eh.
Ako rin.
Huli kong rinig sa ngi. Parang 12 years old pa ako, guys eh.
Ngi! Bakit kailangan nyo dumipensa? Anong dumipensa? Ano to, basketball?
Shake it and bake in sa comment section.
Ano yun? Dumipensa? Ano to, basketball, ha?
Hindi, sabi nga ni Yayi, iyakin ka na.
Sino?
Iyakin na daw tayo. Let's go! 10-9! SBE! Mukhang i-entry na ata sila dito sa B-site. Wala tayong pakialam dyan, bes. Pero ito na nga ang meron tayong pake dahil i-entry na nga ang SBE. With that wall coming up, hindi nila expect si Aryu Ryu. Tumama lang sa crosshair niya dito si Ja. Tumawid lang, namatay na. Pero may Viper Spit naman.
O nga, meron naman Viper Spit dito ang side ng SB, mga kaibigan. All they can do, syempre, is tamang sit back and relax and enjoy that Viper Spit. Pero malaking problema, ito na din talaga ang may nilitan doon with Tito Pro. Pero, Diyos ko po, uy, yun nga, na-defend talaga yung lockdown dito, mga kaibigan. Pero that is Chris catching one already, pero meron tao dito may taas ka ng Aryu nakaisa pa. Pero Diyos ko po, walang malakas sa apat. Medyo may bawas ngayon ng AEP. Diyos ko po, nakakuha pa. Tamang 10-10 na rin talaga.
Kumpleto pa sila eh, no?
Diyos ko po.
Kumpleto pa sila dito. Walang naging casualties. Kaya when it comes to the next round, masisave nila yung operator na yan. Malaking factor to consider here on the side of SBE dahil mabilisan silang mapipitas knowing Gian Sanity is holding that operator and he's pretty much on point. Ito yung minalas lang si Kuya mo dyan. Paubos na yung bala, nasaktuhan pa rin. Ang ganda lang talaga ng mga pick-offs ng AEP dito. Very well executed yung kanilang retake when it comes to that round. SBE, it's gonna be a timeout here. And it's proven quite difficult to actually make entries without a duelist right now, but still very much doable.
Doable indeed, pero SBE kailangan nila mag-usap-usap dito. Mga tito, ano ba pag-uusapan natin mga pre? Kasi wala baka manalo pa ang AEP dito Di ba? So, tignan natin if ever talaga matu-2-0 natin to or mawa-1-1 natin, pupunta pa tayo sa next map if ever. Pero ang AEP, man, kasi ano na to do or die na to. So, syempre, kailangan talaga nilang bumawi. If ever wala na, edi wala na, finish na. Yun na talaga ang masasabi nila. Move on na lang tayo, di ba? Bawi na lang tayo next year. Pero dito sa SBE, ano sila talagang lower bracket kings talaga no? Pero at the end of the day, napakahirap ng ginagawa nila kasi nga wala silang duelist, wala silang nag-e-entry. Yun ang pinaka-struggle na meron ngayon ng SBE. Pero kung napapansin mo, kahit gano'n na nangyayari, talaga nakakakuha pa rin talaga sila ng enough points para syempre makabawi kahit paunti-unti. Pero SBE, frenzy on hand kay Micro. Yes, nakaka-pick off yan. Syempre, kailangan naman talaga natin magproteksyon bago umaksyon. Pero Pro, kasi Flippy, yes, Sherifer lang din talaga para syempre mas lumaki pa ang mga tito mo. Pero
pampatangkad lang pala ang nais. Ito, sagutan ang lumilipad na CCTV, paunahan na lang makakita. Marami silang nakita on both sides, pero ang problema nila dito, wala rin namang mag-e-execute ng mga kills dahil nga masyadong marami itong mga nagpe-play for picks on mid. And they have this opportunity, they have this info. Wala silang ginawa that far. So kaya pa mag-rotate ng SBE and change up their positionings. Ang kaso nga lang, napitas na nga agad dito si Gian Sanity. Wala nang operator sa kamay ng AEP. But it seems like Ching is ready to actually take on mid as well. Dalawa nga ang napitas. 1-2 trade ang meron tayo dito. Lalabas na rin si Jin to get that kill. Tamang dismiss out lang para sa kanya. Frenzy pa rin ang makakapatay sa'yo. Pinuhay ang patay.
Uy! Muntik na mga isa, pero yung nga lang, Diyos ko po, talagang naduroan na ata ng snake pa dito kahit pa paano. Pero si Ja, 150 pa naman meron siya, pero si Pili, medyo mahirap. Pero siyang healing, pero pushing ito, 2v2 situation right now. Chain the God, going here dito sa may mid. Pero sa talaga sila pupunta, pero si Ryu, nagbabantay lang din kasi meron naman siya 30 dito sa mid. As Diyos ko po, Flippy, hindi ka pwede makuno dyan kasi baka mapatay ka ng turret. Binilan ni Ryu ng bandal yan. Pero Flippy, still low on HP, nagbabantay lang sila, nag-aantay lang sila na makakuha sila ng heal dito para makabawi kahit paano. Pero dahil sa swing, Ryu doon lang sa may get. Pero mukhang hindi ata sila magkikita. Ryu, the position na compromise, will gonna get that 2K.
There you
10-11
go.
AEP, talagang babawi ata.
Oo. Iba na
OFW.
Iba na kung kanina lumalaki yung lamang ng SBE. AEP side, nahihirapan talaga si Ryu in trying to win in duels. This time around, totally different story because Ryu finally online. Nakapagpainit na, nakapag-warm up na siya. And it's finally time na gumagana na rin itong player na ito, no? And finally making those kills happen as well. And dito talaga sa SBE side, lalo na double digits na yung score na meron tayo, hindi ka na pwedeng magkamali kahit anong paraan dahil pag natalo pa sila sa round na to, it's gonna be match point for AEP. Aside from that, wala silang pera, bes.
Wala silang pera, wala silang pare. Gcash mo na lang, chi. Gcash mo na lang, bro. Scan mo na yung QR ko, pare. Ganun feeling ko, ganun talaga kailangan nilang gawin ngayon. Pero kahit walang pera, let's see if ever talagang pumaldo pa yung mga players natin dito sa SBE, lalo sa AEP. Kasi ang AEP, they only need one more win para sa ating match point. Kasi hindi natin makita ngayon. Pero at least mga kaibigan, try to catch them off guard. Pero ito din talaga yung ultimate na meron ngayon si KO para syempre mapigilan tayo para lumabas pa yung mga players dito.
One down.
Dito sa B-side. Chris M, nakakuha na nga na isa dito pero will fail actually to get that 2K. Pero Jack, the rotation is now on, but Gian Sanity and Jin, mga kaibigan, getting one already. Pero isa na lang buhay, si Aziz na lang, ladies and gentlemen. 1v4, apat ang kalaban niya, medyo mahirap to. Pero Diyos ko po, Gian Sanity sasaksakin pa ata!
Low na daw. Sinigaw niya, low na yan.
Grabe naman si Gian Sanity.
Ginripuhan sa ulo
Isipin mo naman. Diyos ko, nakalamang lang ng gripo na.
Diyos ko Lord, match point it is. AEP.
Wala ka na lang masasabi kundi ngi.
Hindi, ang maganda talaga dito para sa side ng AEP. Lamang talaga when it comes to agent picks na meron pag nasa defensive na sila kasi wala talagang duelist meron para sa SBE. And knowing that they have to play out slow, this just makes it more controlling on the side of AEP side kasi pwede silang gumamit ng utils just to find everyone in. And hindi sila pwedeng bigla ang atras lang because they play out around the time limit as well. Diyan, Sanity! Huli na naman! Wala nang tumitingin! Doon sa corner na yun na typically tinataguan ng Jet.
Isa pa. Meron pang isa. Hindi pa tapos to. Hanggat hindi pa tres ang AAP, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga ng SB ito. Pero dyan, mga kaibigan, waiting on that corner. Kasi isipin mo, guys, feeling ko may tama din si Yayi. Kasi ako ang coach ng AAP. Tapos SBE, papalit ako ng pangalan niyan. Gagawin ko ng Southville.
Oo. May jersey ka na nga eh.
Gumawa nga ang SBE ng jersey ng Ville pangalan eh.
Southville Esports.
Tapos sasabihin nyo, bias kami, ha?
Eto, si Jan nakapatay na nga ng isa. Si Gian Sanity, parang hindi na tumitingin yung iba mga players. Parang, ang nangyayari dito, Vil, parang invisible si Gian Sanity sa mata nila.
Oo nga, hindi nila makita-kita. Grabe naman kami si Gian. Kailangan ata na talaga magpakita dito ng halos na ako ng battle ngayon. Pero Rayo will get that kill. Flippy, the only man remaining 4v1. 1v1 sa apat mga kaibigan ATP. You only need one more win. Para syempre manalo na sila dito sa series na to. Para syempre mag-game number 3 na to. Pero Chris Evo gonna end your life. 1-1 is the score. Like what I've said, mahirap to sa side ng SBE. Kasi wala silang duelist. Kitang-kita naman natin kung gaano ka-sexy si Aryu.
Oo.
Diyos ko.
Nako, magandang laro na nagmula from SBE side and AEP itself. Sadyang pagdating sa dulo, no, nung nag-swap na talaga ng side, hindi na sila makahanap ng pwesto kung saan sila makaka-entry ng maayos. Nag-online na si Aryu, nag-online na si Gian Sanity, pati si Jin. Yung mga aggressive positioning na meron siya kanina, lalo na nung nagsisimula pa lang yung defensive dito ng AEP side. Ang laking puhunan for the rest of the team at talagang nag-snowball na lang from there. Kita mo naman, isa siguro to sa mga matataas na percentage na nakita natin when it comes to headshot percentage. 30%? Ang 30%. Layo niyan. Ngayon ko lang nakita yan. Typically, nasa 26, 25, mga ganon.
22? 27 na pinakamataas ata, partner.
Pero 30% of the shots they actually took were headshots.
Yeah, laki nun, guys. So, kumbaga, out of 100 shots, 30 doon headshot.
Grabe, no? Mainit yung AAP ngayon. Mainit din yung SBE. Dalawa. Pinili naman nila kasi tong mapa na to din eh.
Oo, kung sa tingin nyo, konti yung 30 headshots out of 100, nagkakamali ka. Ang laki nun, men. Sobrang laki nun. Pero dito ngayon sa side ng AEP, mga kaibigan, I mean, finally nakabawi sila. Kasi, there's a map that they picked. And syempre, partner, do or die na to. It's now or never. AEP, magsistay ba kami sa Pilipinas o uuwi na kami? Si Jin, uuwi na ba ng Vietnam? Hinahanap na ata siya ng nanay niya, mga kaibigan. Hindi nga daw ata nagpaalam si Jin eh.
So, babalik sa Vietnam, no? Tama ba?
Nagulat
na lang si mama niya, nakita na siya sa TV. Ano ginagawa mo dito? Si Mama Jin. What are you doing?
Step bro. Yung nasabi nila.
Hindi ganun yung sinabi.
What are you doing, stepson?
Yan
What
ang
are you
tama.
doing, stepson?
Kasi nga si Mami Jin yun eh. Anyway, eto nga yung ating team stats.
Best. Tapos sabi ni Jin, easy ka lang, step.
Kilala mo yung kapatid ni Jin?
Sino?
Si Pomelo. Eto, anyway.
Tapos yung pinsan nila, si Bulag.
Oo, men.
Tsaka si Bilog.
Magpipinsan yung mga yan.
Meron pang isa.
Ano?
Yung tropa nila, si Milo.
Magtotropa yan, nakatira lang sa isang bahay, guys. Kaya tanalo talaga sila dito, guys. May suporta ng buong pamilya. Pero anyway, kung titignan at makikita talaga natin tong second map natin, pinili ng AAP, they showed what they're capable of. Pagdating sa aim duel, parang 50-50. Pero pagdating sa execution on the defense itself, doon na naig ang AAP side.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. Hirap na din talaga kasi ulitin ko, wala ka ng duelist. Pero merong mga gumagawa nun eh. Ang gumagawa nun.
Down A.
Ano nga bang gumagawa? Ba, ewan ko sa'yo. Kalimutan ko na.
Pero yung confidence talaga dito ng AEP, ultimo kahit sa dulo, mananaksak pa din eh, no?
Oo, di ba?
Alam mo,
Grabe
hindi malapit yung score nila eh.
Grabe si Kian Sanity, nakalamang lang, sumaksak na eh, no?
Pero hindi naman namatay sa saksak. At least, 'di ba?
Alam mo
Naligtas niya yung sarili niya doon sa screenshot.
Alam mo, pag napatay ni Gian Sanity yun, wala ka lang talaga masasabi kundi
Yun na lang talaga, best. Kasi wala eh. Sinugod na lang talaga eh. 4 ata laban sa isa yung nangyari doon sa final round. Pero ang matindi talaga doon, isa sa mga rounds na napansin ko nagbago talaga yung pacing ng SBE tsaka ng AEP dito was the time that Gian Sanity umakyat siya ng tube. Yun yung na one hit delete niya yung dalawa na nag-aantay sa boiler. Parang doon yung mga rounds na natitake nila, nakukuha nila, and throughout, nag-snowball na lang din, especially on the defense itself. Mas pinatinag nila dito, a passive aggressiveness play coming in from AEP side. So, we're getting to game 3 later on.
Kumbaga, matibay ang pundasyon nitong mga players ito, mga kaibigan, hindi matitinag kahit anong gawin nyo. Parang ano nga, 'di ba? Parang kinantangan.
Parang TV lang 'yan.
Oo, parang kami, 'di ba? Yung ilang henerasyon na mga kaibigan. Pero si
9 years.
9 years, ladies and gentlemen, pero si Taylor lang ang tumanda. Mga kaibigan, going in sa ating game number 3. You're watching VCTPH Stage 2 Playoffs, SBE versus Alpha Esports. Will be right back. Tayville here. See ya.
Patience, touring every occasion, going to different locations. How they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God.
kami ay nagbabalik dito sa palatuntunan natin ngayon ng VCT Stage 2 Playoffs, ladies and gentlemen. Kami nga pala ang inyong mga casters. Ako nga pala si Vil at syempre kasama ko ang aking kapartner na si Eliza Robbie Taylor. Kamusta?
Maraming salamat, Carl Rene, Justin Villaseran. So, anyway, nandito
Parang-
na tayo sa
Parang,
Game 3.
parang yung ano tawag doon, yung kay Ate.
Charo.
Charo.
Dear Ate Charo. Ayan guys, anyway, nandito nga tayo sa game number 3 natin para sa SBE versus AEP matchup. Kung kanina nakita natin yung unang map, Fracture. Sunod, Icebox. Syempre may kasunod din yan guys para sa ating next and final game para sa Southfield and AEP dahil meron pa mamaya. It's gonna be split. Magaling SBE sa split, di ba?
Oo. Kaya, magaling din ang AEP dyan sa split.
Isisihan mo lang, baka sabihin nila, masaya ka pag ano.
Sorry.
Yan.
Diba?
Huwag mo sabihin masyadong magaling yung AEP, baka sabihin bias ka. Okay lang, isihan mo lang. Pero in reality-wise though, seriously speaking, Southfield Esports have been playing this map over and over again against other teams as well here in the VCT stage. And they perform really quite well pagdating sa split map. AEP, on the other hand, AEP, on the other hand, ganun din naman. Malakas din sila when it comes to split. But pertaining doon sa meron sila sa VLR, 50% win rate ang split ng AEP.
Dito kasi sa SBE mga kaibigan, talagang dumadating yung time talaga pinipili na itong mapa na to. Well, sinasabi natin na talagang solid ang mga games sa SBE sa mapa to kasi there's a lot of events, there's a lot of times na nilaro na itong mapa na to and napaka-solid ng impact. Diba? Impactful, kumbaga, yung pagkapanalo nila dito sa mapa na to. So, pwede talaga natin sabihin na baka meron silang magkaroon ng bawi kahit paano. Pero, dito lang sa game number 2 kanina, well, sa tingin ba if ever nag-jet si Ja, sa tingin mo makakabawi kaya kahit paano? Iba yung magiging...
Hindi, kasi kung tutuusin din, pagdating dun sa first half, ang ganda kasi nung defense nung SBE dahil din kay Ja. Obviously speaking, when it comes to the kills itself on the defense side, Ja was really, really phenomenal. He gets those kills that were very much impactful para sa team ng SBE. Kaya hindi makapasok itong mga players ng AEP. Kaya feeling ko talaga, nandun na lang talaga sa punto na they have to make it work pagdating sa attacker side. I think they were gauging on more games or more rounds na makukuha nila on the defense because of the agent picks or agent selections that they had. Kita nyo naman, ang kasama natin at co-caster natin ngayon singer ng Urban Dub.
Blurt na naman ako eh. Nya, ichinis.
Lai! Ay, nako.
Is over.
Maalam muna daw si Bill in just a few seconds. Ayan, gaganyan lang yan, poposing lang yan. Pagbalik niyan, clear na muli si Kuya Newville. But anyway, aside from the matches here that we have, may Bren tsaka Oasis pa mamaya.
Gulat ka. Malaw, di ba?
Biglang tumalon eh.
Guys, ulit ako guys.
Isa pa. Posing ka muna, yan tapos babalik ka na lang muli. Ewan ko lang kung nakakita na kayo ng ganito sa ibang mga stream guys. Dito lang yan sa VCTPH.
Mga kaibigan, welcome nga pala sa...
Harapan, wala kaming tinatago sa inyo.
Welcome nga pala sa PPGL Paro-Paro Gaming League.
Tama.
Or Paro-Paro G League.
Paro-Paro G League. Pag nasa English stream kasi kayo, nandun yung tunay na Philippine Pro Gaming League Pero pag dito kayo sa Tagalog nanonood, alam nyo na, Paro-Paro G League
Siyempre,
ang pinapanood nyo.
Partner, ang gusto lang natin, syempre yung mga nanonood sa atin ngayon, syempre, feel at home, di ba? Welcome nga pala sa bahay. Kahit lang kayo dyan, kaya mahiya.
Handa nyo na yung ulam, no? Ready nyo na lahat. Kita nyo naman.
Nag-lunch ka na ba?
Wala pa.
Ako rin. The ultimate question, naligo ka ba o hindi?
Syempre! Grabe ka naman.
Ako rin, naligo rin ako.
Tama. Alam nyo, may interview sina SBE. Kailan?
Joke lang. Kanina.
Nag-interview si SBE last time. Ang sekreto daw nila, actually, kaya sila nananalo sa mga mapa nila, Wapali. Yun daw ang sikreto. Ewan ko lang baka may naligo sa kanila eh.
Kumbaga, yung lakas nila, hindi natatanggal sa katawan nila.
Tama.
Ibig sabihin,
na-preserve lang.
Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga lagkit sa katawan. Yan yung mga frags na mga kalaban nila, di ba? Yung mga amoy-amoy. Yung mga viper spit, kumbaga.
Oo, kasi doon lumalabas di ba? Syempre, kapag naglalaro ka, hype na hype ka. Yung pheromones mo.
Hype ka rin? Wow! 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 Ano yun? Google. Ano ulit yun?
Pheromones! Pheromone.
Pheromone. Pero kita talaga nag-google ako liwanag no? Oo nga, no? Oh.
Ano kala mo sa akin? Ano? Hindi ko nasasabihin.
Grabe naman talaga, Grabe yung mga words na lumalabas sa'yo, partner. Talagang
samantalang ikaw yung sagot mo sa hype ko.
Hype ka rin.
Diba wala nang matino dito nakita pagdating sa Tagalog stream na meron tayo. Pero salamat sa panonood at tunay na pagsuporta. Start nyo na, please. Nag-aantay lang kami dito ni Bill Nag-aantay lang natin kung magsa-start na yung match natin o yung huling game na to no?
Huling game na to.
Best of 3.
It's
dito na malalaman. Oo, make or break kasi dito na malalaman kung sino matatanggal.
Bahala na si Abatman. Kung anong pwede mangyari.
May kasamang tahol.
Sorry.
Ay, nako guys.
Ako na kumakahol ako. Awag ka pala sa
wala na tayo nakikita masyadong pumipik ng sky, no?
Siyempre, depende pa rin talaga.
Nawala na halos. Parang it's either they're gonna pick up fade instead.
Kahapon, napakadaming sky kahapon partner. Depende pa rin talaga sa mapa and syempre depende pa rin talaga sa mga teams kung paano kung pipiliin ba nila si Sky o hindi. Pero nga lang, going
post-game?
Sa
Last game.
Agent Select.
Ayun, Agent Select.
Medyo na si Direk kasi post-game yung sinabi.
Excited
Tapos na pala.
Gusto niya nang tapusin. Tapos na pala, no? Yung pala yung nangyari habang nagkakwentuhan tayo, natapos yung game. Instalock na agad yung mga duelists. Gian Sanity tsaka si Jin. Naka-raise tsaka naka-jet na. At tamang typical usual pick lang
si
nakikita
Jin!
natin.
Tsaka si Aziz naka-raise. Alam mo kung bakit?
Kasi?
Si Raze may racket.
May racket. Exactly. Kaya dito puhunan nila 8 orbs. And a showstopper. Tignan natin. Halos same pick. Ayan, pumili na ng Sky. Finally.
I mean, tignan natin kung makakakuha ba sila ng bawi dito. Kaya si Heart Dioas nagtatanong kung meron ka daw page. Ayun
Yung ginagamit namin pang comment.
Tinag ko.
Ay nako. Meron kami mga page guys, ginagamit namin pang comment sa PPGL mismo.
Yan.
Hanapin nyo na lang, nagko-comment naman kami dyan Tsaka makikita nyo pa rin naman kami dyan anyway. Bukas tayo ulit magkasama mag-cast, no?
Hindi, ayoko na nga
Ayaw mo na? Bakit naman? Ayaw mo na ako partner?
Sige. Best para naman may choice tayo.
Wala. Hindi naman tayo nag-ayos yan
hindi tayo nag-ayos yan. Pero syempre, I mean, maraming salamat sa mga Ito.
Nagre-request.
Oo. Legit, maraming salamat sa mga nagre-request na kami magkasama ni Taylor. Syempre, gusto naman talaga namin kami yung magkasama, mga kaibigan. Syempre. I mean, syempre gusto rin naman namin kasama yung iba. Of course. Pero baliw kasi itong kasama ko kaya...
Ako ba yun?
Kaya gusto ko rin kasama tayo.
Tama ka dyan.
Tagal na naming magkasama, guys. I mean, almost 1/3 ng buhay namin kami yung magkasama.
Kulang na lang, pati sa sinapupunan magkasama na kami, nag-host na kami, simula nun
Nakakairita, di ba? Pero ito yung mga ganitong tropa, mga kaibigan. Kasi yung tropahan namin ni Taylor ganito Kahit hindi kami mag-usap ng matagal, dikit pa rin, di ba? Alam mo yun? Yung iba kasi pag hindi nag-usap ng matagal, mag-fade away.
Fade away. Sumisik kinimbigay, sabay fade away.
Tamang ganun lang. Salamat Taylor kasi tinatanggap mo pa rin akong kaibigan kahit pa paano.
Sure ka ba dyan?
Hindi ba?
Actually, napipilitan lang talaga ako dito. Hindi, joke lang. Siyempre, ang The Mods Minsan lang kami lumabas, pero...
Oh, minsan lang. Di ba kapag lumabas? Minsan lang kami lumabas kasi syempre, save the best for last.
Ay... Pero pag kami naman ay lumabas, marami naman kaming kaaway. O pag yung mga cast natin, kasama natin mag-cast, si Honey Glaze saka si Ray Ray, puro mga
simp,
lang,
diba?
magagandang comment lang nakikita natin eh.
Oo.
Pero pag kaming dalawa ni Vil, parang ayaw magpatalo ng comment section.
Andiyan na nga yung kanang kwek-kwek ko eh. Nag-comment na nga eh. Yung kanang kwek-kwek ko, nandyan na.
Marami-rami ng page ang bumuo ng ano dito. Pero isa talaga sa tunay na pasasalamatan natin, Tito Vil, yung mga gumagawa ng mga peking page. Kasi nakikipagsabayan sila sa kulit natin dito sa VCTPH. Maraming salamat, guys.
Si Meralcos Spratlis.
Solid yan. Day 1.
Men, nakatanggap na sa akin yan. Ikaw ba?
Talaga?
Oo, kanina.
Kilala mo na ba yung tunay na Meralcos Spratlis?
Hindi nga eh. Hindi
pa?
Hindi. Si ito ha. Si Meralcos Spratlis nakatanggap na. Si Eliza Taylor kaya magbibigay kay Meralcos Spratlis. Yun ang tanong.
Bakit mo naman ako igigiit ng ganyan?
Syempre. Ba't hindi?
Sige. Pwede. Ba't hindi? Depende kung nakita ko na ang tunay na anyo.
Ako kahit di ko nakita man, binigyan ko pa rin, pero ito rin talaga. Ito yung Great Wall of
game na
Pro.
pala? Akala ko wala nang laro eh.
Ay, may laro?
Akala ko podcast na. Andito na tayo sa game, guys. Si Pro, tamang ano lang, farm lang. Ito na Avengers, 3, 2, 1. Wala sila makikita dito. Pero yung patience ang nakita nila, pati paranoia, sinagot ni Jack. He gets the kill. Ikot-ikot lang by Sarah G. Curse him to get the kill instead. 1-to-1 trade lang. Ubusan lahi pagdating sa A site at ang naubos nga is AEP.
Napakabilis sa pangyayari ngayon. Isipin mo, nagmala Avengers sila. Pero sila pa rin talaga ang natalo dito. Diyos ko pa, parang biglang nag-snap ng finger si Thanos eh. No? Biglang nawala yung Avengers eh. Parang wala eh. Ganun talaga yung nakikita natin dito eh. Tigaduts. Ganun yun eh. Tigaduts. Ako talaga yung gumawa nun eh. Ano mga pinagagagawa na.
Ang gandang analysis nun.
Nakakahiya na naman magpakita mamaya. Pero... Tugis. Tapos kunyari, nag-montage tayo. Puro mga kung ano-ano na mga pinagsasabi natin. Hello
Buti na lang talaga, hindi tayo naiintindihan ng mga ibang
Banyaga,
VCT no? Pag pinanood tayo ng VCTNA, bibilib sila, men.
Di ba? Well, you can actually do that on cast.
What?
What? No way! Gaganon sila, pero si Flippy playing close already, pero ang ginagawa ngayon AEP, tamang talon lang, sidip lang, Diyos ko po, pero baka sigihan sa natin pang wala dito. Pero let's see if ever, magkakaboostan ba tayo dito mga kaibigan dito sa side na ginagawa nila, pero parang hindi. Pero delikado to, kasi si Flippy, tamang judge lang din talaga ang gamit niya, pero Diyos ko po, na nagbo-boost pa kayo, ha? Nagbo-boost pa eh! Wala, nasampulan ni Aziz yung isa.
Nasampulan nga. Aside from that, may camera naman dito na si Net. Si Kuya mo, Papi Chulo, at hindi talaga nila iniiwanan o hinahayaan na walang cipher tong mga split map nila. Napakalaking tulong naman kasi si Pro! Naspata na nga si Jin, hindi yata narinig. Sir, hindi siya prepared. He doesn't get the kill, instead it was Pro. Makakapag-slow on mid, hawak pa rin ng SBE itong entirety ng mapa natin. Uy, Dink, ang sakit nun.
Biglang kitang-kita tayo lumipad yung ulo ng isa, pero ito na mga players ngayon. Aziz with a swing, catches one, trying to go away the second one right up. Aziz with a big floor! May kasama pang foul! 2-0.
Flawless round, even. At nagtatanong si Giancarlo, actually, Masters ba daw ang kasunod ng Asia Pacific?
Oo.
Last chance qualifiers muna, di ba?
Hindi, Masters muna.
Masters muna. Tapos last chance qualifiers ang meron tayo.
Yung last chance qualifier, Besiwap, pag nanalo ka doon, rekta na sa Champions.
Oo nga. Yun yung ano natin, last chance qualifiers. Yun yung sa dulo na talaga eh, no? Pag malapit na mag-champions. Ang bilis ng panahon talaga. Last year, nung nag-champions nasa ibang bansa ako. Ngayon, magcha-champions na naman.
Kami na, pupunta na kami sa Vietnam sa totoo lang. Mag-hello kay Jin. Pero ito na, si Pro mga kami, medyo delikado din talaga. Pero that is the hinahabol siya ng crash gear eh, no? Pero, Jin pushing in already with that Vandal on hand. Makakita sila isa pero nakita isa and we're gonna take him down as well. Pro! Anong ginagawa mo dyan? Tatang Pro! Pero Flippy, waiting patiently. Tamang judge lang ang gamit na dito so pwede talaga siya makabuka ng 3. Pero makikita ba siya o hindi? Yan ang tanong. Pero tamang paunahan na talaga dito na matamaan yung gatilyo ng baril. Pero Jin, mga kaibigan, hindi nila alam! Dancing Wonder go sa second one right now. Pero Flippy, that paranoia will not gonna connect. Pero Diyos ko po, nakakita ka naman ng Jin na corner! Ganun na nangyari dun sa side ng AEP.
Na corner eh.
Corner siya eh. Nakakita ka ba ng
May
Jin na
kulubot
corner?
yung corner eh, no?
Kaliwat kanan eh.
Okay. 4v2 situation. At merong nga mga baril itong AEP. Ang kaso nga lang, 2 na lang natitira laban sa apat. At kailangan nila makahanap ng magandang buwelo dito kung kailan sila at kung saan nila gusto pumasok. Ang gagandahan naman yan, may kalamangan sila when it comes to positioning right now because A side is completely clear. And aside from that, they also have those Vandals.
Spike plant.
Nagko-comment na naman si Taylor, apakan mo.
Taylor, pasira po ng buhay ko. Diyos ko, please. May please pa eh, no? Please lang yung comment eh.
At least respectful. Tapos reply mo.
Consent is key.
Reply mo, sige P. Pero 2v3 on this game right now mga kaibigan. Medyo namang ata din ng SBE dito because of that head count na meron sila. Pero Chris M, let's see, Hadouken on the 2. Oh! Chris M catching 2 already. And so up to 1 remaining players mga kaibigan. Papi Chulo. Oh! Muntik na pero di naman Papi Chulo getting that ulo. Pero yun nga lang, the time is not in your favor. 2-1. Pero SBE.
Abot ba yun? Feeling ko kapag bigla niyang tinap ng mabilisan yung spike, aabot. Pakiramdam ko lang base lang dun sa tagal nung ikot na niya bago sumabog yung spike. Well, hindi natin malalaman kasi hindi naman tinry. At 2-1 nga ang naging score natin. Despite AEP winning that round, it was very, very costly for them. 5 ang napitas sa kanila, 5 ang namatay. And that means, yung 5 kailangan muling bumili. And this is gonna be quite difficult. Knowing, ito si Jin, naka-judge na lang. Pero yung mga judge na puhunan na ganyan, pagdating sa split, gana yan eh.
Gana talaga yan. May talaga makikita natin kung talaga makakabawi ba sila, kung talagang sobrang gana ba yung mga gagawin nila dito. And knowing naman talaga si Jin, pwede naman double satchel out. Pero ang problema is wala na siyang RF dito, orb. So, wala na siyang satchel, wala na siyang boombot dito. So, para talaga siya makakapag-sobrang aggressive ngayon. The biggest passion of them all. Pero si Jin, mga kaibigan, medyo delikado rin talaga siya. Si Papi Chulo pwede siya mag-swing and pwede siyang mag-pop shots dito sa may garage if ever. Pero hindi mo na nagagawin yun kasi knowing na Vandal yung hawak niya, malalaman kung nasan si malalaman sila kung nasan because of the bullet trails na meron. Pero Jin, pwede labas na talaga ang boga ngayon. Pero meron pa siyang crash hindi talagang pumipigil sa pag-push ngayon ng AEP. Pero AEP, let's see if ever talaga makakapag-push nila. Pero tamang wala din talaga ang ginagawa dito ng mga players ng SB para mas mahirapan pa ang pagkasal ng AEP. Pero ito na talaga ang showstopper! Di Aziz, mga kaibigan, sumabog ang bungo ng Jin 819. May number pa. Pero Flippy, mga kaibigan, with all these flashes, wala siya makikita ng isa. Pero 4v5 out of this game right now. 35 seconds in, they need to go in. As yung entry na hinaharap natin sa AEP. Again, Sanity, catches one. Meron tao dito sa may hill. Literal na sinama sa FPR. Sige, Sanity ngayon. Pero Papi Chulo, winasiwas yung bundle niya. Nakapatay pa ng isa. So it's all up to 1. And are you Rio? We're not gonna win that team fight. And Jack, we're gonna get that kill. 3-1 in favor of Sbek.
Hindi na nga naputok yung judge eh. Talagang paglabas ng showstopper in the hands of SBE, specifically Aziz, just connected 2 other players or 1 player here on the side of AEP, which is gonna be Jin. Kaya yung pag-execute nila, yung mga satchel in place, hindi na nga nagawa. And this is exactly the moment that happened. Wala, umatras yung 2 kakampi. Okay nang isa na lang ang mahuli kaysa yung 3. Yun ang sabi dito ng AEP. Another round, another day. That is gonna be said and done for AEP side dahil eco disadvantage na naman ang meron sila dito. At si Pro, nag-aabang lang sa mid. There is no one, there is no sound. Kaya naman i-wall up niya to. Ang hindi niya alam, Gigan Sanity, gumagapang na nga rin dito pa konti-konti. There's some shots on the wall, kaya alam nilang it will end up breaking down or mawawala rin to really soon. Ang kaso, anong sagot nila pagdating sa defensive?
Anong sagot sa tanong? Pero ito na. Op. Si Pro with that swing, catching one pero si Ching mga kaibigan with a big trade-off na ginagawa nila dito. Pero meron tao dito sa may heaven which is apparently si Flip na si Ja, pero Ja nakapatay pa nga na isa dito. 50 seconds in mga kaibigan. Gusto ko yung bird! Yung bird hindi alam kung saan pupunta! Ja catching one. Pero wala nakita na ngayon. So it's all up to Are You Real? Siyempre si Ching mga kaibigan. They're gonna fall down into the hands of Flippy! 4-1. SBE is on a roll right now. Allows Arep.
Wala na naman. Hindi kanina wala
Meron
silang
pala.
pera eh. Nag-eco na
Kanina,
sila
oo.
during that time. At hindi nga sila makapalag dito. Mahirap makapag-entry nang wala talagang firepower. Tsaka walang pambiling utilities. Puhunan mo in duel eh. Kaso kung ganito naman yung pwestuhan ng SBE, ang ganda when it comes to the defense, mahirapan at mahirapan ka talaga. This is their opportunity now though kasi makakabili na sila ng mga Vandal na yan eh.
Cover going out.
Vandal. Pero Aziz, slowly peeking out itong ramps mga kaibigan. Pero sino ba talaga makakuha ng sino? Pero ito talaga yung lockdown na meron. Si kaibigan Argorio, saktong-sakto kasi sanay sa lockdown ang mga Pinoy. Pero Pro mga kaibigan, he's gonna fall into the hands of Jin. 4v3 into this game right now. Lockdown won't be denied. Pero saan sila sa silip ngayon? Saan sila pupunta? Pero ito talaga yung Chinese Sky. Flippy, pushing in already. Pero nga lang, Gian Sanity will be alive again to like havoc here in this map right now. Ang mga tayo start right na mga kaibigan 3v5. Pero talaga medyo mahirap pero pwede kami ngayon SBE.
Ganda ng hold
sila.
Flippy.
Pero Are You Rio, nakaisa pa. Pero 2v4 into this game. Gian Sanity pushing in dito sa may heaven. Pwede siya mahuli agad. Yung kaibigan Papi Chulo. Pero if ever talaga makuha niya yung mga kills ito, kailangan na gawin niya ngayon kasi pwede pa silang mag-rotate papuntang B. So, yun ang gagawin nila ngayon mga kaibigan all the way from there. I'm gonna go there. Papunta sa may B. And it's fine kasi meron naman talaga ultimate sa jungle so pwede siyang unahan agad yung mga pwedeng gawin sa mga kaibigan na Papi Chulo! Catches one! Catches two! Let's see if ever makakadalawa pa siya pero yun nga lang from 4v2 now down to 2v2 so saan sila pupunta? Pero si Chris M okay lang yan kasi meron din talaga
Akong bahala.
meron din naman akong malupit na teleportation technique pero Argurio mga kaibigan all the way from heaven hindi alam ata ni Papi Chulo pero Papi Chulo saan ka nagatan kill? Chris M saan ka pupunta Balbon? Gusto ko 2v1 to and Papi Chulo! Inubos ang AEP! Single-handedly! Taken down 4! Yung si Ja walang ginawa!
Yung disadvantage nasa kamay na talaga ng SBE. Pero yung pwestuhan ni Papi Chulo dito, grabe! Ang gandang depensa nung meron sila, no? Especially with the tripwire catching that giant guy. Huli talaga, hindi makareact. Yung iba, naguluhan sila, barilin. Paunahan, barilin yung truck na natapakan dito. Ang gandang hawak mula kay Papi Chulo. Kaya kailangan mag-ingat talaga ng AEP dito. Tignan mo, 8-0, 6 rounds.
Diyos ko si Papi Chulo!
Hindi pa siya namamatay.
Immortal mga kaibigan, hindi pa rin talaga namamatay. Literal na dinaan sa edad. Diyos ko po. Kaya nga Papi yan eh. Papa, tanda. Hindi ko alam kung paano nag-connect yun.
Basta ikaw nagsabi.
Basta ako nagsabi. Totoo yun. Basta i-connect nyo na lang. Basta solid yung connection yun. Parang globe.
Top 5 casters Eminem is afraid to this. Ikaw daw. Tipong si Eminem nang kinabahan kay Vin no? Ikaw na naman si AEP dito. Ikaw matos na naman sila. Wala na naman silang arep. Mahirap to para sa kanila. Kasi kanina, nung wala din silang pera, hirap na hirap silang umentry. Wala pa silang ganun kasyadong kills na nakukuha dito. Anyway, meron ng Blade Storm si Gian Sanity. Tignan natin kung anong execution naman ang gagawin dito ng AEP. It seems like it's a very, very slow play right now from AEP's hands. Ang kaso nga lang, na-detect na nga una si Ching. Ang importante naman para sa the rest of the team is to actually shut down the camera before even going in on site. Ang sunod na problema mo dyan is actually gonna be the traps. Dahil si Papi Chulo, handa na naman siyang i-on yung kanyang mga traps dito. Nahuli na nga rin agad si Gian Sanity. Paano pa makakapasok yung ibang mga miyembro?
Mainit na mainit talaga ginagawa din ng mga players. Ngayon Diyos ko, kailangan nila mag-usap-usap pero since wala siya magagawa at all. Diyos ko po, nirat-rat yung Chicho Dog, yung Sweetso, yung Dalmatian na plane ng sheriff dito. Pero nga lang, Papi Chulo will get that ulo. Papi Chulo, someone kill this guy! Diyos
Zero
ko,
deaths eh.
Hindi pa namamatay si Papi Chulo, my God!
Para siyang si Zero Death, yo. Pero Papi Chulo, pangalan.
Oo, shoutout nga pala kay Zero Death
Zero
yun,
Death
na nasa ano, na nasa
Ang bansa yun?
orangutan na siya ngayon eh.
Ah!
Yung team yung team.
Oo, yung team, hindi yung tao, guys. May orangutan GG kasi na team. So, nandun na pala siya, si Zero Death yun.
Oo, nasa MYSG sila ngayon. So,
kaya kung naintindihan mo to. Oo. Dito kami, shoutout sa'yo. Kahit di naman siya nagtatagalog. Nasa kabilang banda ako.
Oo.
Paparam.
Pam.
Pam.
Ang gulo na natin. Pero wala akong pakye.
9-0 na nga dito si Papi Chulo. Oh. Hindi pa rin napapatay kahit isang beses. Niyan sa VEP. Ito na ang kanilang buy round. Jin already getting that first kill in. Ang kaso si Ryu, huli na naman. Parating nahuhuli simula game number 2. At ganoon pa rin hanggang game number 3. Kaso, Aziz versus Crimson. Saktong pick out lang. Buti na lang nakatingin. Itong ibang mga miyembro, buti nakatingin. Si Aziz helping out Papi Chulo there. Buhay pa rin si Papi Chulo. At this is now a 4v3 situation. Makakapag-plant sila ng spike, but it's still a 4-man retake in the hands of SBE.
Manriting, hindi na pwede gawin
Namatay
sa
din!
Hindi na nga isa pa, pero music ito, 3v3 right, pero Diyos ko po, mabubuhay ko ulit Papi Chulo! Pero ito na, Diyos ko po, hindi natamaan nung rocket! Pero, Tagad, mga kaibigan, 2v3 on this game right now, Diyos ko po, umalis kayo dito sa A. Grabe, literal na Jin, binubuli! Binuli, pabalik ng A-side, ng B-side eh. Diffuse, Diffuse, Pros don't fake. Pero meron tao sa taas, mga kaibigan, ba't ako titigil? 7-1 mga kaibigan, ang mga Otits of Manila. Literal na galit, gustong manakit, dinadaan sa edad mga kaibigan. Diyos ko!
Grabe.
Men, lumaklak ng ano to eh. Itong mga to, literal na lumaklak ng alaksan tong kanina. Sigurado.
Isama mo na, sinabayan pa ng Eskelan, ng Flanax, lahat ng gamot nilaklak namin. Maintenance ang labanan dito at mukhang langang ang SBE.
Grabe yung pag-hit-hit nila sa kating ko. Diyos ko.
Wala, tinuloy lang yung kills na yun. Actually, tumigil si Aziz ng pagde-defuse. Ang kaso, si Flippy naman ang naging human shield din kung sakasakali.
Si Papi Chulo,
kala mo
immortal ka?
Bubuhayin pa nga sana siya eh. Oh, no! Tumapat sa loob ng slow orbes. Baka
Iwo-wall pa. O bro, man nagmamasid dito bro. O dadaan sa ito do. Pero yung
binulag yung sarili.
Hindi na alam kung anong gagawin eh. Pero napakadaming yelo dito sa mid eh, no? So, masarap yan kasi mainit ngayong araw na to. Pamang halo-halo, pwede mong gawin ngayon. Pero yung alam, boom, bot will gonna be activated. He knows exactly what this is. Pero yung alam, bro, with that boost, Diyos ko po! Mala athletics ang galawan!
Nag-long jump? Kaya pa pala ni Tito Pro yun? Kapag long jump pa na matindi, 5v2. Kahit na nag-force buy ang mga players ng AEP, mukhang hindi talaga nila kayang tapatan itong defense position ng SBE.
Kaya nga SBE, di ba? Salon Pass Boys Esports.
Tama.
Pwedeng Skelan Boys Esports. Ganyan yan, men. Pinagkasabihin naman.
Hindi ko na.
Nakakahiya na naman.
Kung ano na lang yung madagdag.
With a big 4K mga kaibigan, Tinoro, si Ryu. Kitang-kita naman natin yon. 8-1 already. At ang mga tito. Diyos ko!
Mainit. Si Papi Chulo pa lang, parang ang hirap mo nang patayin eh. Tapatan mo si Pro, mahirap din patayin. Sir, isama mo ba si Flippy kapag sumilip ka, yatachi ka. Mga ganong moments yung meron dito. Ang ganda din nung, alam mo, kung tutuusin, basic strat play, bait and switch. Yun ang puhunan ng SBE.
Sino?
Basic strat, bait and switch. Ganun lang. Nahuhuli at mahuhuli pa rin. Aziz, nakapatay na nga with the paint shells here on ramp. Si Jin ang nasama sa hukay. Hindi na kailangan makita yung kalaban bago mapatay. Soul Stopper for the third kill on this round. Aziz is on fire as well.
What is happening sa AEP? Oh no, ako yung coach niyo. Pero ba't ganito?
Wala eh. Hindi nila kaya. Mainit talaga ang SBE. Masyadong on fire yung lahat ng players. Hindi lang talaga yung duelist. Hindi lang sila eh. Lahat talaga eh.
Oo. Grabe yung momentum na pinapakita dito sa mga Spike planted. Talagang makabawi sila kahit paano, kahit siguro 2-10, pwede na yun. Pero natin Christian, catching one already. As long as hindi pa tapos to, pupukulan ng AEP to. Pero kali si Pro nakaisa pa. Are you review? Mag-isa na natin talaga. Pero that is the P coming in from Ja. Went ahead. Flipping gonna defuse the spike. Diyos ko, 9-1 already. And SBE, eto na naman eh. Nagwawala na naman sila sa lower bracket. Eto na naman sila. Ilang beses na nating nakita yan ng SBE. The lower bracket kings.
The lower bracket kings indeed. Alam nyo, para sa mga kaka-tune in lang, 1-1 yung score natin para sa series na to, no? Pero ang biggest factor to consider here, whoever wins this map is moving forward for another chance here in the Asia Pacific stage. Ang kaso, para sa matatanggal na team, wala nang pag-asa. Kaya napaka make or break situation nito for AEP side. They have to find a solution.
Pero ang importante, partner, at least nakapunta sila ng playoff. Yung talaga pinaka-importante. Pero Diyos ko po, biglang sumabog yung...
Ganun na naman? Parang deja vu. Akala ko replay yun, bes.
Ano? Diyos ko po, biglang sumabog ang tiwok ni Jin, mga kaibigan. Nakasabugan ng Princess again. Pero yun nga lang, magpupos pa rin ata sila dito. Pero kailangan nila lumabas sila agad. Pero muntik na dito naman patay ngayon si Ja. Pero yun nga lang, meron pa talo sa may heaven right now. Pero ching mga kaibigan, tamang wall up din talaga para syempre makuha nila itong A. Pero ito lang yung Aziz trying to push in already. Pero that is the blind. We're not gonna catch anyone dito sa side ng AEP. Pero it's not yet over till it's over because 5 pa rin naman talaga yung mga players ng SB. Pero kaya lang AEP, mga kaibigan na talaga mukha dito kahit pa pala kahit siguro man 9-2 or 9-3. Pero sila man bahal kung paano nila gagawin yun. Si Chris M, meron siyang ultimate gun so pwede siya makakuha ng information kung may taas or not. Pero ito rin yung Pet Chinese Sky. We're gonna catch all these players. Pero Jack, with a peek, with Jack, with a swing. Catch this one. Pero tamang wall pa rin talaga ginagawa dito. Pilipin pa rin hindi makakuha na isa. Pero sige tayo mga kaibigan, we're gonna fall into the hand of these players. Pero Papi Chulo will get that Ulo 1v1 with a great one right now. Are you Rio? Slow with HP. Pero napakagandang sabi ko siya ginagawa niya ngayon. So, the position is not pero Papi Chulo! We're gonna take Are you Rio down! Through that smoke! May oras pa!
May oras! May oras! May oras!
Merong oras!
Umabot!
67!
What a clutch! Wow! Papi Chulo! Parang Cypher Dalisay ang datingan mo dito, sir. Hindi na makahinga si Kuya Buvil. Ang init maglaro ng SBE. They have complete control over the entire map. And I still can't fathom how the players of AEP still goes the same way how they go inside when it's not working. Yung kay Aziz kill na yun, yung pink shells na yun, ganun din naman yung nangyari nung last round eh. Kala ko nga replay yung napapanood ko. Unfortunately, AEP, they have to find a solution as soon as possible. Double-digit score na ang SAB or rather SBE right now. Ang Southville Esports.
Natapos din. Uy!
Kala mo tapos na. Side here.
Lumilipat-lipat yung mga pero yung alam, Jen catches one. Pero Jen
good pick up.
Sige, sana din nakaisa pa. Nakakita pick up. Pero yun lang makakaisa pa ba sila? Pero tamang all you from the back of the map right now. Parang gusto talaga mag-2-10 to. Pero Giant Papi Chulo, the only winning for the challenge SBE.
Oh my God! Really?
Papi Chulo! With all the swings! With all the flicks on hand! Grabe naman talaga mag-flick ang Pinoy! And we're gonna end this game with a 2-10 score! Meron pa isa. Half.
My God. Ito pa lang yung first half natin ha. So ibig sabihin magsaswap na tayo ng sides. Very good entry coming in here from AEP na clear out nila lahat ng angulo na meron when it comes to tower. Ang malupit dito, si Papi Chulo, yung transfer niya nung crosshair niya sa mga members ng AEP. Kala mo parang may insta-lock eh. Alam mo yun? Yung parang pagkakita mo, patay ka talaga. Mainit eh. Magandang pangitain for SBE pero sa side ng AEP, this is such a big problem that they're facing right now. And fortunately enough, magiging ano naman magiging pantay naman yung economy ulit coming in here on our second half. Unfortunately, double digits na nga yung score natin. 8 rounds ang kailangan niyang habulin.
Yeah. Pero finally, makakabawi pa ba dito ang side ng AEP kahit 8 ang lamang ng SBE partner? Sobrang solid ng hold ng SBE nung sila yung nasa defender, pero sana makabawi sila kahit sila na talaga yung defender ngayon sa AEP, mga kaibigan. That's now or never. They don't want to end their VCT run like this.
Mahirap. ang ano dito sa AEP, yung execution nila, minsan pinipilit nila kahit hindi gumagana, no? And nakita natin yun dun sa mga rounds na napanood natin, even dying the same way as the previous rounds itself. So, even if it doesn't work, they still have this, alam mo yung feeling na gigil ka, na patayin yung kalaban mo na pinapatay ka kanina pa. Parang ganun yung dating kanina nung AEP. Buti na lang on that final round, they were able to execute well and clear out all the angles that they need to clear out. Especially, Papi Chulo was able to take down 2 instead of just dying off immediately. Kaya malaki talaga problema ng AEP dito. Pero kaya pa. Kung sakasakali, talagang wala lang mali. Yun ang kailangan nila.
Sana makawala sila kahit papano. And syempre, salamat nga pala sa mahaba-habang halftime para syempre makapagpahinga kami kahit papano. Pero it's time already!
Wala palang initiator din yung AEP.
Yun din yung malaki nilang problema, mga kaibigan. Wala silang, wala silang initiator ngayon. Double sentinel setup, plus double duelist. Wala silang initiator. Ang nag-initiator talaga dito, mga kaibigan, si RU. Kasi back then, nung AEP version 1, si It's yun. Tapos yung jet nila, yung duelist nila, si GK Baby. Diba?
Uy! My God, lumabas lang, tumalon lang si Kuya Mujin, napitas pa. Si Flippy ang naka-headshot doon. At isang tao na naman ang nawala sa side ng AEP ng ganun-ganun lang. Hindi man lang. Namatay nang hindi lumalaban, bes. Dapat talaga mag-ingat sila dito. Mahirap na. SBE, they're playing it really slow.
Yeah, really slow indeed. Pero one wrong move lang and you're down. And you're done, rather. Pero for SBE, they're gonna split it up. Coming in from
slow play pag may
pag
parehas pistol
Sorry pero knowing na double duel sa harap ang AEP kanina, wala natin sabihin na sila dapat may lamang no? Pero wala, hirap sila sa Cypher.
Nahuhuli sila ng traps lagi dito. Maliban dun, mainit din sa aim duel si Papi Chulo.
Yeah.
Ano yun? Dinashinan lang sa mukha. Alam na alam ng players ng SBE. Hindi na kailangan ni Jack putukin yung baril niya. Ang kailangan niya lang sabihin, nasa vents na. Nagpaplanta nga ng spike ang SBE. This is all the way to B side. Umabot ang oras natin sa pagpaplant. It is all left and all down to RU Ryu.
It's gonna be really great na ginawa rin talaga ng SBE kahit papano. They know how to stop and they know how to push. Or, ladies and gentlemen, the only man remaining for the side of AAP right now, can he do that big clutch or not? Pero yun nga lang, meron tayo sa may likod mo, pero tamang wall na pa rin talaga. So isa lang din talaga pupuntahan niya yung Papi Chulo. Knows already kung nasa ng isa. On your real, low on HP, mga kaibigan. This is gonna be really hard for him to get that big clutch. And Aziz, mga kaibigan, we're gonna get that kill 11-2. And SBE needs only 2 more wins to advance on our lower bracket.
11-2 is the score. Palayo lang ng palayo. Kumbaga, kung nasa racing tayo, nasa starting line pa lang ang AEP. Pero ang SBE, malapit na sa finish line nila. This is gonna be a forced buy for AEP side. Pilit na lang. Tiis pogi na lang when it comes to the guns that they have. And knowing na naka-ano naman sila dito. Naka-shotgun naman yung mga baril nila. Kaya pa rin to kasi pagdating sa split, mainit din ang mga shotgun plays dito
Pwede kasi lang makabawi kahit pa. I mean, yes, of course, kasi small map, syempre, burst yung gagawin natin, which is yung judge for sure. Pero ito rin talaga yung ito nga si Boss Dogs.
Si Boss Dogs lumabas na.
Ito na si Boss Dogs, mga kaibigan. Ayaw na mag-bang-bang kasi ito daw ang tunay na bang-bang.
Clearing out angles lang ang SBE dito. May smoke na nakikita pero ang close counters na naglalaro dyan si Chrisim. Delikado to for the players of SBE. One and done kung sakasakali. Kaso nga lang hindi tumama yung mga positioning na nais nilang kuhanin. 2 shotgun lang ang napunish dito. Wala man lang napatay. 5v2 situation in SBE. It seems like they want to take this away immediately. Fast. 2 versus 4. Meron pang itong mga players, RU Ryu goes out slowly and slowly rin siyang nakita ni Aziz dito. Gian Sanity na lang naiiwan with 15 HP and this will be quite difficult. Impossible if I would say perhaps. Kaso nga lang.
Uy,
buti chinek ni Pro.
Muntik na siyang hindi magkira, hindi makira. No?
Match point.
Pero, dumana nga, I mean, ito na yun, elimination sa Tomed. Best eh. The loser will be eliminated.
Di ko din alam eh, bakit ganito kalakas yung SBE ngayon. Hindi ko alam kung sobrang lakas lang ng SBE o talagang hindi makakuha ng mga kills o ng magandang execution ng AEP. Nagtatago na lang sila minsan kasi nga no choice na eh. And even the rest of the players of AEP, they're having a hard time finding those frags actually. So another round para sa kanila pero match point na for SBE side. Tamang farm lang ng orb and trabaho lang, wala personalan pagdating sa kanila.
Oo nga, sayang kasi look at Gian Sanity. Yung duelist nila is hindi rin talaga nagpe-perform ng maayos. Sobrang na-outperform ng SBE ang AEP ngayon. Pero they still have one more chance dito. This might be their last chance if ever. If ever nanalo sila dito, mas dadagdag pa syempre. Pero SBE, they only need to win one more. Isa na lang. Ang SBE, marami silang room for errors. Marami silang rounds to lose, mga kaibigan. Siyempre, 10 pa. 10 literal na 10 talaga. Pero tingnan natin, as long as hindi pa tres ang SBE, pupusuan lang to ng Alpha Esports Pro. Dito sa playoffs,
matos lang eh, no? May
best,
sheriff lang eh.
Dito ba sa playoffs nanalo pa sila ng isang beses? 2-1 ganun.
Unsure, actually. Pero ito na nga ata si Papi Chulo, ginagapang na pa konti-konti. And Gian Sanity, baka matahilingan siya dito. Ang malupit dyan eh, mas nauna siyang makakuha ng kill. That is Papi Chulo going down. Merong kasunod yan. And Gian Sanity, I think he's very much aware of. 14 seconds remaining para i-plant ang spike. Pumasok na nga si Flippy. 10 seconds remaining at mukhang makakapag-plant sila unless hindi nila ma-clear. Ito ang backside nila. Ryu goes down but still it was a good hold para sa kanila. I don't think umabot pa yung pag-plant ng spike. Kay Jan nakasalalay.
1v2 but Cheng the God says no when a big sheriff is on his head right now. And AEP is still alive. Uulitin ko, hanggat hindi pa tapos, hanggat hindi pa tres ang SBE, pupusuan lang ng mga alpha to. Adonis Esports kumbaga.
19-7. 19 kills, 7 deaths, Aziz. Flippy, 15 kills, 7 deaths. 14 kills, 6 deaths. Pro, Papi Chulo na mainit pa kanina, siya pa yung pang-apat sa frag list natin with the 13 kills and 4 deaths on his hand. 10 naman para kay Ja. You could just see how all the frags are well disseminated pagdating sa mga players natin. Distributed talaga pagdating sa kanila. And it's because they all work as a unit. They all are hot. Etong ano na to, turret na to, mapapatay at mapapatay lang din. And it seems like a fast play mula sa SBE side.
Here in this game, ladies and gentlemen, catching them off guard right. Pero si Jin nakakuha ng isa dito, pero yun nga lang, let's see if ever makakuha pa siya na mas marami pong mga kills dito, mga kaibigan. It's gonna be really hard for them to push in kasi it's just sobrang kuhang-kuha na rin talaga ng AEP itong site na to. And para sila makabar dito kahit pa paano. Cheng nakakuha ng isa right now, pushing ito 5v3. The clock is ticking already. Pwede sila makapag-retake if ever. Pero si Pro, tamang sheriff lang dito talaga ang gabin niya kasi wala naman talaga siyang pera ngayon. Pero yun nga lang, may matatamaan pa ngayon ng pages mo. Wala ata. Pero nga lang, Pro missing all the shots na meron siya. Pero 5v2, this is gonna be really hard for them to do the big retake if ever. Pero nga, it's all up to one. Papi Chulo will gonna fall down into the hands of Cheng, 12-4.
There you have it. Meron pa, puso lang ang puhunan ng AEP. Kaya pa naman eh. And this is very much so a possible comeback. Walang imposible. Hindi pa naman tapos ang laban. Knowing na kaya pang snowball ng AEP to, kung ma-pick up nila yung pacing nila na meron sila and bumalik yung confidence, especially when it comes to Gian Sanity and Jin, making those entry happens and executions, nako, this can be a very much possible comeback still. So, wag tayong magpa-relax para sa side ng SBE. Kahit match point na sila, posible pa din yan. Nakita na natin yan dati pa. 12-1 nga yung score dati na comeback. Ito pa kaya?
Diba? Katniel nga may comeback eh.
Ito pa kaya? Jadin lang ang walang comeback. Jadin pala.
So talagang makakabawi talaga ito kahit paano, pero ito talaga yung pag-push nila. Pero hindi pa rin talaga sila nagkakabawasan dito. Nagbabantay lang sila na pwede lang ma-pick off dito. Tamang play for picks, kumbaga PFP. Play for picks. Yun ang gagawin nito mga players ito. Pero ang problema talaga sa SPE is wala silang pera. Pero if ever they're
Madami
gonna go
naman
in
silang
really smoothly,
Madami naman silang rounds to lose din. Alam mo yon, they can create even become more creative on these rounds.
merong chance na tatapusin nila to, nagagawin lahat nilang ultimate nila.
Pwede. Iniipon lahat ng utils, iniipon lahat ng ultimate para magamit ng sabay-sabay, i-overwhelm itong AEP to actually finish off the round. There is that chance. Pero dito muna tayo sa ongoing round natin. It's still quite possible for SBE to finish things off from here. Flippy, securing that kill already. 1-to-1 trade lang. Nabulag na si Jin pero nakapatay pa din. Dalawa ang nakuha niya sa mid and that is gonna be Aziz and Flippy out. Kursem waiting patiently here and this is another round for them. Ito na ang pagbangon ng AEP. Slowly but surely they're getting there. They just can't make any mistakes at all. Magre-refresh din yung barracks. Huwag kayong mag-alala.
And, parang malumanay ka na kaya ngayon.
One less. Ngayon lang tayo yung nakahinga ng maayos eh. Alam mo yun? Kanina yung cast namin. Tuloy-tuloy eh.
Oo, ang bilis sa mga nangyayari. Pero ngayon, kalma lang tayo ngayon, boys. Ano ba?
Oh, easy lang kayo.
Hindi naman araw-araw Pasko.
Hindi naman araw-araw magaganda yung mga nangyayari.
Oo, di ba?
Normal kills lang. Kasi yung, meron ng bagong comment kanina, masaya ka daw habang nananalo ang AEP. Ngayon daw na natatalo, malungkot ka daw, bes.
O ano? Ngi!
Ay, ito. Time out from SBE. Parang pakiramdam ko, Vil, tama hula mo eh. Pa-farmin ni Papi Chulo yung orb. Matik, insta, ultimate, lahat, kumpleto. May plano tong SBE, promise. Nag-time out na eh, may plano to.
Oo, pare. Alam mo ginawa niyan? Anong oras na ba? Alas 3 na? 3:40? Uminom na yan ng mga gamot.
Tamang maintenance lang. 3 times a day daw eh.
Humit-hit na ng kating ko mga
kaibigan.
kaibigan.
Nag-time out muna.
Oo, ngumata na ng alaksan. Ganun na ginagawa nila. Ito na ang Salon Pass Boys Esports, ladies and gentlemen. Babawi na ata sila.
Feeling ko magiging aggressive yung AEP dito ah. Insanity with an operator. Good positioning. Showstopper out para sa kanya. Pro, binuhay yung patay. That is gonna be Flippy going out. Naglabas ng Seekers. Aryu Ryu to secure the kill. Apat laban pa rin sa apat. Buhay na buhay pa rin. But it seems like the execution is ongoing in the hands of AEP as well for that retake. Ang gandang positioning from Aryu Ryu. He gets the triple on this round before he goes down. And now in a 2v2, si Ching nasa may screens lang nag-aabang. May neural depth na ginamit. And this will be spotted out. Dito na si Jin at si Ching mamamatay at mamamatay din. This is SBE winning game number 1 and securing the slot still here in VCTPH. May pag-asa pa hanggang finals. Pero for AEP side, yun na nga ang storya.
AEP is now eliminated dito sa VCT, ladies and gentlemen. Pero I mean, ganito this is their last chance para makapasok dito sa VCT, mga kaibigan. It's a good thing that they went in, di ba? Tapos, itong makapasok pa sila sa playoffs, may bonus pa, di ba? Kasama sila sa top 6 ang buong Pilipinas. So, it's a good run for AAP, knowing na andito sila, di ba? I mean,
yep. But we all know
undeniably, man. You're still the best here in the Philippines.
Ultimate goal pa rin naman when you join VCT is to actually reach Asia Pacific, up to Masters, up to Champions. Yan talaga ang ultimate goal ng mga teams na sumasali dito. And still, AEP showed us a very, very good run here in VCTPH. Yung mga magagandang mga matches na napanood natin na mabilisan, sa kanila lahat ng galing yan. Very much capable itong team ng AEP in executing. Sadyang there just comes a point na kung masyado na silang constricted na hindi na makagawa ng play yung dalawang firepower nila dito named Gian Sanity and Jin, hindi na talaga sila makabuelo at all. So they move around these two main players that they have. On another end, SBE is a totally different team. They move more as a unit.
Yeah. So kumbaga, sobrang nakasync yung ano nila, yung galawan dito sa mga side ng mga players natin ngayon, mga kaibigan. But yeah, there you have it. You've seen it already. It's just South Built Esports gonna win this match with a clean 2-1 pa rin, di ba? Importante. At least, di ba, nakaisa pa rin andito ang side ng Alpha Esports Pro. Hindi natapos ang run nila ng walang panalo for sure. They tried so hard, pero at the end of the day, we can say na it's just SB is a better team dito sa matchup na to. At saka knowing partner, dati kasi yung group stage natin, may groups group A, group B, diba? Pero ngayon mga kaibigan, nakalaban nila lahat.
Oo.
Diba?
Fair fight, diba? Kalaban mo lahat eh.
Oo.
Hindi lang yung nasa bracket na ganito, ganyan. This time around, kinalaban mo lahat, nagkakitaan ng points. Nandito talaga tayo sa punto. The top 6 teams. This is the top 6 teams of Philippines. The strongest of Philippines. But this time around, and in this specific game, it seemed like SBE was the stronger team itself. They're more consistent and they have those execution, good strat plays as well. And it just goes to show that SBE can just move forward. Talagang lower bracket kings itong mga nakalaban nila.
Yeah. The lower bracket king is indeed. Well, napanood natin yan back then, stage 1 pa, na talagang isipin mo, ang SBE is talagang literal na nag-crawl sa lower bracket towards victory, being the top team here in the Philippines. And syempre, ang SBE talagang dumating sila sa point na, di ba, 8 yung teams ng group stage. Dumating sila sa point na talagang wala silang panalo kahit isa. Pero kung nakikita mo naman, dito, galit na naman ang mga Titos of Manila. Pero there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. We've seen it already dito sa ating game number 1, sa ating match number 1 rather. It is AEP is gonna be eliminated and SBE will gonna advance to our lower bracket papunta syempre dito sa taas. Mga kaibigan, this has been your match for the day, pero meron pa naman tayong next match later on, so all you gotta do is sit back and relax. We are Tayville, the mods. We'll be right back. See you later.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands.
We are back over here at the Valorant Champions Tour Stage 2 Challengers Philippines. Southbuilt Esports gets to fight another day for a spot at the APAC Challengers as they just won their fight against Alpha Esports Pro. They're out here to show us that they have that level of adaptability that we're looking for over here and the level of preparedness that they have. The results? Let's watch for ourselves here on the series highlights. Fluffy, it's a 1-0 on our side for the predictions, and for a very good reason. The SBE performance here on Fracture was just something else.
Yeah, I mean, I think they really showed it against their game against Oasis Gaming in the start, how much they really improved over the weekend, and they continue to do so, moving on to Fracture this series versus Alpha Esports Pro. SBE playing super clean, getting a very dominating first half on the map, and basically closing it out on the second after the pistol. A lot of the credit, I feel like, on that map is towards Ja. He just had such a good hold on that Sentinel play, and it really made it a hard time for the double duelist composition of Alpha Esports to really make it through the lines. Moving on to Icebox, as you can see on your screen, Alpha Esports striking back, taking a map off the series, but at the end of it on Split, unfortunately for them, that is the end for their VCT run as well as their APAC dreams, with SBE really turning it into a remorseless winter on the map. Icebox itself, it was pretty close, I think. Southbuilt did have an advantage early on, but weren't able to close it enough for Alpha Esports, and they left too many gaps, which pushed them off to Split. On Split, it's a different story, though. We really saw the mastery of the map. We've seen Southbuilt Esports play it during this tournament multiple times, and they really had the most commanding first half I have ever seen on Split from any team. And moving on to the second half, although it kind of, there was a long time where it could have ended, but Alpha Esports really putting up the best fight that they could, but at the end of it, Southbuilt does take it.
Yes, and Fluffy, as we did discuss earlier on, we had both scenarios played out for Split. It was either SBE could take full control over this, or it was AEP showing that they had done their research. It turned out to be the former for this game. And G10, is there anything you want to say about how the series played out?
Yeah, I mean, we did kind of call it SBE 2-1, and it was a 2-1 split, was just a little bit too much for AEP to deal with. And of course, Ja will be the MVP, but I think that Alpha Esports Pro, I think they defaulted a little bit too hard on that double duelist composition in split. I don't think that you actually needed Jet there. Maybe keep Yin on that raise and put Yin Sanity on something like a Fade, but the comfort picks are what you really want to fall back on at a time like that, and Jet, that just didn't work out because Southbuilt, man, they had the strats to counter the comfort, and most deservedly, Ja, he took over the first two games for SBE, so he will be the MVP.
Oh yes, G10, his frags, his tactics have come into effect, and we can clearly see that with the numbers on the board. Let's talk more about Ja. What can we say about this incredible player?
Well, I mean, when he's on Chamber, God, it is almost guaranteed that he's going to be top fragging it out, or at least being incredible for his own team, because as Chamber, somehow he just finds those shots that other members of SBE cannot. It is uncanny how his abilities, or sorry, how he's able to aim, his pistol, his tour de force. it just is poetry in motion. And of course, the trademarks, I mean, the usage of it, it makes him so slippery and so hard to deal with. Even in the first game, he had a 321 ACS on Fracture, which is, I think, really kind of unheard of for this map, really, as it is kind of, that big map where you like to spread out the kills among your team, because it really is kind of hard to pop off there, as you will. But Ja does find a way.
Yes, of course. And Ja, along with the rest of his team, are players out here that are out to show the world that they're worthy to step on a global stage. We've seen them walk the walk. Now let's listen to them talk the talk. Here is Flippy of Southbuilt Esports.
Hello.
Flippy, we meet once again. Congratulations on that series win. Flippy, I'm gonna cut to the chase. I need to know, did you guys take a bath today? Last time we talked, you said that was the thing that changed from group stages to playoffs. So, let me know.
So, hindi namin na-realize na kami pala yung nauna sa schedule. So, I'll let you decide na lang kung nakaligo ba kami or hindi.
I guess that's kind of like the kryptonite of this team. And maybe you guys did not foresee that you guys were going to be the first series of this day, but it worked in your favor, I would say. So, I'm lucky that we're communicating through a screen and maybe not together in a studio right now. Now, as you know, if the game went the other way, you guys could have been eliminated today. So, were there any doubts in your head that you guys were going to get knocked off of the competition at this point?
Doubts, nervous, hindi naman, wala kaming ganun. Parang bang ina-expect lang namin na to give our all, to give our best, para at least kahit matalo kami o manalo, we gave it our all. So parang bang nothing matters na at this point. So parang bang do or die na lang talaga.
So basically, you just played to your heart's intent. Like, you guys gave it everything that you've got, and the results are out there. Whatever happens. And that's really incredible to see from you guys. And of course, the performance, you guys, was nothing short of impressive. Now, the next series is going to be Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Who do you think you'll be facing against tomorrow?
Oof, hard question. So, may mga ex-teammates ako dun from APH, which is Waldorio and Brain Freeze. So, hindi ko masasabi kung sino talaga mananalo, pero it depends on their performances for tomorrow or later on. So, pero if ever mamimili ako, I'm gonna think it's gonna be Oasis.
Ooh, I think Fluffy's smiling right now, but you can't see him currently. Now, again, you guys are going to be facing either one of these teams tomorrow. What is the plan tonight? How are you going to get prepared for that?
The usual, kain, ligo, ano pa ba? Go practice. Wala, I think that's about it.
We're looking forward to that. Okay, you take a bath now, and then tomorrow, maybe it's a different story. We'll see. But now you have the opportunity to give some shoutouts to everybody that's been supporting Southbuilt Esports. So, Flippy, the floor is yours.
Wait lang.
I think he's pulling out the list.
Shoutout po sa parents si Chris, sa parents po ni SBE Pro, sa kay Ronnie at saka kay Emily. Thank you for the support. Tapos thank you na rin po sa mga fans, sa mga family and friends, tsaka sa teammates ko. Shoutout sa inyo lahat. You're the best. Thank you.
Aw, very short and sweet. Thank you as well, Flippy, for giving us some time and for letting us know what we can expect from you guys tomorrow. Maybe no showers. But yeah, thank you so much and have a great night. Enjoy.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Flippy.
Bye, Flippy. Southbuilt Esports is just phenomenal right now. The lower bracket may not sound as enticing as the upper bracket, but again, this is the team that showed us in stage 1 that it's possible to start from the bottom and then grind all the way to the top. With this in mind, I am so ready for the next series to start. Before that though, we'll be going on to a quick break, but when we return, we'll be talking about Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming.
Turn cold, lost control. Look
looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. so to see. You chose to lead my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. Can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks are deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
We're back over here at the VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers Playoffs. After that stellar performance by South Built Esports, I'm excited to see how things are going to play out in the second series here. It's very unfortunate that Alpha Esports Pro is out of the running in this stage, but it's also very worrisome to think that one of the teams out here is gonna have the same risk of being eliminated. But again, that is just how the competition here goes. Yesterday we saw the battle of the OGs, but now I feel like this is what we'd like to call a battle of the Zoomers. What do you think, G10?
Well, yeah, if we had the Battle of the Boomers
I said
yesterday.
OGs. Let me be very
Okay.
clear. I said
All
OGs.
right, you said OGs then. Okay. I was going to say it was a Battle of the Boomers yesterday, but now we have, yes, the Battle of the Zoomers, the crack aim kids, the pug stompers that you see absolutely getting highlights every single game. And man, Oasis versus Bren, this is going to be a very heated one. I honestly don't know who's going to be winning. It can go either way for me because these two teams, they have hot days and they have cold days. Today, they both have to be as hot as humanly possible, like the Human Torch or something in order to get through to tomorrow.
As you say that, things are starting to heat up over here. And, we're going to get hotter over here as we introduce the first team in this series. Let's unveil whether they have those amazing hot qualities. So first up is Bren Esports. The boys in yellow come out here to prove that they are truly strong, whereas their fans would say, Bren lang malakas. But is that strength reflecting here on our VCT stage, G10?
Well, considering that they are now in the lower brackets, I'd say it's reflected quite a bit in the group stage, but in this playoffs, they have kind of faltered a little bit. And I kind of do want to go back to our conversation of them being hot. I mean, speaking of, you got hot sauce right there, ready to roll, ready to heat things up. But Bren Esports, they kind of are a team that if they get a couple of losses, it is a little bit easier for them to kind of have a hard time mentally. It's a little bit difficult for these boys to get that mental reset that they need, especially when they've already lost a map. And I do think that is one of the factors as to why they get too owed when they do lose. But when they win, it kind of is a boon to them. It's like they get buffed after a map win, and then they just go ham over and over again. But of course, it does kind of boil down to how well they do in that map one, I think, as to how well Bren will be doing in the rest of the series. So, I mean, if they're incredible in that first map, or if they make it incredibly close, then I do think that it's going to be probably the spiciest series that we're going to be seeing today.
Oh, it's funny how you worded everything over there, because I agree that to a certain extent, Bren really relies on the momentum that they have. But at the same time, it's also a battle of mental fortitude out here. So they have to have that mental reset every time things are starting to go south for them. But anyway, when I think about Bren Esports, you know what I think of? It's like it's a 5-head team, because we've got Bren, and then we got Brain Freeze.
Bren Freeze?
Anyway, let's take a look at their opponents, Oasis Gaming. These are the forces that build up the thirst-quenching spot in the desert that we like to call Oasis. Fluffy, it's no surprise that you have a lot to say about this team, so I'm giving you the floor on this one.
A lot to say, but I feel like a lot has already been said. Oasis Gaming really came out swinging since day one of this entire event. They took out some of the top teams in the group stages, though their momentum honestly has been cut short a bit as they're coming into this elimination game of back-to-back losses. That does play a toll on your mental, but knowing Oasis Gaming and the fact that because they dropped early in the lower bracket, they do have that one day for that mental reset, as well as time to reassess the rock-solid roster of Oasis Gaming that has proven that they can take the fight to Bren previously in the group stages has to show up today as well on the playoffs. It is a do-or-die event right now. Last time it ended 2-1, but will history repeat itself today? Because the new and improved Bren Esports might get the revenge today and keep their VCT dreams alive if Oasis Gaming doesn't step up.
Oh, absolutely. I like how you said that. You said that the single day reset, or like the single day that buffer rather, allows this team to prepare a little bit more. But as we recall from the first series, Southfield Esports won despite not having that 1 day reset. So it's either you thrive off of the momentum, or you thrive off of the time, the ample time that you had to prepare for your matches. Now, as we have come to explore and discuss the teams a little bit further, we can actually move on to the highlighted players for this year's. And I'm very excited to discuss these two. It's, again, Brain Freeze.
Yeah,
You know, my
freeze.
brain freeze. And then we've got Ripper, the respective smokers of their teams. G10, when they say that the youth are the future, I'm pretty sure they meant these two. They're unstoppable forces over here.
I believe the children are the future, and honestly, these guys have been taught well. Now they're leading the way. I mean, we have seen some standout performances from both of them, even though usually it's EJ and Envy that we like to focus on, because they do quite a bit of high impact plays for their teams. But these guys, their impact is no joke as well, because they're kind of these secondary clutchers, if you will, for their respective teams. Brain Freeze has had quite a few moments where he was kind of the last bastion for Bren Esports. Ripper as well has had some stand-up performances here for Oasis Gaming, and although the stats, they are a little bit low compared to what we're kind of used to when we cover, say, duelist versus duelist matchups. These guys, they are kind of the backbone for their respective teams as well. So if that backbone breaks, well, there you go. You can't move your legs anymore.
That's true. I mean, between both of these players, age, they might be in the lower end of the spectrum, but their experience in the scene has always been at an all-time high. Ripper and Brain Freeze, also formerly teammates in the former Oasis Gaming roster, both are now on that controller role, which isn't just simply smoking for your team. It's also your job, like a sentinel, to hold ground, but also, even if you're not on the same place or site, you have to be able to cover your teammates, and that game sense and experience for the veterancy they have, considering their age, is just such a big deal that you can have in the tournament. I mean, aside from that, I have to agree with G10. When push comes to shove, we've seen both of these players, especially I think on both Fracture maps that they played on, really clutch it out on that Brimstone.
Very good points about these players. And again, smokers are very essential to a team. We've seen that time and time again. If you get a smoker out early in the round, it's very hard to come back from that. Now, let's see how they will fare in the various maps that we have in the game. We're heading off to our map vetoes and picks. And as a recap for our audience, these two met up at Icebox, Fracture, and Split previously. Bren took over Icebox, while Oasis Gaming won the series by taking over Fracture and Split. Last time around, it was a quick ban for Bind, but that's not the case this time. It was also a quick ban for Ascent for the side of Oasis, but as we can see, Split was the first ban this time. I wonder what the case is going to be this time around for Bren, though. What do you think? Oh, Fluffy, there we go.
Right, so they go for the Icebox ban, Bren Esports. Oasis and Bren taking out those two maps from the pool already leaves a lot of good options out. Fracture still in the pool, Bind as well is normally a first phase ban by Oasis, but going for the Split instead does leave it open for the first. I'm expecting them to either pick a map that they're comfortable with, such as Breeze or Haven, maps that both teams are honestly pretty good at. I think Oasis is a bit better on the Breeze map, but as I say that, Haven is locked in for the first map of our series. For the second map, still undecided, with Bren on the first map picking defense on Haven. I expect Bren might lean into something like the Breeze. I'm not sure if they want, or Bind actually, I think would be a great option, because they know that Oasis isn't that great on Bind statistically. So picking it right now, if they have the practice, would be a very smart move in my opinion, because I don't think they want to run into that Fracture again, knowing that Oasis really has a good control of that map, and it is the map that they did lose in the previous series.
As we say that, Ascent gets picked. I was actually expecting Ascent to be banned, especially on the side for Oasis Gaming. Bren has been performing pretty well in Ascent, however, that did allow for more strats to be revealed and studied for Oasis to take advantage of. But what do you think, G10?
Well, I think that, honestly, Bren picking Ascent here, that kind of sends a message to Oasis, that they're not afraid to pick a map like Ascent. They're not afraid to pick a theoretically 50-50 map because they do have strats on it. They do have something lined up there, and of course Oasis will be picking that defense as well. So both teams will be picking defense on the other team's map picks. Bind will be taken out. Of course Oasis doesn't want to deal with a Bren Bind that is just asking for trouble if that's going to be your decider, but that does leave quite a that leaves Breeze and Fracture, and it looks like Fracture is going to get banned out, so we're going to be going to Breeze if we do go to the decider, and I think that may actually lean a little bit towards Oasis's side.
Oh my goodness, I'm looking at this now, and this is exactly the opposite of how things went down last time. As I said earlier, it was Split, Icebox, and Fracture, and now instead of that, we've got Haven, Ascent, and Breeze, and there's no going back now. These are the maps that have been locked and ready to go, and we're all out here serving you looks at the maps. It's been insane.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Haven has been kind of a hit or miss for Bren. I feel like sometimes they do really well, sometimes not so well, but I think today they're going to be pulling out all the stops. Now, Ascent, I think, is going to be the most interesting map. If Oasis is able to stifle Bren's plans on Ascent when they start on defense, I think, and they're able to, cut that momentum in that first half, they have a pretty good chance of actually taking that entire map, maybe.
Yeah, I think I would also agree that Ascent is probably the most interesting map for me. We've seen these two teams really play on Haven and show a bunch of their strats as well as on Breeze. Ascent, though, on the side of Oasis Gaming, they've done a couple of things differently. The last time we saw them, they brought out their 6-man Dasova main Courtesy to fill in for their roster. So because Oasis does have the flexibility to flex in their 6-man at any point, that could be an interesting match for them, but unfortunately I think the result the last time they did that was not in favor of Oasis. So hopefully they learn from their mistakes as they will be playing it for the second game. I feel like in general that's going to be the most important game of the series.
I'm excited to find out whether that plot twist of bringing in the 6th man in this specific map is gonna be the game changer for them, but we'll just have to wait and see. In the meantime though, I believe the prod team is gonna show our predictions right on your screens right now. We got our first predictions right, people, and we're taking pride in that. This time around, I'm not so sure because I truly believe that this could go in any direction. Like G10 said, it's a 50-50 for me, but we're being held at gunpoint here. We're being forced to make a prediction for your satisfaction, guys. Yes. Again, this is potentially embarrassing for us as well. So with that, here are the predictions.
Someone's going to be 100% today, and potentially 2 people are going to get disgraced. So I hope, Fluffy, for our sake, that it's going to be a close match. So at least we can say, our predictions were 2-1. It was a close match. It could have gone either way, wink, wink, and not just because, we predicted for Bren and then maybe they lose, but I do have full confidence that Bren will be taking it.
I still say it's a 50-50, but I was forced to take a side. Now, the big question for me for this series is how consistent these teams are going to be. We've seen them at their great days, but we've also seen the inconsistencies from time to time. So that's going to be a factor in here. But anyway, we'll see which panelist gets the right prediction and gets 100% today. I'm anxious to find out who gets eliminated here as well. But again, it's all part of the competition. This is Bren Esports versus Oasis Gaming. Let's get it started. Casters, show us the agents.
naman ang laban ng dalawang teams ngayon dahil kung kanina may namaalam na may susunod na mamamaalam dito sa VCTPH Playoffs. Ako si Rene, kasama ko ngayon si Honey Glaze at kami ang Girl Power na dadalhin ang aksyon between Bren, Esports and Oasis Gaming as they need to fight for that slot here in the lower bracket. Pero bago ang lahat, kamusta ka naman Honey Glaze at sa tingin mo, sino ba talaga ang mas lamang pagdating sa map veto?
Pagdating sa mga video kanina narinig ko yung reaction mo na mainit nga yung mga possibility dito here in our maps, here into our series dahil may malaking possibility din na 50-50 ang chances ng mga teams natin ngayon. Kaya nahirapan ako sa part ng panelists natin kanina, Ray, kasi kailangan nila mamili. It's either Bren with the consistency, it's either Oasis naman with almost the same amount of surprise attacks laban dito sa Bren Esports. Pero going back, we have here the map of Haven, Mapix, and also the agent picking sa rin ng ating mga players ngayon. Walang triple duelist or walang triple initiator rather for Oasis Gaming dahil alam nilang patunggalin nila dito ang Bren.
Surprisingly, it's still na agent selection between Bren Esports together with Oasis Gaming. Yung mga kapitbahay ko, oy! Mga fun fact lang ulit sa mga di nanonood dyan. Yung Oasis Gaming, wala pa yung bootcamp nila dito sa mga 30 steps. Nandun na ako sa kanilang bootcamp. Pero ang importante dito between them and Bren, it will really take this series into something. Pero GG's nga pala sa Alpha Esports and SBE, they still have their lower bracket. They're surviving it. At kung sino man mananalo between Bren and Oasis Gaming today, makita natin sila papuntang next round between them and SBE. Pero dito sa Haven, pareha sa teams, palong-palo dito. Pero they're still gonna be sticking with the usual agent comp na meron sila. Fade onto the side of Bren together with Oasis. Pero may konting differences lang. Pagdating sa Sentinel na lang, Marky with the Chamber. So ang daming dito, upper hands and not. Pero I'm so happy to see Wild Oreo again with that raise. And si EJ, syempre, I'm a big fan of his Jet. Pero ito na, Wild Oreo, konting protection lang. Pero mukhang makakapag-uubat na siya. Stock crush gear nga, tawag namin dyan ni Rack. Pero ito, nag-agay kagad. Kinuha na si Brain Freeze. And suddenly, may control na sila kagad here in Seaside.
Maagang mardago lang kaagad nila dito, eliminating in one member. We have here the postment ng in favor of the side of Bren Esports or rather ng Oasis Gaming. So let's see kung ano ba ang mangyayari dito pagdating sa retake ng Oasis. We have here 2 flanks. We also have here 2 positioned all the way from Garage. Nandito na yung mga blinds pero let's see kung sino ba talaga ang uunahin dito ng Oasis dahil ang daming nakaseparate dito. Sa attention ba naman binibigay ng Oasis ngayon? We have your Coco going away from the casualties, from the combats. Pero nakikita naman natin ngayon siya na lang ng natitira. EJ trying to survive. We have the fault lines that will cause hysteria all the way from his position. We have a 1 clean of a score for Oasis Gaming.
Sheesh! Oasis Gaming wins the pistol. Ang ganda kagad ng aggressiveness nila galing sa may garage side. And this is a fun fact. I don't usually see ang raid pagdating sa Haven in a way here in the comp ng Pro scene. Kasi sa Radiant Elo, parati ako nakakita na nag-raise. Particularly si Super MJ. Yan, big fan ako yan. Pero nga lang sa Pro scene, hindi natin nakikita usually. Pwede pang Greyna, pwede pa silang nag-jet. Pero I think I kinda commend that Wild Or is one of the best raise dito sa Philippines with his performance pagdating sa competitive scene, sa professional scene. But on the other side, I can't disregard with how EJ also has that topmost performance pagdating sa jet niya. Alam mo, parati kapag naka-blade storm siya, tumatama. Isa, parati ko. Hindi isa, minsan ace. Ganun kagpalong-palo si EJ. Pero as they try to burst right through naman here in A-side, ang ganda kagad ng gusto nilang i-manifest na control ngayon. And now, Envy, sabi mo, pre, mali yung
dito na lang.
Magpapatid tayo sa default. Nakakatakot ka naman, pre. Sabi na, sorry. Sorry,
sorry. Akin. At least,
They are in for a 5v5 post plant. The smokes, the stores are already placed in. Tingnan natin kung ano ang gagawin na ngayon ng Bren Esports. Lalo na't may mga utilities pa rin naman, Navi, with that hunt. Let's see kung makakapag-react on time dito ang Oasis with those lines. All of them are raining all the way from the heaven. Goes in for the spray. Pero lang din makakakuha ng dalawa. Pero Coco makakapag-finish na nga in a clean 2-0 once again for Oasis Gaming. We didn't know kung ano ang pwedeng mangyari dito for Bren Esports. Imagine mo yun, Ray, lahat sila nang galing ng heaven tapos magbibigay ng mga blinds at in-expect pa rin ito ng Oasis Gaming.
Ang ganda kasi ng
ayun, lot sila.
Pareha sa team. Pero may ano lang, pagdating sa baril, may advantage lang yung Oasis. Pero ano ba naman yung ginawa na kagad din, tinubi 5 ng ni Reaper together with Envy, yung mga taga-Bren. Pero dito sa comp ng Bren, I'm happy to see Hot Sauce with that Cypher. So, ang daming particular na may mga advantage/disadvantages. Pero we gotta commend yung breach talaga na comp na talagang fina-follow through nila pagdating dito sa mismong mapang to. Pero ngayon, na slow plays talaga. Alam mo, nakita mo yung pagiging careful na ng dalawang teams na to, ha? Hindi guys, talagang wala na nagpapabaya. Wala nang small mistakes. Kasi nagiging disadvantage pero as Wild Warrior tries to come right through, sinisira lang nila kagad yung gustong hold kagad na Bren here in Garage.
Nasis kasi dito si Hotsos, no? May malaking possibility pa naman siya dito makapag-counter ng atake ngayon ng Oasis all the way from Garage. Pero this time, since nakapagbigay na nga ng attention dito ang Oasis, nakapag-ingay na in Garage, decide na lang sila ngayon to slowly push in A. This is a good possibility for them dahil nga isa lang na naman, si EJ lang din naman ang nakatungo dito. Pero let's not fret dahil EJ pa rin naman ito ng Bren Esports. Ultimo makuha niya yung info dito, pwede siya makaulo ka agad. But with that being said, he gets in the info, he gets in the bait, he gets in the switch. That is a pick off laban dito kina Reaper pero unfortunately he was quickly traded off. Nandito naman yung mga Hans and also the seed. Nandito pa yung mga blind. Kaya ang hirap na tuloy makapasok muli. Sabi 8K goes in for 2. Goes in for final 3. Pero tingnan natin kung maka-eliminate pa siya ni Marky. But that is Coco remaining. Hindi na rin pala ito magiging sapat pa for Oasis to get in that 3 points lead. In our half, this is Bren with the Vice.
Uy! Nag-audition lang sila kay Javi pero wala na silang choice Wala na ring oras.
Kailangan na pumasok
Kapag nag-gain out sila, maalalaman din kagad ng mga taga-Bren. Tignan mo, ginawa silang aim labs pa isa-isa. Galit ang Reaper Vandal. Si Coco Martin na lang kagad yung natitira si Omar. Close kami yan, si Omar yung tawag ko.
Omar?
Oo, si Omar. Pero to, full buy na rin sa side ng Oasis. Hindi. Oh, real name talaga ni Coco yan, si Omar. Tinanong ko anong pangalan niya talaga Ayan. Tapos si Wild Oreo yan, si Bray. Si Marky, si Mark. Si Inby, si Jigs. Nakalimutan ko kay Reaper Sorry akin.
Ako, pasensya na Reaper.
May kamukha daw siya sa Toy Story. Sorry, hindi sa Toy Story, sa Robinsons. Pero Javi, takes down the Wild Oreo. Yung kalaban dun sa, Meet the Robinsons.
Ay, yung laging puyat?
Yung laging puyat! Laging puyat! Nakalimutan ko yung pangalan. Pero search mo Honey Glaze. Search mo
Sige.
Habang nangyayari nga kagad, ang ganda na ng hold ng Bren against Oasis. They're really shutting down Wild Oreo. Kasi alam nila, magiging problem na nila. Satchel in, satchel out. Pagdating sa kanya. And as of now, Oasis, they have the control but nag-aalangan sila parati kasi nati-trade off sila ng mga taga-Bren. At tignan mo, si Hot Sauce alam na kagad na nandito na sila sa A-side.
Tahimik pa rin naman ang tarangkahan nila dito magagawa here in A. Pero makakapag-plant na rin naman na sila ng spike. Hot Sauce is still all the way from top side. Pero with that Nightfall, it will be a big disadvantage for Bren or Oasis Gaming para makakuha ng gante. With that Cosmic Divide, they will buy some time. Pero look at this, Hot Sauce. Commendable enough na nagamit niya yung Cosmic Divide para makaligtas. And that is a quick flick for EJ to clean things up with a clean 2K at makakapag-defuse sila ngayon. Finally, another round ulit for Bren at masasabi nga natin talagang 50-50 yung chances dito manalo ng isang team dito sa series na ito, dito sa matchup na ito. Pero balikan ko yung pinasearch mo sa akin kanina, Riri. Hindi, wala siyang pangalan pero nakalagay lang dito, the Bowler Hat. Bowler Hat guy.
Wait lang, kasi may nickname siya si Boo. Si Boo ba? Hindi si Boo Iba yun. Wait.
Cebu yung
Nakalimutan
ano
ko
yun eh. Yung sa Monsters Inc. yata yun eh.
Ay, nakakalimot talaga ako. Si Goob!
Right
Tama
there.
ako!
Si
Goob!
Goob!
Si Goob! Oo, si Goob! Isa ka sa favorite movies ko tong Meet the Robinson. So, kailangan, alam ko siya.
Oo nga, ang tagal na
si
nito.
Goob.
Oh my
Oo,
gosh.
di ba? Ang tagal na. Ang tanda na natin. 2007 pa pala to. Parang, hindi ako 2007 pa pala siya. At ngayon, EJ palong-palo. Tinakas na naman si Marky. At eco round kasi. Eco matos na naman ang meron sa side ng Oasis Gaming. At si Reaper naghihintay sa non pick out. Ano ka? Walang nangyari. Reaper! Walang nangyari. Ori na lang all by himself kumakanta. He gets the top.
Bye.
Pero nga lang, na-reveal siya. Na-reveal lahat. Pati ang mga above. Pero wala. Javi takes him down. And Bren Esports leading already by 1. So talagang umiinit na ang Bren Esports. Si EJ nakapag-warm up na.
Oh. Sabi ko lang na biglang biglang dumaples. Nagmente si Wild Oreo nung minention mong may mga na-reveal na above. Kaya nahirapan siya patayin dito yung mga nanggaling nga sa Bren. Sabi he was able to finish it out. Pero now, this is already a 3-2 scoreline. Still in favor of Bren Esports. Gusto ko to kasi nagkakaroon sila ng parang tug of war na nagkakapalitan sila ng momentum, nag-save kanina yung Oasis, pero this time, it's already 3 consecutive rounds for Bren Esports. Tingnan natin ngayon kung magiging successful na sila with the buys of that operator. Walang makikita dito si EJ. He's all the way from Silong, pero may masisist naman dito si Savvy. So at the very least, may ma-disengage dito for Oasis, pero Oasis has a different thought and mind. Naggusto pa rin nila i-push ito kahit anong iba to na utilities dito ni Envy or rather ni Javi 8K para at least masayang ito at makapag-rotate sila for another site.
At no more dreams. Ano masasabihin natin?
Oo nga pala, anong shish?
Hindi na sis.
Ningen na kaya. Noted po, noted.
Basta
Mali kami
ako,
doon.
at least Rere yung pangalan ko, no? Ay, nako.
Si
Trip
Yayi
talaga
pa
kanina eh.
yata yung kanina, Yayi.
Pero pinakita na nga ngayon ng pagyanig ng panig sa Ilog Pasig. A-site na naman ang plano ng Oasis. Wild Oreo, nasayang lang ang paint shots. Wala pa namang push mula sa Bren. Pero Jay, together with the hot sauce, ready na kagad sa kanilang ultimates. Pero ngayon, nasabi tayo sa Kapatis 1. Naghihintay kagad sa post-plant ang mga taga-uwas. Ang ganda ng contrast. Tignan mo si Reaper tsaka si Marky na pinakita sa kanila. Pero nga lang, naka-hold on pa rin sila. At yun pinaninindigan nila. Nililito din sila sa shuttle mula kay Wild Oreo. But they're able to take it down. Reaper na lang tsaka si Coco Martin ang matitira. And then Coco pops them out. Waiting for the perfect time. Martin shot them down. Pero may oras pa rin naman sa Bren. Ang ganda ng pagtapon ng concuss. Gamit na gamit si Symbol at si Abby 8K. Ang tawag kay Symbol, nasa tamang tao kaya inspired. Pero sabi ni Symbol, may sinasabi
Hindi na multiple crouch, multiple W na rin.
Oo. Yun ang bago.
Balik natin doon sa mga na-mention mo kanina, Ray. Talagang napakaganda ng full line dito ni Symbol. Dagdagan mo pa ng paranoia kaya nahihirapan dito ang Oasis to hold on to one composure, one position, one angle laban dito sa Bren Esports. At tuloy-tuloy naman ang pagpasok ng Bren dito. Tingnan mo naman ngayon, 4 consecutive rounds after sa dalawang rounds na nakuha ngayon ng Oasis. But now, we have your EJ placing himself in garage. He doesn't miss out the shot, pero at least madadaplisan or pwede niya madaplisan pa rin naman na dito si Marky. Pero titingnan pa rin natin kung makakasurvive si Marky dahil hindi na nandito naman na din si Symbol para makapag-push through sa kanya. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit kailangan mo palumunod sa isa pero kailangan naman, pwede naman dun lang din sa kabilang kanto na pwedeng mong makita. And that is just Ripper going in for 2K immediately. Laban kay ED na kahit naka-operator siya, he has already the numbers advantage on in favor of Oasis Gaming.
At ngayon, Hot Sauce, 1 HP and a Dream. Mati 350 ba ng Oasis sa mga taga-Bren? Si Reaper, Si Reaper, tahimik lang yan.
Spectre lang yan.
Naka-Spectre lang yan. Na,
Nakapatay ng naka-OP
Prime
yan.
ba to? Di ko alam Prime ba yan? Sana all mayaman. Pero to, Coco goes for yung plant. Echoes mula kay Reaper. Dalawa pa ang kanyang between. Ang ganda ng off angle niya pagdating ngayon dito. Pero may flash pa mula kay Coco. Merong showstopper si Wild Oreo. So tignan natin kung magagamit nga ba nila to. Mama-maximize pero nag-set up na kagad ng stars kaya mapapabaya si Javi pero may lineup.
Ay, may lineup, may
si
lineup.
Javi, oh. May lineup. Pero hindi natin kung gagana may counter na flash lang din kagad. And hindi nila pinapabayaan. There's Reaper. Tries to take them down. And it's all up to Javi going up against 2. Pero may lineup din si Coco. Si Coco hindi niya pinipitawan o hindi niya pinipitawan. Pero sinasabay.
May showstopper pa.
May showstopper pa. Lahat na. Ano yung finish round? And still mananalo ang Oasis sa round na to. At matatamaan ba si Wild Oreo? Uy, hindi na. 4-3.
Pa ang Oasis Gaming from that round. Imagine, spec mga sheriffs ng ang hawak dito. Look at this, Reaper. Dalawa yung na-pick off niya. Si EJ, tinatry niyang ma-pick off dito si Reaper. Pero kasi sobrang maikinitan. Reaper at hindi siya na-pick off. Tatlo ang napatay ng tao ito. He's picking off right now. It's already 4-3. Still in favor of Bren Esports, by the way. Pero at least ang Oasis, nakabay na sila. They also have here the aggressiveness of Marky. Look at this. They're hawak si Marky na siya yung Reaper.
Ooh. Talagang si Marky kasi tahimik lang yan. Pero talagang sanay siya mag-operator. Sabi niya, hindi ko na kailangan gumamit ng 2D force. Maya na lang. Kaya siya talaga kasi pseudo duelist. Actually, when you have that chamber talaga, you're expecting that to be that duelist eh. Pero, good pick up wala kay Valorant, pero na-trade lang ni EJ. Si Coco mo. Wala na kagad pang flash na Oasis. So, they gotta stick kay Envy together with Wild Oreo para sa mga aggressive push. Pero, si EJ!
Fear ka talaga.
Nakakatakot yan nananakot yan eh. Totoong ghost yan. Si Envy, hindi katulad ng kadugo mo dati na ghost. Ay, dito mamangala si Marky pagdating kay Hot Sauce. May pag-asa na pabaka agad si Symbol together with Hot Sauce ang actually taken. Dahil meron pang pagyanig si Symbol.
2v3 immediately all in favor of the numbers of Oasis. Nakalabas naman sila ng site pero unfortunately we still have here the Rolling Thunder. May iipit sila all the way from the back. Let's see kung makakakuha pa rin ba sila dito ng pag-pick up dito sa mga nagde-defuse. But unfortunately, Simple just goes in with straight. Pero Ripper all the way from the back. He doesn't know where they are. Pero unfortunately for this guy, it's still Simple to finish this out. May commanding lead pa rin naman dito ang Bren Esports. And Oasis Gaming, nice try. Doon sa vice nilang yun. Hindi nila naabutan yung operator.
Sasayangan ako sa Oasis. Sa kanila na yun eh.
Oo nga eh.
3v2 yet. Sabi sa inyo guys, ba't kayo magmamadali? Nagkamali. Maganda na sana yung ginawa ni Wild Oreo. Pero yung naging crucial is that masyadong malayo sa kay Esports. Tapos nakita yung utilities ni Symbol. Ang ganda ng contest niya. That's the game changer of it all. 5-3. Bren leading by 2 already at magta-time out na sila as early as round 9. Gusto ko lang i-shoutout ang mga taga-Defy na nanonood ngayon. Oy, sa mga tropa natin dyan. Kay, ano ba mga tropa? Kay Disrupt, kay Worship, kay Eugene S, kay Nasmi, kay Godowers, at kay Disrupt. Kasi yun, 5 sila. Tama ba ako? At kay Coach Mark at kay GT. Ayan, shout out sa inyo. Pero, balik na tayo ngayon sa Oasis. At, okay na eh. Pero minsan nagmamadali sila. Ito yung usual mistakes ng Oasis pag post-plant nila eh. And dapat tayo na sana yun, 4-4. Pero pinakawalan nyo. Nasa kanila na. Nasa iyo na. Pinakawalan mo pa.
Naging problema lang kasi dito nila yung Rolling Thunder din na hindi nagdalawang easy si Symbol na gamitin, was able to get in 2 members dito sa silong at hindi rin nakaligtas dito si Reaper kahit na nagreposition na siya all the way from silong tapos umadvance siya dito sa garage. And speaking of garage, mukhang ito ang gustong planuhin ngayon ni Wild Oreo. Brain freeze dito, mukhang magkakaroon sila dito ng chacha. Bahagyang magkakaroon naman ng mga sprays dito from Wild Oreo pero it doesn't go in immediately dahil alam niyang baka sakaling may magiging push pang mangyari dito or magkaroon ng body-body system dito in favor of Bren Esports. Dahil ang kailangan lang naman ng Bren is maging patient lang dito sa mga angles na hinohold nila ngayon. Pero hindi naging patient kasi dito si EJ. He needs and wants to get a kill at makukuha niya kaagad si Marky.
Ang bilis sila ma-dictate si Marky kagad. Plus, naka-eco pa ang Oasis kay Brain Freeze. He's trying to get a goal. Paalam na ako nasa si Reaper, pinakitaan pa nga ng paranoia, pero nga lang may discipline mula kay Reaper. Kaso kala si Hot Sauce, habi niya, got you fam. Tatlo na lang kagad na natitira sa side ng Oasis. Go. Tries to clear up the side mismo, pero nga lang may advantage sila. Holding on. That fighter. Excuse me now. Tabi-tabi po. Brain Freeze gets 2. Bren leading by 3 already.
Ganda ng ginawa ni Brain Freeze dito, even though na nakita na siya with the following info from the hunt, was able to compose himself na kaya ko pa rin patayin, kaya ko pa rin pitasin dito yung dalawang natitira. Balikan natin yung replay natin dito na hindi talagang gumugusto siya kay Marky. And at this moment, Hot Sauce, almost 2K ang makukuha niya dito, kina Coco, pero it's just really the fact na ang hirap din talagang ibalik yung crosshair placement mo all the way from Silong mula doon sa pagtalon ni Wild Oreo. And now it's already 6-3. This is much more expected talaga for Bren Esports to have that dominant effect. But look at this, AJ is really positioning himself para mailigtas na rin yung tropa niya dito all the way from garage. Buhay pa rin dito si Brace Reese. He's already low on HP, pero at the very least, dalawa na yung wala ngayon for Oasis Gaming, Rolling Thunder para ma-secure yung garage. Pero let's see na hindi pa rin naman ngayon. But the plant and the spike dito, ang Oasis and the Nightfall is crawling onto their sleeves. Papasok na dito yung Hunt. There's also Tony Prowler, pero wala sila maririnig ngayon. Pero hindi kailangan ni Reaper yon. Nakakuha siya ng isa, Symbol goes in for the trade. Dalawa na lang ang natitira, makakapag-plant nga ba sila ng spike?
Pero mo, ang mga taga-Oasis, natatalo sila sa aim duel sa Bren. Ang lamig-lamig ba dyan? Parang wala naman tayo sa
Kailangan muna
Baguio,
mag-inat-inat
Oasis eh. Tignan nyo ako, magkapit-bahay lang tayo, pero bakit ang nalamig? And now, we only have Marky all by himself. He tries to finish this, pero nga lang, people denies him once again. 7-3, Bren is on a spree. At tatandaan nyo, itong map pick na to nanggaling sa Oasis ha. Tatandaan lang natin. And, ang pagdating sa asset, magaling din naman sila. Pero kasi kapag sinatdown mo yung momentum ng Oasis, sometimes it's really hard. Kasi nasa pressure sila eh. And tatandaan nyo rin guys, kapag natanggal ang Oasis ngayon, isang team na lang galing sa invited teams ang matitira. At yun ay ang SB. There's galing open qualifiers.
Ang hirap nun. Ang laking... Hindi na shish, Ray. Nginang. Pero tama ka doon. Pinili ito ng Oasis, itong mapa na ito. Pero nakakalimutan natin that Bren Esports was able to pin down AEP in a 13-3 scoreline here in Haven. Pero balikan muna natin dito yung ball game. One member down already. Brain Freeze, wala nang smokers na mawawala dito. Manggagamit ang Bren ngayon. Pero EJ goes in for that kill. Nandito naman si Simple for the wall bang. Oh my gosh, with the one tap to the head of EJ Reaper with just a Sheriff. 3v2. Still doable for the side of Oasis, pero wag natin kalimutan ngayon na ready ang Rolling Thunder. Pero no Rolling Thunder given for Symbol. They're just 2 or 1 remaining members. Si Morgan na lang natitira. Very low on AP pa. Hot Sauce with the double pick. Kasama niya dito si Savvy. Another clean of a game para ma-retake nila dito yung C. Makakapag-defuse sila. Makukuha nila yung 8-3 scoreline.
9 flickers or 8 workers. Ang daming possibilities. Ang lamig din hindi na nakuha yung mga usual na frags na ine-expect natin galing sa side ng Oasis. Every time he tries to come up with something, punish lang siya. At saka napakahirap ha. Pumasok sa side where EJ Symbol together with Hot Sauce is there. And at the same time, sa kada type na gusto nilang kunin, napapunish lang sila eh. Kasi kung titignan mo yung comp ng Bren, sobrang nakaka-defending. Just by having that cypher,
Speaking of, oh my gosh, EJ.
shutdown ka, and si EJ susunod na nga rin, sinabayaan ng Chubby na umubot, Chubby na crash gear. Talagang kinuha sa mga naman. At the second one, Oreo was able to trade off. Meron pa pag-asa at ang Owas para makuha ito. Pero nga lang, Reaper, klinikan lang ng Nara na baril. And Heavy na lang together with Symbol. Possibility of a retake dahil may pagyanig ng banig. Pero hindi. Pwede niya ma-cut off yung flank sana kaso napakalayo niya masyado sa map. Pero they try to, abutin na lang din na ni Wild Oreo papuntang A.
Hindi na alam kung nasaan ba si Reaper.
Oh, no.
Pero thankfully enough for them na pick off nila dito si Reaper with the body system na ginagawa nila ngayon. They are playing together para mapigilan na nila ngayon sina Wild Oreo to eliminate in the chances na sila pa rin naman ang magogi in this final round of this half. 2-2 ang numbers remaining natin ngayon for Bren and Oasis, and they're still taking too much time from the flanks kasi kailangan nilang i-check every corner na pwede pagtaguan dito ng Oasis. Ang tandaan natin, nasa labas na sila ngayon ng site. There's the Rolling Thunder, kaya naman dito makikita yung tamang decision making dito ng Oasis Gaming. Meron silang showstopper ngayon. They also have the hunt. They also have here so much utility sa binabato ngayon ni Symbol. But on the other hand, magpapasabog na nga dito si Total Floor. There's also the wopang na ibibigay nyo na yan ni Sabi 8K. Yung showstopper hindi magiging effective dito. But this is just taking too much time for Bren Esports to secure in that last and final round sa half na yon. And now that is given to us by the ROG clutch of Oasis Gaming.
Ang ganda ng delay na hinanda ni V together with Wild Oreo. Even if their first flag, the fact that Reaper was able to take down two sa my garage side really helped them a lot. At buti nakuha ni Wild Oreo yung spike. And after that, yung showstopper na nakahanda para mag-buy ng oras. And wala nang oras eh. Kahit na-face pa nila yun, na ma-pick up nila si Wild Oreo. Wala pa rin. So malaki ang posibilidad dito na maging 8-4 curse in favor of Oasis or talagang patuloy pa rin naman ng Bren despite na nakahabol pa nga ang Oasis. 4 na rounds to na advantage ng Bren. So if they win the pistol, malaki ang probabilidad talaga na makuha na lang first map against Oasis.
Yun din na talaga ang nangyayari dito, no? Oasis kanina from the first half and from the beginning of that half, nanalo sila sa pistol round, nanalo sila sa second round, pero unfortunately, hindi nila na ipagpatuloy iyon. Pero what if this time, magkaroon tayo ng pagbibiligtad ng eksena, win conditions in favor of Oasis na mas kaya nila pagdating dito sa defending side. Huwag natin kalimutan ngayon that they also have your double initiator setup na meron naman sila dito mga blinds, they also have to the flawless para ma-eliminate nila yung mga corners na pwedeng pagtaguan na dito ng Bren Esports pagdating sa retakes. I've seen here in the couple of plays nakita natin from Oasis Gaming, parang hindi sila gaanong nananalo pagdating sa mga retakes, pagdating sa post plants in either sides, laban dito sa side na nga ng Bren. So let's see kung ano ba yung magiging pakana nila ngayon laban sa Bren Esports na ngayon palang nakikita natin Ray nagpa-pop off na dito sina Hot Sauce, there's also EJ, dagdag mo pa dito sina Symbol, si Javi nga chillin lang siya, pero pagdating dito sa half na ito, lalo na pwede silang bigyan dito ng wings to fly, they can immediately pop off laban dito sa Oasis.
Wings to fly, parang karaso na yun ah.
Close enough.
At kita naman natin na ang Bren, mas maganda yung composition nila ngayon. Alam nila paano nila isa-shutdown na yung fade ni Indy. And nag-work talaga siya. But here it is, very important, na-concuss kagad. Pinitgilan nila ang pag-control papuntang A-lane ng mga taga-Bren. And they try to play it out aggressive here.
Mukhang B na lang ang pipiliin ngayon ng Bren Esports. There goes the blinds. Magka-create naman dito ng space si EJ. Magtatakbuhan para makakuha ng pick-off. But unfortunately, kahit may protection ka bago umaksyon, EJ goes in for the kill. Coco naman dito ang makakakuha din ng pick-off laban kina Savvy. Marky goes in for another one. Pero unfortunately, for the side of Bren Esports, dalawang mga blinds sila dito ang nawala sa mapa. But 2 members na lang din naman dito for Oasis. It's all up to them to get in that info, to blind themselves out. Pero unfortunately, for Hot Sauce, makukuha ka agad yung ulo niya dito. But we still have here the Caucus, we have the Bolt Lines, we still have here the Aftershock. Ano na pwede gawin ngayon ni Coco? Gusto niya lang naman mag-defuse in the spike, pero kasi dalawa pa yung nakapick sa kanya. We have here the first contact play from Symbol. Hindi na kailangan yung magiging follow-up dito ni EJ, and that is another round for Bren Esports. Oh no, Rayleigh, hindi nanalo ng pistol ang Oasis.
Hindi talaga ako fan ng aggressiveness ng pistol ng Oasis yung ginawa nila. Kasi sure ako may mapipitas sa kanila eh. At mahihirapan sila sa ganyan na retake, sa mga 2v2s. Instead na sana binigay mo na nila tas sabay-sabay na lang sila. Niyaya
Yung
nila
rating
sana
mo.
makapag-pick off ng isa. Although, akala natin may chance na to actually underman Bren, but it seems like it didn't work. And now, 9-4. Malaki pa ang pag-asa, mag-double digit scoreline na kagad ng Bren. And once they have that
Truly.
momentum, unstoppable na talaga sila all throughout. And looking at that, Marquis gonna go down. EJ, pinapag-audition si
Ganda,
Waldorio at
EJ.
si Invi. Reaper and Coco na lang kagad ang natitira ang dalawang otits na nagagaling sa UAS. And now, pinag-agree lang nila. Alam nila nag-agree ang Invi X Waldorio connection parate.
Totoo.
So, pinasim lang nila at hinintay nila. And that's just it.
Maganda yon for Bren Esports. It all boils down to the fact na kaya nila makapag-adjust kaagad sa kung ano man pwedeng maging advantage or even the win condition dito ng Oasis. They wanted to go in aggressively pero hindi ito naging favorable of them. Kaya naman ngayon, yes, it is an eco pero mas pabor siguro sa kanila kung nag-play inside the sites na lang sila dito para makakuha ng mga pick-offs, makakuha ng ilang ulo lang din kahit laban dito sa Bren Esports. But we still have here Coco as the remaining member from the side of Oasis. May mga fault lines, may mga blinds, may pambubuli ni symbol, may mga sprays. Hindi man siya makakuha ng isa pero at least saganang-sagana pa rin dito ang Bren Esports. No one falling behind from that round. Makakaligtas ang eco nila and tama ka Riri, umabot na tayo kaagad ng double-digit scoreline for Bren Esports.
Ano ang ligalig paglaro ng Bren? Ang perfect, I think, compared sa iba na lang, Haven map so far, sa na-observe ko. Ang ganda ng movements ng Bren in a way na sobrang intact ng plays nila. Although sa Oasis nandun naman, pero hindi talaga, I think the fact that Marky and Envy, it's really cold sa kanila all throughout the 14 rounds. This is a big challenge that they have to face. Kung mananalo sila dito, maybe may pag-asa. Pero tong Bren, I think it's not really that easy to punish them all throughout. Pero there's the cut-off. Mark without the work. Off angle lang. Tinigdan lang siya ni Javi at si Negris. As in, ginawa pa nilang aim-labs. May pag-asa pa nga kagad. Pagdating pala sa defending side, EJ na lang all by himself. Bakit ito sinisilip? Nasa loob lang naman ng Ecoms. Pwede pang maklatch siya ni EJ going up against 3 members ng Oasis. And now, he gets the third. Will this be an ace? Invid no.
Oh my gosh! Oh my!
Coco! A good eco mula sa Bren, pero buti na lang. Coco Martin, isang bala ka lang.
Yes, it was a round won by Oasis. Pero sino ba talaga ang nagogi sa round na yon? It's all up to Bren Esports para ma-destroy nila yung economic advantage ditong inipon ng Oasis. Really commendable kasi na Reaper and Mark. Hindi natin kakaila yun. Pero kasi tingnan mo naman dito si EJ na naglaro lang sa mga echoes dito available. And look at that flick. We have here the bait and switch. We have here the following follow-up naman ni Coco. And finally, they have the round for them to win. Pero with their aggressiveness, makakapita sila ng isa. Pero magkakaroon ba sila ng follow-up dito? Tony Flower makakakuha ng info. Nandito naman yung mga blinds. Makakataka sila. Tony Flower once again, mailalabas na nga dito. All the way from A-Long. Pero at least one member down for Bren Esports. This is good enough for Oasis para makapag-reposition sila, makapag-compose sila dito here in A. So in case na manalo sila dito with their duels, they can still go up for the retake.
Oasis. Mahalaga ito. They pick off EJ. Pero wala pa rin na mag-ingat. Huwag mag-asim. Pag nag-asim sila, alam mo Bren will actually capitalize on those small mistakes now that Marky knows where Hot Sauce is. Ipapunish nila. Pero may cyber cage. Pinasabayan din kaagad ang pagyanig ng banig. Kaliwat kanan ang ginagawa ng Bren ngayon para dito sila. And now Brave tries to play it pero Hatos gets the perfect timing. Pixen with the tutorial tech. Alam nila saan magagaling. Pero Reaper, nasa loob lang na eto. Nakaiwas pa, tumatumbling. Nagja-Chinese garter. At Brain Freeze, Javi na lang at Hatos ang natitira ngayon.
Nagkaroon patuloy ng numbers advantage ngayon ng Bren. Sobrang ganda ng kanina, commendable yung pag-flank dito ni Hasos. Pero kasi sa mga sprays na ginagawa ngayon ng Oasis, speaking of, we have Oasis already going down with just a crossfire na in-hold ngayon nila Hasos and Brain Freeze. Look the numbers already in favor of Oasis as it was a 4v3 situation. Pero Bren Esports, they know where they are all coming from. Kaya ngayon hindi mabibigyan ng isa pang round ang Oasis. They are not surviving in this one. And there is the instant replay kung saan nagkaroon ng malaking impact yung naging flank dito ni Hot Sauce. And look at those baits and switch. We have the first play contact. Tatlo silang nag-play around together. All those corners na paggagalingan nga dito ng Oasis. And the punishment is just too real. Ray walang mabibili ang Oasis.
Crucial rounds. Sa Oasis, yet tatalo na naman sila. Yan na naman yung problema na kailangan nilang i-face muli ngayon. May 2D4s. Wala kay Marky, pero do not get too distracted.
EJ!
Saan ang galit to?
Teka lang!
Nanggaling siya sa Iskamuros, napunta ng pasay, napunta ng munting lupa, napunta sa tamang tao.
Uy!
Ganun na nangyari. Wala kay EJ. At
Nakapula ni EJ.
O sige, nakahabol niya. O tara, magkabayan tayo. Pistol sa pistol. Then actually get the click on it. And it's already a match point mula sa side ng hashtag Bren ng malakas.
Ang habding isipin na pinili ito ng Oasis. Tandaan natin yung mga buff beatdown na nangyari kanina lang din. Oasis, they had it in the first half. Pero kasi alam na alam ng Bren kung paano ba mag-play dito here in Haven na very graceful sa mga flanks, very graceful sa mga pushes nila. Very unfortunate nga dito sa Oasis na hindi sila nakaamba ng ilang punches lang din. Laban dito sa Bren, they went in for the save, they are going in for the buy, pero this is a very crucial round to survive themselves in this game number 1. Good start for Bren Esports at nahihirapan na ngayon ng Oasis na makahinga ng maluwag, lalo na this is already the lower bracket round number 1.
Iingat ang Bren talaga. They take this, I think their ascent is gonna be popping off, pero gulat ako kay Hot Sauce. I don't usually see him kasi na nagsa-cypher. Pero ngayon, na nakikita ko siya nagsa-cypher ngayon, sobrang impressed ako so far. Kasi I love his killjoy. I love his chamber. Pero pagdating sa cypher, I'm really kind of 50-50 about it. Pero dito sa Haven, sobrang pinakita niya how he's really good in anchoring a certain site. And pagdating niya sa disiplina din ni Hot Sauce, hindi siya talaga nagpapaka-aggressive, as you can see, just stays sa site. He's just gonna be trading EJ or Javi just in case lang na ma-pick off sila ng Oasis. Pero may 7 chances pa kay Oasis para makuha itong mapa na to bago pa overtime. Pero kayang-kaya pa nila as EJ tries to punish one. Reaper's gonna go down. 4 na lang muli ang natitira sa side ng Oasis. Pinagsabay-sabay na mga ultimates, and we only have Coco and Wild Oreo trying to win this, but it's all up to Bray. Bray, 4 yan sa isa. Mahihirapan ba si Wild Oreo o hindi? May pain shells siya. Wala na satchel in, wala nang stuff crush gear. Ang meron na lang yung pangalang Wild Oreo.
My gosh, this is really hard to see, hard to look at. Tapos sasaglitin ka lang ng pagpitek ni EJ with a clean 4K to finish out this round gracefully, all in favor of the side of Bren Esports. I am beyond impressed. Look at those faces from Bren Esports. Talagang chill lang sila dahil nakampante sila. This is their map. This is Haven. Another overwhelming game. It's a 15 or rather 13-5. Pinagsama ko na, di ba? 13-5 scoreline in favor of all the momentum na kina-8 dito ng Bren Esports, and we are just really overwhelmed sa mga plays sila, and congratulations sa game number 1 na yon, in a match point, in a game round point na sila dito in our series. What more can they do sa pinili lang ang map nga nina na Ascent?
I really do think that Bren, they know already how to punish that comp ng Oasis. Ang comp kasi ng Oasis, guys, hindi na nila binago. Ever since alam nilang nananalo sila. At ang laking punish ng Cypher pagdating kay Fade. Ang laking punish ng mga Cyber Cage to stop sa mga Tony Prowler. And at the same time, okay naman si Raze ni Wild Oreo. Sadyang mahuli kasing satchel niya parati ni Javi. So really, yung comp ng Bren ngayon, it's a style. actually, and a way to punish the comp that Oasis has now. And yun yung hindi na solusyonan ng Oasis all throughout the rounds na kinakalaban nila ang Bren Esports. Plus, with how good EJ is, with the impact kills, first frag kills, napaka-importante nun, hindi siya mapunish. May mga rounds, yes. Pero all throughout, this guy has been consistent at 2.9 KD and a 424 combat score, 27
Iba
kills.
yan.
Munti ka na mag-get na 30, bro. Iba! Ang EJ talaga. I think is one of the best jets so far here in the VCTPH scene. He really upgraded all throughout the loss na nakuha ng Bren. And now, I'm looking forward pa sa gagawin ni EJ para sa side ng Bren. Pero as for Oasis, reset lang sa first map and maybe makuha nga na lang second map against Bren.
Iba rin talaga, no? Even though as they are the ones defending, EJ, talagang kung gugustuhin niya, mangyayari yon in favor of them kahit na alam nilang medyo nagiging komplikado na nga pagdating sa mga picks dito here from the side of Oasis. Unfortunately for Oasis, sayang no kasi sila yung nakapagbigay ng magandang execution with the triple initiator setup. But by all means kasi Bren Esports know how to counter it out. Nakatapat nila ang AEP, Alpha Easters Pro from picking into Fade. Tapos samahan nila dito si Chin with the Jet para magkaroon sila nga ng magandang opportunity to get inside the sites na mag-king. Maganda yung mga body assistance sila. Pero nakita kasi natin dito yung overwhelming impact talaga. This is the highlights kung saan ED has been really pushing out the line or even the ceiling here for Oasis Gaming. Kaya hindi sila nakakakuha ng masyadong magandang mga plays. Especially from the attacking side, talagang alam na ng Bren Esports kung paano ba mag-play ito. Oasis Gaming. And I'm looking back into the history for both of these teams na nagtatapat na sila way back then for past 7 or 5 games or 5 series na immediately. So overall, it's been dominating already for Oasis Gaming. Pero kasi Bren Esports ngayon, iba rin yung kanilang adjustments.
Talagang may nakita ko dito. Wala daw skills na initiator. Sino? Si Oasis or si Bren? I think,
true ka ba dyan?
True ba to? Mga ano,
Sure ka na ba dyan?
Sure na ba tayo sa last answer? I think,
may chance ka pa pwede magbura ng comment.
Oasis has a good comp. It's just that Bren did the research. Ayan, sasayaw na naman si Hot Sauce. Baka ko ay mamakit namin dyan, Yusef. Pero, overall, I think it's a good comp. They have good initiators. Sadyang, really, when you take a look sa kay Marky, tsaka kay Indy, there are games where they start real slow. Pero tignan natin here in the next map between these two teams as we're gonna go on a short break. Once again, ako si Rene, kasama ko si Hannah Glaze, guys, and kita-kits.
Gusto sana pumalag ng Oasis Gaming na amin ang mapang ito, pero sabi ng Bren Esports, hindi, kay EJ to. We have your Bren Esports to clean up game number 1 with a 30-5. Pero this time, magiging same pa rin ba ang storyline nila dito in Ascent na mapang pinili nila? Ay manigli si DW, kasama ko ngayon si Ray Ray. Kami pa rin naman ang magiging shoutcasters nyo for the second map of the day. Ray Ray, ito ba ang pagkakataon ng Oasis Gaming para makakapag?
I really do think na pagdating sa map dito natin, it's actually for Oasis and Bren for the first 2 maps. Pero mapakahalaga ng Bren to actually win ang kanilang Haven map. Kasi alam nila na map pick to ng Oasis. Pero as we go into Ascent, this is a map pick by Bren, but we can't deny na maganda rin ang performance ng Oasis dito sa Ascent. So it's a do or die map talaga. And if you go to Breeze, ito rin ang weakness ng Oasis and the weakness din ng Bren. So hindi talaga natin masabi. It's all up to momentum, but I really do think baka may coach buff talaga ang Bren ngayon. Pumunta na nga kanilang coach, pumunta na, dito na nga siya kasama niya ang mga Bren boys niya. I really think that somehow it's gonna be favoring Bren. At tatandaan nyo guys, whoever loses this will be facing off, will be saying bye-bye already sa down to 6, dating 16s, ngayon 5 na lang dahil out na nga ang AE at may isa pang sasama sa hukay pagdating sa pagpapaalam sa stage 2. Pero sino nga ba ang magpapaalam? Is it going to be Bren or is it going to be Oasis? At kung sino mananalo, they need to face off SBE pa sa next round dito sa lower bracket. Pero all in all, susubukan talaga ang willpower ng Oasis. Will they just be shut down or there's a possibility pa na mag 100% lakas at pupunta tayo sa Breeze? Kaya mag-expect ako ng map din talaga sa mga series ngayon. Kasi syempre di pa naman over till it's over. Kanina nga kala natin sa SP na with a 2-0 pero sobrang naging confident ang AE sa icebox nila. And now that
nag-comeback pa yun.
Pero yung split talaga yung naging problem nila kasi ang galing talaga ng SBE pagdating sa split map.
Never give SBE the split dahil nga nakita natin yung mga adjustments sila, yung mga pagkakataong magkaroon sila ng momentum. And speaking of momentum is already given for Bren Esports to take game number 1 map of Haven. Kung kakapasok nilang dito sa live stream, yes, this is already the series number 2 between Bren and Oasis Gaming. We saw earlier how it was such a landslide for Oasis na pinili nila yung map pero hindi ito naging pabor sa kanila dahil nga sa mga pagkakataong mainit ang mga tarima dito nila Hot Sauce. There's also EJ sa mga pushes. At sabi nga ni Ray Ray kanina, sobrang commendable ni Hot Sauce pagdating sa Cypher niya. And will it be the same in Ascent? Feeling ko, mas gugustuhin ko makita si Hot Sauce ngayon with a Killjoy. Ikaw ba?
Oo! Gusto ko makita with a Killjoy. Any Sentinel, maybe Chamber, pero I think hindi na ako kunin yung Chamber. Most likely Killjoy talaga.
Pang-retake
or maybe Cypher. Kasi baka mag-comp kasi yung Oasis ng Fade, pero hindi pa tayo sure about it. So, tignan natin kung anong pwedeng maging selection ng mga teams natin ngayon. Or will there be a KO? At shoutout kay Jericho! Mga gusto ng kaewan ko sa inyo. Sabi ko sa inyo, wag na gagawin ng mga bagay-bagay na ganyan. Sisisihin nyo sa team. Kung ako sa inyo, manood na lang kaya kayo. Ay, nako. Pero,
speaking of, gusto ko rin niya sana mag-shoutout dito. Si Ian Israel Galopen, nanonood ang baby ko dito all the way from Manila. Thank you. And also Clara na thank you.
Sana all. May siya na shoutout na baby. Alam nyo guys, naman personal
ilabas mo na rin kasi yung sa'yo.
Talaga sa akin.
Ang tagal mo kasing ilabas yung sa'yo. Eh, sana meron ka rin bebeng shoutout kayo.
At sana, sinabi ko na guys, na meron akong bebe, shout-out ko. Wala nga talaga. Ang kukulit yun. Sana pinost ko sa Twitter, pinost ko sa Facebook. Wala nga akong boyfriend. Yun nga yung nakakainis. Pero, mirror match, nagkaiba lang. Wild Oreo with the Astra. And Brain Freeze still with the Omen. Reaper's gonna go for a Killjoy. Envy still with that. Coco ang mag-initiator. Marky with the Jet. Nagpalit sila ni Reaper. Okay, I love that.
Sila ng roles nila.
Oo.
Para mabigyan din nila dito ng opportunity si Marky na makapagwala nga as the duelist. Kanina feeling ko na-hold back siya since very low on mobility lang din dito ang isang chamber. Yes, meron siyang rendezvous out, pero alam naman natin kung gaano ka-aggressive dito si Marky once given a chance of Oasis Gaming. And this is good, lalo na't maganda yung initiators nila. They have the info gathering agents and they also have here the blinds. And same lang din naman dito for Bren Esports. Nagkatalo lang sila dito na mas pabor ako siguro dito sa mga stars na given with the utilities of the Astra. Ikaw ba, Rere?
Ako, I gotta say, this is gonna be a close ascent map. Dahil almost mirror match, then alam na natin yung composition ng Oasis at Bren, ito din yung usual nilang default. Although nagpalit lang naman ng mga players. Pero Reaper with that Killjoy, maybe it will really give a good impact. Kasi nakita naman natin yung times na nagko-controller na din kagad si Wild Oreo. So it also gives him a utility on where he can pick the off angles. And that's an important thing mula sa side ng Oasis. Pero nga lang, as for both of the teams, it's gonna be a jet fight between EJ and Marky. Exciting to.
It is.
Dito natin nakita yung talent ni Marky, yung talent ni EJ, on how consistent they are. Pero as we're gonna be starting, sino na nga ba ang mamamaalam at sino pa ba ang magtutuloy ng map 3? Nasa atake magsisimula mga taga-Bren. Talagang na-reveal kagad ang tatlong taga-awas sa may B-side. And may shocklight na nga mula kay Simbon ngayon. But sleeper ni right clickan lang si EJ. Pero ang dami. Pero walang ipinag-out sila. Audition lang sila. Ang bilis! Wait lang! Nagtatak pa kami! Pero bakit tapos na kayo agad?
Ano yun? Hindi pa nang pinatapos si Riri sa analysis niya for the draft. It's just already in favor of Oasis Gaming sa holds nila. Ito yung gusto natin makita. They are passive-aggressive to win out their duels laban sa Bren Esports. Bren, para silang tumumba. Para silang nalaglag, nahulog sa rabbit hole dito ng Oasis na sige lang, pumasok kayo. And that is just really one of the best things for Oasis. Pero ang magiging unfortunate lang dito is ito yung nangyari kanina from the first game. Nanalo sila ng pistol, makakakuha sila ng mga specters, and Bren Esports parang nabasa nila kung paano ika-counter out immediately ang Oasis since again, sabi nga natin kanina, they are almost in a equalized lineup, a mirror lineup, but this time we have your A for Bren Esports to take, and will they be successful on this one dahil nandito na yung mga space. Coco goes it for 2, goes it for 3, even though na makakakuha mag-uulan ng mga shockers dito. He went in for 4, Reaper na lang dito para makakuha ng finisher dito laban sa Bren Esports. 2-0 immediately for Oasis Gaming.
Kinukuha ng Ace! Kinuha na ni Reaper ng Ace si Coco. Kinuha na ni Coco ng Ace Envy. Ba't kayo nagkukuha ng Ace? Report nyo, report! Nakukuha ng Ace! Pinag-audition na nga ni Coco eh. Sabi ni Coco, ba't di naman kinuha yung Ace, Reaper? Sabi ni Reaper, sorry pre, economy pre.
Mali ko pa nandito pre.
Ganyan talaga si Goob, nangaaga. Sorry.
Huli.
Reaper, sorry Reaper. Sorry akin. Shoutout nga pala kay Mix Baudin. Ayan, ayan nagsabi na nga shoutout. Ayan, shoutout na ito. Huwag ka nagalit. Pero ito na nga, Bren, mid-take. Oasis si Wild Audio, nakikita lang, nag-set up ng kanyang mga between. Hindi sila pinabayaan kagad makapag-mid control. Pumapalo na yung OAS ngayon ha. Baka nanamig lang sa first map. Ganun sila usually para sa dating APH eh.
It will be a problem kung malilate sila sa pag-iinit. Yes, we had so much control for Bren Esports kanina, pero on the other hand kasi dito, strong start naman for Oasis Gaming. Kailangan nilang magpatuloy, but unfortunately, speaking of, Bren really just knows how to counter things out. Coco, makakakuha rin naman ng trade-off 4v4 immediately, pero they don't know where the position of Marky is, and Marky quickly traded off naman dito nila sa amin nila EJ, and now we're down to 3v3. Makakapasok sila ng site, matatagin sila ng recon. There's no one inside, or rather there's one inside. We have your NP, but unfortunately with just a Spectre, hindi niya ito mababaluhan ng ganti. We have the Swarm Grenades blinds para makapasok dito si NP. Hot Sauce in a very low HP. Mauuluan dito si EJ. Goes in for 2 Reapers. Just really doing it with a clean pick off, but unfortunately this is just all up to Brain Freeze. Ang dami pang mga tao dito nakasurround sa kanya. Hinihintay na lang ng Oasis na pumasok siya with the crossfire at hand. Na mangyari na nga dito. Kina Coco, there's also Envy, and this is really unfortunate lang kay Brain Freeze dahil na-counter out yung buy sila dito of their rifles.
Oasis starting real great. Bren is just being shot down. Mukhang ito ata ang way. Kaya nagpalit si Wild Oreo to together with Reaper ng kanilang agent. Pero ngayon, shoutout nga pala kay Uji Japips na nasa Singapore ngayon. Shot to no. Ito sila Japips, puro amba. Pero na lang dito sa Pinasiniman lang tayo nagkita, Jefferlyn. Ba't ganon? Puro amba. Nalikat siya Okay, then shoutout sa mga female Valorant natin dyan. Mambabay. Ang gaganda na nga ang babay pa. Pero Coco Martin takes down EJ muli. Ang comeback na ata of the comeback of the greatest na ata to. Pero to si Symbol, nilabas ang lumilipad na CCTV. Iko-matos ngayon ang mga taga-Bren. May bratatat lang mula kay Javi, pero will it actually work against Oasis? I think not dahil ngayon na-punch na muli si EJ.
This was really just the counterplay sa ginagawa na yun ng Oasis. Hindi pa nakakapasok ng site ang Bren Esports. So planted the spike for the fast 3 rounds. Pero again, 3 rounds pa lang naman ang lumilipas dito. So what if talagang nag-iinit pa dito, nagkakaroon lang din ng stretching warm-up ang Bren Esports. We're looking back into the fact na sobrang nadedeli na sila dito here in A. They're just missing out the shots. Papasok sila dito against the turret. Coco gets in that kill. Piso na lang natitira. Reaper naman dito. Para sa mga trade-off. Mawawallback si Coco. We have your Reaper. Also in the 77 HP. Pero he still goes in for the head of one member. Symbol goes down.
30 seconds
One
left.
na lang din ang natitira. It's all up to Savvy. But the position of the spike has already been compromised.
Ito, Javi. Ang hirap. Mahirap pa. Pero, narinig niya na meron nagpa-flank si Marky. Pinis si Mac 4-0. Owas! Still gets this. Pero ito na ba ang oras? I think maganda mag-call na dito ng timeout mula sa Bren. Or if hindi man sa next round. Pwede din yan. Full buy na mula sa kanila. Pero, will it actually change something or not? Dahil dito na suppress natin. Pasok na pasok. And kahit na walang clear information as to where they are, you just give, may na-suppress na. At least Coco took the risk to actually punish someone through the smoke. A very tactical way of Oasis into getting that. And, ito rin sinasabi ko sa inyo, both teams are really good in Ascent. Pero pagdating ngayon sa performance nila, sobrang laki ng pinapakita ng Oasis. Siyempre, ibibigay ba nila kagad ang Ascent map sa Bren? Siyempre, hindi. Gusto pa daw nila mag-map 3 para may Ray-Rakers. Pero to, magka-timeout na nga kagad. Diba, ako talaga yung coach ng, ng Bren. Hindi, shoutout ka pala kay Coach Evo. Ayan. Na nandito sa Pilipinas. Hope you're having fun.
Naiintindihan ko rin kasi yung map veto nila kanina eh. Icebox was banned out by Bren. We saw earlier sa mga past na mga series sila, hindi sila nagwawagi in Icebox. So, this time around, it's just really crucial na makatapat nila dito yung Oasis and a map na kung gusto nila nilang dito maging 50-50. The last and decider map natin is Breeze. So, this is going to be wild for both of our teams. Dahil parehas din sila magaling in Breeze. Tansyahan na lang din talaga kung sino yung mas magaling makapag-hold, kung sino yung mas makakakuha, makakagather ng kanilang momentum. And the momentum right now is already leaning towards Oasis. It's 4-0 na kaagad in this half. At hindi man makabuelo dito ang Bren Esports. Nagsisave sila, bumibili sila ng mga rifles, nag-exhaust sila ng mga firepower nila laban sa Oasis. Pero ang kailangan lang naman kasi ng Oasis ngayon is to stay put inside the site. They have the utilities, they have Reaper. Meron pa silang lockdown na kasama in this following round.
Pumapalo na ba ngayon ang Bren after this reset? Or hindi pa ba talaga kaya ng Bren to actually take this? Pero alam mo, Honey Glaze, kung ako kasi yung Bren, pipiliin ko na lang yung Breeze kesa sa magfa-fracture ako eh. Yun na lang yung dalawa na lang. Kaya maganda rin yung map dito ng Oasis eh. Iniwasan nila yung good points ng Bren. So, sa Bren side, smart na yun. Risk na lang yung Breeze na hindi naman sobrang gagets sa sobrang palong-palong ng Oasis. Pero si Coco, Coco, nalusaw ka! Coco, nalusaw!
30 seconds left.
Malabos pa nga! Palang gas na yun! Si Marky nag-boost. May matatamaan na siya. Wala. Nabawasan lang. Naubusan pa kagad ng bala. Pero nga lang, merong magagaling sa may sidewalk. Pero nalusaw talaga ni Hatsos. Ano ba naman yan? Nag-set na ng trap si Hatsos! Ano yun? Masaming nalusaw na Swarm!
Oh my gosh. Iba yung hold ng Oasis kanina, pero iba rin yung atake dito ng Bren Esports. Kamuntikan pa silang hindi makapatay ng isa. Yung last remaining member dito from Oasis, hindi sila nakapasok. May lockdown kasi kasama dito, even though napatay nila dito si Coco. Here we have the instant replay na nagwala dito. Si Hot Sauce finally, especially na siya yung isa sa mga sentinels ditong tinitingala ngayon for Bren Esports. Oasis Gaming, they still have their eco, they can still buy in their rifles. Meron pa nga ditong extra si Marky para makasecure ng operator. But we've seen earlier kung ano ba yung naging process ng half na ito. Yung mga rounds na ito ay laging naipapanalo ng Oasis between just the duels. But now, this is just patient game for Bren Esports. They were able to bait out that shot from Marky, so they need to reposition immediately habang dito nakakroll na pala si EJ in mid. So ang laki na ng space yung nakuha niya dito labas sa Oasis Gaming. And ngayon, kailangan na lang nila makaramdam kung ano ba yung pwede nilang laruing retake laban sa Bren as we see here forward na nakapasok na sila sa You Should Run.
Maraming oportunidad mula sa Bren para magka-comeback. Is this real? Pero naglabas na rin kagad ng lockdown. Mga Pinoy sanay sa lockdown yan. So far, walang lockdown. Pero Coco still gets EJ. Nag-audition kay Wild Oreo. Si Brain Freezy gets 3. Hatso Symbol. VHS. Nag-audition kay Wild Oreo. Pinakitaan ng lock. Wala sa Oreo. And Reaper takes him out heavy. And now still, it's an Oasis win 5-1.
Ito ang nakikita kong trend na nanggagaling nga dito for Bren Esports. They are going wild in first map. Pagdating naman ng second map, medyo nahihirapan na sila makapag-adjust dahil nababasa na sila dito ng kalaban nila. And then, parang feeling ko yung napapagod sila pagdating sa kanilang mga strategies and even their duels. They're just being out-dueled most of the time ng Oasis. And the following rounds na lumipas na nga dito in this half, 6 rounds na making. Tapos lagi na lang silang nade-delay from the entries. But speaking of entries, will they be denied this time? Lalo na nag-push na kagad dito sila Marty. They're going to bait and switch. Tatlo sila magpupush dito. Envy goes in for the kill. Dalawa ang makukuha niya dito laban kina EJ. He went in for one, pero unfortunately hindi siya makakaisa pa. 2 members already down for Bren Esports. 1 Wild Oreo lang din naman nung nawala sa mapa. Pero unfortunately enough, that is Brain Freeze also going down. Wala nang smokers na kasama ngayon ng Bren Esports. 2 na lang silang natitira.
At Bren, up to Symbol, up to Heavy, going up against 4, pero si Marky pumapalo na. Si Mark tahimik lang yan. Si Marky tahimik lang talaga eh. Nagshe-shades pa yan sa loob ng bootcamp, pero hindi. Nakaghihintay, ganda ng flash, pero nakaabang, disiplina lang. Disiplina lang, nilabas ang Recon, mare-reveal. Alam na kung nasaan siya, na-scan na nga rin kagad kung anong HP niya. Pero, Inbing! Nahilo ba si Inbing? So bakit may ulo niya? And Marky finishes out top. Ano nangyari kay Inbing? Na tumama ba sa mesa yung mouse niya? Alam naman niya kung nasaan.
Sayang yun.
6-1. Oasis still winning. Pero ito ni Jack dito, bibigyan daw niya ako ng Radiant na Singaporean.
Wow!
Oh, kailangan pogi yan at naka-move on na siya sa hindi poser So, please sabi message na lang ako.
Pa-LBC mo na lang yan, te.
Oo, pasabi lang. Okay. Hindi naman ako tumatanggi sa mga blessings ng Panginoon, di ba? Okay lang yan. And now,
pag kusang na malapit, wag mo nang tanggihan.
May mga tinatanggihan ako eh. Paano? May tinatanggihan? Oo, may tinatanggihan. Marami nag-message pero hindi ko naman type. Pero ito na, simple. May shock dart. The shock dart. Shock dart to Coco is gonna go down. Coco Melon. Diyos ko po yung Coco Melon na yan. May pamangkin ako nanonood. Buti na lang, muntikan ko na memorize lahat eh. Buti na lang.
Kapag ikaw yung pinagbabantay, no? Pero bantay sarado rin naman dito. Amen. Marky, with again, the operator, hindi pa rin nila ito na shutdown at 1 reaction time lang din, 1 click lang din ang kailangan niya dito. We have yung the ulti, Flicker away naman dito from picking through si Marky, and Marky spots in one. Si EJ ang tumamba ka agad. We have the Hunter's Fury to deny that entry at walang nakapasok ni isa from Bren Esports. Tumba nila dito si EJ, and now it's unfortunate for Bren Esports na ready na sana sila pumasok. Ready na sila maka-entry, ready na sila makapag-plant, but here we have Marky just goes in for another kill. Make it 2 for this guy. He was quickly traded off. Dalawa na lang din ang nawala dito for Oasis, pero unfortunately, there's just all the utilities given. Given to us by Leader. Nice placing of the spark grenades para naman hindi makapwesto pa masyado yung magpa-flank mula dito sa Kabi, kaya hindi nila na-separate push. Inside the site dito ang Oasis Gaming, still in the commanding lead of 7-1 laban sa Bren Esports. Ano ang nangyari kanina? Bren Esports yung nanglalampaso laban sa Oasis.
Think pagdating sa mirror matchup talaga na almost, there's the big opportunity na makakapag-reset pa rin naman ang Oasis. Sabi ko nga, they start really slow and most likely sa second map sila mag-iinit. May mga teams talaga na ganyan. And so far, nagpa-pop off nga sila. Good exchange, Good trust kay Reaper together kay Wild Oreo to actually exchange their usual agent. Pero to, si Mark talaga inaabi ko. 1x1, 2x2, 3x3. And Oasis Coco takes down Seabot kagad. Dahil eco round na naman ang nanggagaling sa Bren. At ang Bren naman ngayon nanlamig. Malamig ba sa Makati ngayon? Parang di naman.
Sa BGC, no?
Oh,
Di
BGC
nagiging pabor kay Bren Esports ngayon. Yung mga factors na kaya naman nilang i-control, i-pin down si Marky kanina sa mapa ng Haven. Pero this time, it's just Oasis popping off. Marky dito kahit very low na very low yung kanyang KDA dito against Bren Esports, is just really giving the impact kills. Tapos hindi nakakabuelo dito yung Bren Esports. And speaking of Marky, he is still positioned here in mid. Masasmoke na lang siya dito. Yun na lang din ang magiging decision. Final option ng Bren Esports to eliminate the chances of Marky na makapitas na naman ng isa with his operator. And with Sabi, speaking through, natarantasi ko. Oh, iba to. Yung kanyang molly. Half an HP na rin naman na si Savi to stay for trades dahil meron naman dito nakaabang all the way from that side of the corner. At yun nga din ang tatabanguhin ngayon. The Ripper goes in for clean 3K to finish out this round. Once again, in their lead, hindi nakabuelo ni isa ang Bren Esports.
Uy, nagbabadali pa yung Oasis. May date ba? 1-all ata. Gusto na ipakita. Mag-pictures I really do think to give Oasis sa defending nila. It's gonna work at the same time. Puro nahirap. Pag nasa defending tong team na to, mas malakas sila eh. Dati mas malakas sila nasa attacking. Ganun talaga. Just how fast, nag-iiba parang shot!
No.
Pero Marky, may hinihintay. Kaso nga lang,
talagang yun na lang ang choice nila.
Yun na lang.
I-smoke na lang si Marky.
Pero, Wild Oreo on the other side, cuts up one, si EJ muli. Kung kailangan si EJ kanina sa Wild Oreo, sumadami nagkakaroon ng katukot to Gators, pero Hana Simbol takes down Marky. 4v4 ngayon ang situation, Honey Glaze.
Still going in favor of the side of Oasis, but Bren over here finally gets into. Makapasok sila ng mid, pero they are taking too much time. Kaya naman ngayon, nasusurround na sila dito ng Oasis. Jiggle picks from Oreo. Let's see if he can win this out. Lalo na tamataan na kaagad siya. Quick decisions made by Bren. Pero nandito na rin naman na si Ripper. Even though napatumba nila dito ang isang Marky from Oasis, they were able to secure in those sides. They were able to secure in their corners. Kaya naman yun, dalawa na lang ang natitira for Oasis. 3v2. Makakapasok na sila finally. Pero ang dami naman nilang kailangan pagdaanan bago sila makapasok in A. Dahil nandito pa rin naman Wild Oreo goes in for a clean 3 in V. At Symbol na lang ang natitira. The Battle of the Sovas. And he doesn't even know where this guy is. In V is all the way from top side. And this is one of the angles na hindi mo aasahan ng that is another round for them to take Oasis. Grabe yung pagbibigay nila ng pagwawala dito laban sa Bren Esports. Ngayon, force buys na naman dito ang mangyayari for Bren, and they are just really taking too much time to get inside the site.
Ano kaya ang score? 1-1-1-1? 11-1? Dapat nga pala!
One enemy
remaining. Feel ko lang nanonood siya.
Last
Si
player
Kebs from
standing.
Nawas. Shoutout nga pala kay Kebs. Kay Kebs din yan. Pero to, hindi. Kasi ano kanina, iniwasan niya si Abby. Nag-expect siya ng flash. Siguro kasi sa atin nakita nga natin, di ba? Na wala naman. May flash pa ba si... Di ko napansin may flash pa si... Hayun. Pero yan. Iba yun. Wilaan may echo sa nakalatimik. Sumakto pa yung paahan. Tutok pa ni Headshot sa ulo. Natanggal yung foot. Pero kala nga, di ko sila pero kala pinalutaw mo
Oh my God.
Idbi na naman ginawa sila ng Aim Labs. Idbi na ang init na. Kaninang lamig ka.
Last round
Pero
before the
kinain ni
switch.
Idbi. Nag-warm up ata to sa OS. Nag-warm up, sorry. Sabi mo, bumibisita nga ako doon minsan.
Riri.
Okay, nagpipeto pa ako eh.
Ano yun? Tapos ang Oasis pa talaga magta-time out, ha? The opacity. Oasis kasi talagang hindi na nila bibigyan ng pagkakataon dito talagang makahinga ng maluwag ang Bren. Hindi. Hatso started off strong with the one tap. Pero nabeluhan naman kaagad sila dito with every response na ginawa dito ng Oasis. Kaya hindi sila nakapasok comfortably inside the site. Imagine yung Coco, nakapasok, nakapag-pick. Hindi nakapag-smoke agad dito si Brain Freeze. And oh no, Brain Freeze! 0-10 ang kanyang KD ngayon. It's just really overwhelming, lalo na't hindi sila makapwesto na maigi dito laban sa Oasis at gusto lang naman nilang pumasok ng site. Hindi pa natin nakikita yung quick tab natin kung paano na nakapasok or paano na yung mga rounds na napipanalo dito ng Oasis laban sa Bren. Pero most of the time na nakikita natin, Riri, natatapos yung round pagdating ng mga pagkakataon ng Oasis na tapusin lang din yung buhay dito ng Bren Esports. At hindi man lang sila makapag-plant ng spike.
Alam mo, Honey Glaze, hindi ko na sana papansinin yung 0-10 ni Brain Freeze. Pero
Ngayon ko lang din
napansin ko.
nakita eh.
Oh my God, na-realize. Malamig. Malamig. 10-1, ano yung expect natin sa mga rounds, di ba? Parating hindi naman nag-retake ang Oasis sa kanila. Frog wins parate. Hindi nga nila pag-plant ng spike eh. Nahirapan nga sila eh. And yan yung meron kahit na-nerf yung Asta para di naman na-nerf. Pero finally, may kila si Brain Freeze! Narinig niya tayo! May kila sa and ang Irby punishes them out through the smoke! Sabi ni Brain Freeze, oy! Yung Riri tsaka yung Honey Glaze nanguhusga. Kaya pumatay na ako na isa. Sana masaya na kayo ah. Masos, symbol at Brain Freeze.
Oh, make it two! Brain Freeze, dalawa na!
Kung hindi ka tumatama, magpaparitan ka na nga lang sabi nga ni Kakarot dati. And now we only have Hot Sauce together with Symbol. Wild Oreo.
Enemy remaining.
Oh no! Pinalamang! Ang isa, Hot Sauce na lang. Si Schoolmate. Ghoster daw yan. Joke lang, Schoolmate. Okay, Hot Sauce, kaya ba maklatch?
Ay,
Ready
ang
ang
layo
kanyang
ng
lockdown.
spike.
Kaso, lalakbay pa siya. Papuntang Pasay with love. Galing Pasig. Ang layo nga niyan.
Hindi niya pa alam kung ano ang gagawin niya. There's the utilities to spot off.
30
kung saan
seconds
siya
left.
mag-overthink. At nakapwesto na nga ba ang Oasis
Coming
laban
back.
sa kanya? The spike is already all the way in B main. Makakukuha niya ito, madadampot niya. He still has some time para makapasok ng site. They still have the numbers advantage. May lockdown siya kasama, pero fortunately, hindi ito
10
mangyayari
seconds
dahil
left.
dito na yung mga blinds. Dito na yung pagkakasil out ng mga skills na meron dito. Si Hot Sauce. There's also the pagkas. There's also the gravity well. Hot Sauce goes in for one, goes in for the head trap. Laban kay Coco and so wins out this one. 2-10 for the ROG clutch. Dito for Bren Esports. Finally, another round for Bren to say.
At 2 tankers ba to?
Concealment.
Hindi na ako magugulat. Pero, hinaya pa nila makapag-clutch.
Enemy remaining.
Si my idol, Hot Sauce. Ang init talaga. Atik yung
Enemy remaining.
time to press. Medyo nagmadali, nagpaisa-isa ko si Wild Oreo at si Coco. Oy, Wild Oreo tsaka Coco, ganyan usual yung mistakes ha. Hindi, joke lang. Pinagalitan. Sorry, ako yung coach. Sorry. Si Wild Oreo, ganyan. Joke lang. Pero on the other side, si Bren. Talagang, alam nyo guys, Ano ba sinasabi nagto-throw ang Bren? Ang sakit talaga ng ulo ko sa mga
Uy,
nagko-comment
lower
na
bracket na
ganyan.
to. Magtutro pa ba ang Bren Esports?
Ano ba
Guys?
naman yan? Ginagawa ng kabilang bangbang, hindi nga
Di ba pwedeng nahihirapan lang talaga sila dito kay Oasis dahil Oasis has been popping up? Ito na nga yung halftime natin, o Ray. Duels lang ang kailangan ng Oasis para manalo sa Bren Esports. Tapos sasabihin yung nagtutro?
Eh di sana pala di na tayo nag-cast kung ganun
Hirap
din.
nun.
Ay, nako. Pero ito puro single digit yung Bren dahil 2 rounds pa lang. Pero ngayon, as we switch sides, ito na bang opportunity kung saan natin pwede makita ang comeback ng Bren? Kasi hindi pa naman impossible
Layo
now
ng
that we're gonna be
gagapangan
switching
nila.
sides. May 3 ang flash nila. 2 mula kay Javi, 1 mula kay Brain Freeze. Pero
Daming
pagdating nga
problema.
pero pagdating sa crowd control nga, wala ganong pinangahawakan ng Bren. Kundi, ang suppress, it could be yung mga utilities si Hatsos compared kanina sa Astra ni Wild Oreo.
Ang laking bagay rin kasi talaga ng utilities niya, no? Especially yung gravity wells and all, yung mga concussive blast niya dito na there are times na hindi inaasahan ng Bren Esports. So dito pala, ipa-place yung mga stars. So dito pala magaganap yung mga following na trade-offs na pwedeng gawin dito na either Marky or even Javier Coco. Si Marky nga dito, kahit hindi siya masyadong mainit kanina from that following half, nakakakuha mo naman siya ng mga impact kills dito na talagang ultimo yung mga smoke na sobrang onti lang for Bren Esports to use ay ginagamit nila. But speaking of the smokes, we have the blind here from Brain Freeze. There's also EJ for the follow-up. 2 na lang yung natitira dito, 3 naman sa kabila. Magko-close sila yung gate, makakapag-plant sila ng spike, makakapag-plant and ng mga stars. They still have the utilities. Pero what are they going to do kung overall impact is still in favor of Bren Esports? May natag in ng Recon Bolters. Also the smoke para makontrol pa yung kanilang vision. Pero we still have here the dash and the cloudburst. Papasok na nga ba sila dito or hindi? The turn, this gate getting in. The info, pero matatag rin naman nila dito si EJ. EJ very low on HP. Hindi gagana yung mga right dito kay Envy. And now we're down to 1 remaining member from the side of Bren Esports. EJ na lang yung natitira. He's just really low on HP. Pero kailangan niya lang kabulin dito si Envy. And Envy just goes in for the right click. 11-2 scoreline now for Oasis. And unfortunately for Bren Esports, hindi nila nakuha yung pistol laban sa OWAS.
At match point na tatawa mo. Hindi naman sumukhang one-sided, pero parang gano'n na nga.
Parang gano'n na.
Sino daw yung casters? Sila sa Soberanan, si Sue Ramirez po. Secret! Hindi namin sabihin kung sino kami! Hindi namin sabihin! Sagot mo!
comments.
Huwag nyo daw tatrash na kayo yung Bren. Nandyan yung bebe po ni Ate Rere. Lahat na lang no?
Lahat na lang may
Huwag kayo sasabihin ko rin pag meron ako. I-update ko kayo Mga marites. Lahat na lang. Ito po. Lahat na lang mention ko para sa akin.
Uy!
Ano to?
Si EJ na uluhan.
Ako po.
Sobrang dami ng mga utilities dito makakatapat ng Bren for that retake, but Marky goes in for 1. 4v5. Ang daming umuulan ng mga shoutouts. Kailangan gumawa ng miracle play dito ng Bren Esports. May na-suppress, may na-blind. There's the follow-up of Marky. Makakakuha pa nga ng pangatlo. That is the 40 immediately for Bren or for Oasis. Hindi na nga ibibigay mo Lini Ripper yung ace for Oasis Gaming, and this is already the match point, all in favor of Oasis. Hindi nakagante ang Bren dito sa pagkakataon na kaya nilang umariba pagdating sa retake dahil nga sa mga blinds, dahil nga sa mga follow-ups, and dahil sa mga synergy plays na ginagawa ngayon ng Oasis. Here is our quick replay saan hinayaan nila yung KO na makapag-blind na i-push ni Marky yung Heaven at hindi na muli dito nakapwesto pa ang Bren Esports. Now, in the following round, will it still be the same? Dahil buy round na for Bren.
Sige guys, galingan nyo talaga. Sabihin nyo nga kung sino jowa ko. Agree ba ako kung jowa ko yan? Ay, hindi. Nagawa mga marites. Nagsama-sama na naman sila sa tindahan. Sino ba? Sabihin nyo sa akin para naman alam ko. Di ko nga alam May crush ako kailangan. There's the trade-off. Wild Oreo against EJ. Ito na ba? That's it. Are we gonna go on to Breeze? Or hindi pa tapos sa side ng Bren. Pero ngayon, economy-wise, panalo ang Bren. So may pag-asa nga sila. Maraming rounds na kailangan kainin. Pero syempre, pagdating sa Bren, hindi pa naman tapos ang mga katapusan ngayon. Wala pa naman closure, pero slow at hit. Pinakaga si Coco. Reaper na lang together with Evil. One Oreo na titira, pero Habi gets the round. In B-Boy pa. Reaper gets the plat attack. 2v2.
Wait lang, yung spike, yung nadadala ng spike, papasok na ng heaven all the way from B. And now they're taking too
30
much time
seconds
dito,
left.
makuha lang yung attention ni Reaper. And Reaper, he survives from that casualty. He survives from those duels. And ngayon, nakapag-planted pa sila ng spike. They don't have any idea, Bren Esports, they need to find Reaper. And Reaper has the Bulldog at hand. Pwede niya pa mabiluhan dito yung dalawang natitira. But all in the means of getting in those wide swings. And speaking of wide swings, nakuha niya nga yung swing na yun from Hot Sauce. In 1v2 situation, may makukuhang info. Wala, we have the recon. Hindi niya alam kung saan magagaling dito yung dalawa. All the way from heaven na nga dito yung isa. Reaper goes in for the trades. Pero it's just envy to finish things out with the bait and switch. 13-2 kung 30-5 kanina. Mas strong ang start na ito. Mas strong ang finish ng victory ngayon ng Oasis laban sa Bren. Look at this, guys. They're just really chilling to push it out to a game number 3.
At ngayon, hindi naman Ray-Rakers. Pero I really do think na na-outplay lang sa pinakaunang half ang Bren. Na shutdown talaga ang namigay. I think even if you have those utilities set by Bren, the fact that it's Reaper and Wild Oreo nag-switch, I think yun talagang naging malaking impact dito. Usually may kita nyo dati pagdating sa comp nila, Coco is the one with that Killjoy. Pero I think Oasis, na mas lalo sila nag-explore, sobrang pinakitaan nila ang Bren Esports. And tatandaan nyo, ni isang round dito sa 15 rounds.
Walang objective.
Walang plant. Parating frag. Vince, yun yung sinasabi ko kanina pa, na parating silang mawawipe out even if they try to go into the site. Kahit mag-commit sila, kahit they try to at least plant the spike, walang nangyaring ganon. They're gonna be cut off lang by Oasis. At tignan mo naman yung difference pagdating sa economy. Talagang malaki yung difference. And Bren, EJ tried to get the first frags, pero hindi talaga Hindi talaga nila makuha at all. Ang laki ng difference. Especially nga, di ba? Just like what happened sa Haven, when they start real good sa defending, masa-start off nila yun until the second half. Pero dito sa teams ngayon, both of these teams are really good in Haven tsaka Ascent. So I'm expecting talaga ang map 3. Kaya talagang for Oasis, gising na ata sila. Nina, medyo inaantok pa
Gising.
Gising na sila confirmed.
Ibang klase yung larong ito, Rere. Sobrang nabigla tayo sa pagkakataon na lahat ng mga rounds na yon walang objectives. This is just the first time in VCT Stage 2 na ito ang naganap. May 13-0, yes, pero ibang klase yung ganitong hindi nyo pinagbigyan ng objective ang Bren Esports. We all know how heated up Bren Esports is once na meron silang momentum, once na makuha nila yung footing nila laban sa Oasis. Pero kasi sobrang nakikita natin yung rivalry between these two teams. This is already the 6th time na magtatapat sila in a series, and Oasis still remaining dominant. I've seen their past matches na nananalo nga in the first game ang Bren Esports, pero sabi mo nga, Riri, talagang nag-iinit lang ang kailangan dito ng Oasis, and this is just a clean pick-offs na ginagawa ni Marky every time na may hawak ng operator, at talagang na masasabi natin na binigyan siya ng Oasis ng time and effort and everything else na kailangan niya dito para makapag-commit, para ma-immobilize dito ang Bren Esports. At samahan mo pa na thought na kahit mawala si Marky out of this scene, they still have to think about Wild Oreo. They still need to think about what they can do next with Coco, with their utilities, with everything that they can, and also yung mga palitan nila ng mga switching, mga bait and switch, and also go in for the crossbars. At ibang klase ito, Ray. Talagang walang pwedeng mag-plant ng spike sa Oasis Gaming dito sa assets.
I think the fact also na Invi is finally away, ang laki ng impact talaga. And nakita mo each of them has their style. Nakita natin individuality ng Oasis compared kanina sa Haven nila, na parang magkakaiba sila ng mga desisyon. Ngayon, mas coordinated na sila. But as for Bren, I really do think that na-shutdown lang yung momentum nila for the first 10 rounds. Talagang nahirapan sila. But let's see if ano man ang changes na mangyayari dito sa Breeze as we're gonna go on a short break. Once again, ako si Rene, kasama ko si Hannah Glaze at pagkikita-kita pa tayo sa map team.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thoughts as I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need
And we are back here in the last series between Bren Esports together with Oasis Gaming as we're gonna head in to the last map, which is going to be in Breeze. My name is Ray. Kasama ko pa rin dito si HG, si Honey Grace, si Honey Glaze, at konting summary lang sa mga kakatunin pa lang map pickers. Indeed, first map, pinili ng Oasis, nanalo ang Bren. Second map, dito sa Ascent, pinili ng Bren, pero nagwagi ang Oasis. And now we're gonna go into the third map, which is going to be in Breeze, as what I've said earlier. And walang guarantee kung sino mananalo dito sa mapang to. Kasi alam naman natin that they have their mistakes here, but they also have their peak performance. And it's actually hard to dictate kung ano nga ba ang pangahawakan ng dalawang teams na to. Pero what we are sure about is that this is a make or break. Kapag natalo, mamamaalam na sa VCT Stage 2, bawi na lang sa ibang tournaments. And kung sino man ang mananalo, kakalabanan ng SBE bukas.
Nakakapangamba ang lahat ng mga duels na ina-execute nila kanina. Napatweet nga ako kaagad na walang kailangan na i-plant na spike dito from Oasis. It's just fully on full, complete destroying the following strategies and the following rushes na pwedeng i-commit dito ng Bren Esports. Sabi mo nga, make or break, do or die, it's just really going towards into the fact na talagang 50-50 yung matches na ito matchup na ito between Bren Esports and Oasis Gaming, and I gotta say na sobrang commendable ang both of our teams natin sa mga ginawa nilang adjustment, sa mga pagbigay nila ng mga trade-off utilities to cancel out the duelists of the other team, and this time around, we're finally seeing here the last remaining map for them to see kung sino ba yung malalaglag at kung sino ba yung magpapatuloy ng storyline nila dito in Stage 2 VCT.
Storylines, comeback, lower bracket magic, pero mas importante muna ang mapang to before they can actually think of those goals dahil nga guys, SB pa rin yung kakalabanin nila. And may chance pa rin naman ang mga taga Oasis. Although, nung group stage natalo na lang SBE, natalo sila ng SBE all of a sudden So, yun yung malaking problema na meron ng Oasis na kailangan nilang harapin. Pero as for Bren, I think may mga off maps lang naman sila. Minsan nanlalamig sila, but if they make it work naman on their own, especially here in Greece, maybe it will be something. Kasi si EG na shutdown lang din talaga siya kanina. Parati ni Reaper together with Wild, or if not, it's gonna be hindi talaga siya nakakuha ng duels na kailangan niya. And Marky also is actually contesting. So, ang ganda na coordination ng Oasis at the same time. But here is a Breeze. Will there be a big difference? Dahil nakita nga natin that it's Courtesy who's gonna be playing and not Reaper. Usually nakita natin nag-KO si Reaper dito. Nakita din natin na nagsiswitch sila ni Wild Ori, and Wild Ori is gonna go in with that Viper. So, most likely, Courtesy is gonna be that Sova. And the rest, tignan natin sino ang, ano man yung magiging switch nila. Or, baka si Courtesy ay mag-iiba ng role. And si Envy yung magiging Sova. Or, Envy is gonna go with that initiator. Maybe, ibang agent na initiator. Maybe Sky? Maybe a duelist? I'm excited. Maybe Fade? I don't know. Kasi nakita na natin yung effectivity din niya dito sa Breeze. A lot of questions is at stake. Pero, pag pumunta na nga tayo sa agent selection, doon tayo magkakaalaman. Dahil pwede din naman ang Bren magkaroon sila ng opportunity ngayon. Sino ba mag-switch? Are they gonna go with a double duelist? Is it gonna be possible? Or si Javi pa rin na mag-KO? Or still, are we gonna be seeing Hot Sauce sticking to the chamber?
With those questions being said at being thrown out here in our life, talaga masasabi mo lang na ang laki ng pwedeng alam mo yung pagkakataon for our team is nga dito ng game number 3 at makula yung gusto nilang ability with their agents, with their roles, especially kung sino ba talaga yung dapat nila ipasok. So, good enough for Oasis na they started off so strong and they finished it explosively laban sa Bren Esports, and hindi man lang makapwesto, makabuelo ang Bren. Pagawa yung mga objectives na kailangan nila, they just need to plant in the spike pero hindi ito ng bait and switch and the crossbars. At sabihin pa natin dito, wag natin kakalimutan is yung mga utility lang na nilalapag dito nila Ripper and Wild Oreo. Magbabato sila ng mga nays, magbabato sila ng mga mollies, and this will be a problem for Bren Esports kung paano nila mabibigyan ng follow-up yung duelist na pumasok. And with that being said, once na pumasok na si EJ, sa kanya naman din nakamata dito si Marky. Siya ang mapapatay kaagad. So with no follow-up and with no duelist to create some space for Bren Esports, it just eliminates the fact na kayang pitasin sila dito man lang ng Oasis Gaming with just the duels. At yun na nga lang din ang nangyari kanina for map number 2. Will it be the same in map 3? Dahil alam natin kung gaano ka-sneaky maglaro dito si EJ. We also know and acknowledge kung gaano kagaling din si Marky dito with just the Jets. So I'm really excited to see kung ano pwedeng mangyari in the draft. Battle of the Jets nga ba ito or Battle of the Sentinels na pwede nga mapanghawakan nila Envy?
Battle of the Sentinels, Battle of the Chambers, I'm not sure, pero sa mga fans dyan guys, sorry, ang daldal namin. Stall lang tayo ng konti. We're just waiting for that agent selection, and when we go into that, tignan natin kung ano man mga revelation nila. Kasi ito na yung huling mga araw kung saan kailangan nila mag-set ng trap cards. And remember guys, konting explanation lang sa format natin, di ba? For tomorrow, 3 series ang kakas natin. Most likely, kung sino man mananalo dito, kakalabanin ng SBE. Kung, technically, okay, so yun muna, di ba? Yun yung magiging first match. Then followed by RRQ versus Team Secret. Basically, pasok na sila ang RRQ and Team Secret going into APAC. Pero, kung sino man mananalo sa kanila, finals na. And the other one has to go through the lower bracket. And, yeah, pagdating sa RRQ or in the Team Secret, sino man matatalo sa kanila, they have to face ang winner between SBE and kung sino man mananalo either of these teams sa last series. Na ikakas namin ni Honeygliss. So technically, 2 series ang kakas namin na kami 2 ni Honeygliss. And kung sino man ang makakapasok sa lower bracket finals mula sa SBE and kung sino man mananalo sa 2 teams na to, ay pasok na rin sa APAC. So napaka-importante din ang match ng 2 teams na yon. Pero nga lang, ang
papasukan ng nasa lower bracket is play-ins, no?
So ang kinasamaang palad naman sa pangatlong team na makakapasok towards sa APAC is that first, bukas, magkakaroon sila technically na 2 series na nakakapagod. And the second is that ang magiging, at least, di ba, pasok sila sa APAC. And second is, they have to go into play-in. So, ang RRQ, if I'm not mistaken, together with Team Secret, now that they are already having that good run, if I'll just gonna be basing it sa last year, katulad ng SBE together with
PPH yata yun or Naos.
Oo. Nasa pasok na sila kagad sa group stage. So, hindi na nila kailangan pumasok galing play-ins. So, ganun ang performance na meron kapag So, basically si RR2 tsaka si Team Secret, maghihintay na lang sila ng team. Maghihintay na lang sila. Hindi natin sila makikita na first week. It's all gonna be just one, which is going to be yung winner between SB and 2 teams na to. So, diba, ang dami nila kailangan pagdaanan. Pero syempre, kakas natin
worth it pa rin.
Ano na yan? Yung APAC na yan. Makikita natin na tunay na unbiased casting na maraming magagalit kahit PH team. Yung pinaninindigan namin sa unbiased casting, di ba? But anyway, a lot of things are at stake right now. Pero sa inyo ba, sa mga nandyan ngayon, sino sa tingin nyo ang mananalo ng VCTPH is gonna be the Kings? Dahil ang current Kings ngayon ay ang SB and they're still alive. The second current Kings, which was Naos, has been eliminated, followed by APH. Hindi na sila nakapasok, but there's still Oasis. So the first, so out of the 4 invited teams, buhay pa naman ang SBE together with Oasis. Ang dalawa, nalaglag na sila, APH yon and Naos. At pagdating naman sa 4 invited teams natin, bearing nyo guys, ang storyline ngayon ay ang RRQ and Team Secret, they came from the open qualifiers.
Diba?
And now they're back. They are here, Honey Glaze.
Sila ngayon yung mag-get, sila ngayon na makakakuha ng sure slots in the playoffs. Sure pa rin naman yung makukuha ng mga nasa loob. Pero kasi ang dami pa nilang mapagdadaan. As explained by Rio, sobrang dami na pwede dito to side of playoffs to get inside of APAC. But this is again the battle between Esports and Oasis. Balik muna tayo sa mga roots. And parang kahit ako ayokong malaman kung sino yung matatanggal dahil napalapit ka na rin sa mga places nila, napalapit ka na rin sa bawat player na sobrang ganda ng mga plays at ina-execute nila once that they are finally on stage. We have Bren Esports. There is always a time na makakapag-pop off dito sina EJ. Sorry kung medyo na rin na worry na ako all the way from Japan.
Kamara na ba si Lord?
Mga taga-Japan Kaya kita nyo, hindi nyo na nakikita yung mata ko pag tumatawa ako. Then again, balik tayo sa analysis. Kasi diba, nagtitiman na yung Wild Oreo from Oasis. Parang kryptonites na lang din from Bren Esports na paano nyo ba counter, paano nyo ba doon mabibiluan once na nabigyan mo na ng mainit na warm-up dito. Sino Wild Oreo, Have It Coco, and even have her, especially si Envy, at dito pa si Mark is finally going into the draft. The Breeze map na decider natin, game number 3, a do or die match. Lahat ng mga pinaghirapan nila dito ay down to a best of 1. We have your Brace again with that very crucial controller. We have Viper, nandito naman din yung kanilang mga sentan. There's also Jet with Marky and EJ, the battle of the Jets, but the battle of the initiators will be going on forward with courtesy here as the Sova have the 8K naman na kukuha ng Sky. With that being said, that is currently our lineup. Pero maganda naman pala din tayo dito. Tapos mas nahawak nila ngayon. We have here Hot. So again with the Cypher and Chamber naman for Oasis Gaming. So I'm very to see if what is coming for them dahil nga Ben Esports. Kailangan nila pagbakan nilang momentum game number 1. Sila ng ilang punches dito by Oasis from game number 2, from map number 2. And with that being said, this is just the momentum by Oasis Gaming para makuha nila itong game number 3, which is again, katulad nga na sinabi ni Ray kanina, just going all in favor. 50-50 tayo sa mga chances na magkakatub si EJ. Si Marky naman dito as well with aggressiveness with their double initiators. And now, finally, map number 3. Will it be in Bren Esports as they are the one king or Oasis Gaming ang makakakuha ng pang-finisher nila with a reverse sweep?
I love kung magkakaroon man ng reverse sweep story, but I really do think there's also a lot of chances sa Brent because Hotus right now is back with that Cypher. Pero sa dating sa Oasis, tignan naman yung comp na din nila. Wild Ori is gonna go with the Chamber. Surprisingly, Coco ngayon ang magva-Viper. A lot of changes na naman pagdating sa flexibility. Pero nga sino ang uuwi? At sino pa rin ang mabubuhay right now, Haniglay?
Yes. We are finally going in for that question. Pero napakabilis ang pag-flank dito ni Envy. He's very low in HP. Abby 80 goes in for the kill. Laban dito kina Coco. 4v4 or rather 4v5. Still immediately going in favor of Bren Esports as they were able to pick down on Coco. Wala na Vipers dito pero Marky stalling enough members here from Bren. Magpupush sila pero wala sila kasa na nga ba dito si Envy. Pero Envy nakaisa pa nga. Down to 3 members from Oasis Gaming and they don't even know the following members of Bren Esports is we have your one here in B. Wala siya ka-idea kung may magpupush ng aba dito here in mid kasi may nag-open up ng Poison Cloud dito all the way from Nest and this is going to pose a problem for Oasis to win out dahil numbers advantage is from Bren. Kakuha ng isa, makakapasok pa nga ba sila na yung attention nila. We have here the blind. Getting in the info ng pero nito, all the way on the side. We have the headhunter pero hindi ito magiging time laban kay EJ. And EJ finally gets in Wild Oreo. 2 members, Marky very low on HP. We have your Savvy as well. But it's still, we still have the numbers advantage. Oasis better. This
One enemy remaining
for Oasis but not and this is for 3. Kanya ang mapang Breeze. We have Courtesy still full on HP. Pero he doesn't know where the following member from Bren Esports was holding 3 grounds lead. The laban sa kanila Oasis Gaming fails to get and secure in that round number 1 in this half. Masasabi ko lang din talaga na napan ng mga naging flank at mabilis yung dito ni Envy to eliminate in 1 member at ang laking bagay na ito dahil kailangan na maging worried ng Bren Esports kung saan ba flank ako saan ba sila dito mabilis makakuha at makapag-rotate laban dito sa Bren Esports to get in those pick-offs and to eliminate them fully. But on the other hand, meron kasi tayong access dito with we still have here that line coming from Envy but Envy failed to get in that aggressive push pero mukhang hindi pa rin magiging successful din to get onto Marky. But with that being said, quickly traded off by Wild Oreo.
Pwede pang manalo ata ang Oasis kung sakasakali pero EJ denies courtesy. At 4 pa ang natitira mula sa side ng Bren. Alam mo, ganda ng pistol lang na ginawa ng Bren. At napakadinis. And it's all up to Wild Oreo. Pero unfortunately, Symbol. Sees him out.
Revealing area.
At sino nga ba talaga ang mananalo ngayon sa Breeze? Mukhang magandang start to from Bren Esports and we can actually see the reset. But as you can see the mobile, it's also the time na pwede natin makita ang pag-pop off ng mga taga-uwas. Nakulangan lang sa baril daw kasi.
Spike down mid.
Kaya all goods na kung makakabili na sila ng kanilang mga rifles dito and full-on utilities. They have the force from Oasis. They don't want to give the momentum shifting up all in favor of Bren Esports. 2-0 from this round, from this game. The Blinds will be getting in that info, pero nandito naman din yung pang-cover up ng mga issue nila. They cannot go in aggressively, cancel out the rotation here in mid. Pero ako na bahala dito, sabi ni Wild Oreo goes in for immediate 2 kill. Laban sa Bren Esports and the follow-up cleanly from
One enemy
Envy.
remaining.
Para maka-reposition din dito kagad si Market to divert the attention steer from Bren Esports even though that they are sneaky enough na makapag-crawl all the way from mid. Hindi pa rin pala ito magiging laganap all in favor of them dahil Wild Oreo boosted up siya, nakakuha siya ng pick-off and this is finally a round for them to take.
Pwede pang mag-iba ang hip daw ng hangin at Wild Oreo is actually popping off. Kaso masyado pang maaga. Sabi nga ng Ben and Ben. Dahil pwede pa namang mag-full buy ang mga taga-Ben and they can just actually keep up with themselves. But this is already a big sign. Ngayon sa full buy nila, Marky. Oy, play aggressive oh. Whoop!
Alam niya ata eh.
Nakita? Oh no! Buti na lang mag-fade off and now
Oh,
Envy gets to! Nakita natin ang performance ni Envy ngayon with that KO. Usually si Reaper eh. Pero ngayon sabi ni Envy, got you fam also. Hot sauce na lang together with Brainfish na natitira. Ang gandang read mula sa side ng mga nakita nila yung uso ng baril. Envy takes the lead. And Hot sauce all by himself. Going up against 4. Expected na kung saan siya manggagaling ngayon.
Who would have thought that Marky would go in aggressively laban dito sa Bren Esports? He wasn't ready, but Envy cancel out na kagad yung pang-apat niya dito. Jump pick, magkoconnect nga dito yung Recon. Quick attention dito from Hot Sauce, but unfortunately, Wild Oreo na naman, where have you been? This is a 2-2 scoreline, and this is just really going all nuts in favor of our two sides dahil kahit kaming mga casus ngayon na hindi makapag-predict kung kanino ba dito bubuelo yung momentum at even yung shift ng mga trades. Dahil kanina, it's all just Envy getting in those frags para dito kay Marky na hindi niya man makuha yung isang angle pero he was ready enough to go in for those diversion plays na hindi mabaluhan dito ni Marky at yun ang gugustuhin mo sa isang initiator na ready for those trades. And finally, this is again momentum in favor of Oasis but we gotta see here the potential of Bren Esports, EJ with that Blade Storm. Tingnan natin kung magbawagi nga ba sila dito dahil nakapwesto na kaagad sina Mark and even have your Wild Oreo just chilling like a villain all the way from A.
May reference pa tayo ng Blackpink, pero Marky! Kalati na lang kanina pa naglalaro sa mid-site. At kanina pa siya nakakuha ng early pickups. So once again, he gets the third. Possibly an ace, maybe. Hot sauce at isa na lang. Marky! Ex-ace! Highlights pang post sa Valo PH, pang gawa ng cover photo. And it's all up to Brain Freeze. Makakain lang, hintay natin na hit lang. Marky!
faces.
Lock na ito, sabi ni Marky! 3, 2,
Oasis! Bakit hindi nyo pa binigay yung jet kanina kay Marky? We're seeing him already going all blown, going all ham laban sa Bren Esports and Bren Esports. Hindi nga sila makareact on time once they see yung Marky. Nandito nga yung mga duels nila pero Marky just does it all. Pagdating sa mga duels, pagdating sa mga expected angles, alam niya. At i-expect niya talagang manggagaling na ng host dito ang isa na natitira all the way from Bren Esports. But this time, finally the buys for Bren pero magiging salungat nga lang din naman dito for Marky's advantage from getting in that ace. Mababuluan siya ng ulo dito ni Symbol. We have here the snake bites. There's the wall para madali sila further pero nakaulo pa rin naman dito si Coco. Kailangan niya lang naman ng free party dito. Di bali nang hindi niya makita ang members from Bren Esports. Just the aim, just a precise crosshair placement and that is one member down already from Bren.
Medyo na-predict na nga ng Bren saan napunta. Si Marky nalabas na rin kagad ang mga repolyo pang sinigang. Magandang flash ata pero tutok na naman Wild Oreo. Nasangkuha na ni TJ kagad si Waller before he can actually TV out of it. And if he takes down one, Brain Freeze on the flank. Alam na nga ba nila kagad it's all up to Envy and EJ gets the trap. daming highlights kay Marky at ni EJ. Sabi sa inyo, pag letter Y talaga eh. Palong-palo mag-jet. EJ, Marky, hindi ko alam iba lang yung mga letter Y. Basta yun, magaling talaga. Tara, tara. EJ, Marky game na naman, oh. Ang
Grabe.
explosive, oh.
Ganda ng mga trade-offs nila eh. Talagang kapag nakita na nila na gumagawa ng action dito, tamo, parang magkapatid na talaga dito ang dalawang ito. We have Envy, we have your Marky. Magkasabay sila, magkasama sila dito once na gusto nila mag-pick. At malaking advantage ito for Oasis since ang kailangan nila dito is the follow-up from the blinds para hindi makabuelo nga dito ang Bren Esports, hindi sila makareact on time once na gusto nga ditong umaksyon ni Marky. And speaking of action, we have here the operator at hand from this guy. Tapos nandito na siya kaagad here all the way from mid. And this is very risky kasi malay ba natin kung pwede makapag-push kaagad yung Bren, makuha yung info sa kanya. At nandito pa yung mga recon balls na hindi siya matatagpuan ngayon. But with that being said, there's so much hesitations right now. Bren Esports na ipit sila dito here in elbow na hindi sila makapag-decide on time. Kaya naman ngayon, Oasis Gaming is taking that advantage na maipit sila, ma-flank sila dito dahil wala silang ka-idea kung ano ba ang pwede nilang gawin. We have the recon spotting in one. There's the poison clouds and there's even the suppress. Molly para hindi na naman makapasok. Look at this! Ang dami nilang buwelong pwedeng pasukan ngayon ang B pero they're taking too much time at nade-delay sila masyado. Ang kaya ngayon, makakapag-react na ang Oasis. Oh no, pero may natuwa dapat si Curtis. He takes out and we only have EJ on second. Marky will be able to finish him. Akala ko opportunity na yon paglabas ni Courtesy na may toxic speed. Pero looks like walang nakatingin sa kanya. And now, meron nakatingin. Pero nga lang, the perfect timing, the crosser placement is onto the side ng Oasis. Pero dikit pa rin po. One round lang naman ang difference. Ayun, lumabas lang si Courtesy. Nagkaroon ng first double. May hindi napakay kahit sa pagbubuka niya. Sayang, yung mga sinelo na ni EJ doon, nakadalawa din siya. Pero kasi ready na rin naman na sa kanya dito. Oasis Gaming, sabi mo nga, it's just one round lead. Pero I'm looking at this already na pumapabor sa Oasis yung defending side. But this time around, may idea na kagad sila dito. Coming from Marky, pero na-shorty siya pa rin tumumba si EJ. Head up from Savvy. There goes the kill. There goes the trades. Hatsos dito makakapasok all the way from mid, all the way from double doors. Pero Brain Freeze with just a sheriff would not win out that duel laban kay Coco. Imagine, shorty lang ang kailangan niya, Ray. Hindi na kailangan ng Blazer, hindi niya na kailangan pa ng rifle. It's just him by the impact plays na ginagawa niya dito, hindi nakasunod kaagad si EJ.
Remaining.
Ang predicted prato ng Oasis pag nanggagaling ng feed yung mga taga-Bren eh. Parati nilang piniplay it out like that, like aggressiveness. Yung mo may na-shorty like a Melody, si Marky ngayon. But then, nagpa-pop off din naman si EJ on the other side ng Bren. They just need to take their time. 2 rounds is still not a big lead mula sa side ng Oasis. Pero nga lang, when it comes to Marky, he takes down EJ. At makakapag-bail out pa siya.
Ang hirap nang makita kung ano pa ang pwedeng gawin dito ngayon ng Bren Esports, especially the fact that they have been exhausting in their utilities. Pero wala namang nagiging ganap. Look at this, naiipit lang sila dito in hall, nakakakuha sila ng attention, di naman nagre-react masyado ang Oasis. Let's see now here, how will this pan out for them? Lalo na gising na gising ang diwa dito. Kuya mo Marky, hindi siya nananahimik but he's just really chilling. With that operator at hand, hinihintay niya makapag-pick dito laban kina Hot Sauce, pero will it be in favor of Hot Sauce? Na pwede na mabuluan dito. Nakikita niya na yung nozzle all the way from that operator and he gets him down. Marky quickly uses this cyber cage para makareposition at ngayon mas gugustuhin na lang nilang kuhanin ngayon ang A. There goes the Aldrone spotting in one. Hunt with Fury to delay in the entry. There's also the Longo Dog na ihaharap na nga ngayon ng Bren Esports pero matatag in na nga dito yung dalawa. There's the pick off. Oh no, simple! Tropa mo yan, sir! Brain Freeze is down dahil sa Longo Dog hinampas sa kanya kaliwat kanan ng tropa niya but now it's just all in favor of Oasis Gaming. Isa na lang ang natitira and unfortunately for Symbol is just winning out that shot. laban dito kina Envy, Wild Oreo as well. Hindi siya makapag-plant in the spike, pero he was able to get in for 1. Possibly goes in for 2K, but unfortunately, it's just courtesy na kailangan niya yung mga pick na ito. Kailangan niya ng mga TikTok highlights, and now finally, another lead for Oasis Gaming to make
TikTok highlights! Hey guys, speaking of TikTok highlights, follow yung PPGL sa TikTok. Ang daming highlights pa yung mga pro players. Narinig ko nga rin sa video ko doon, nagugulat ako, may nagsasenta. Ate Rini, andito ka pala? Nagulat ako, ay talaga, nandiyan pala ako. And ito, ganda na perfect timing ni Courtesy right now. Plus yung flash. Ayan, pero 3 rounds down difference. Nico na naman sa side ng Bren and EJ already has his Blade Storm, and I really do think punish lang sila ng Oasis pagdating sa trades. And mukhang baka, sa hopefully, hindi man lamig yung Bren all throughout the rounds na nagkakaroon ng upper hand ng Oasis against them.
Mas excited nga ako makita ang Bren Esports pagdating nga sa defending dahil very cheeky yung positionings dito ni EJT. Ito mostly ina-expect ng Alpha Esports nung nakaraang nagtapat sila, pero ngayon nakatungaw ang ulo dito ni Symbol. Courtesy, there goes Marky going in for those pick-offs. Kuha sila ng isa, pero the blind is just going in favor of Envy. Goes in for that kill laban dito kay EJ, and Envy finally gets it. Another win for Oasis Gaming. 7-3 scoreline. Imagine all of the rounds na gustong ipanalo dito ng Bren. Magsasave sila, magbabay, magsasave, magbabay. It's just going all around in circles, pero hindi pa rin sila nananalo sa mga duels dahil nga hindi nila ma-shutdown si Marky Envy combo. Imagine yung mga blanks na nagko-connect sila dito. Imagine yung mga info na gagather nila from Curtis's Recon Bolt at dagdagan pa dito ng mga immediate response dito ng ating Coco from the side of Oasis Gaming. And finally, it's already 4 rounds lead for Oasis, and this is just really going well na may nadedetect pa sila going with that recon here in mid. May nagkakaroon mga secrets dito here in A, pero I gotta say this is in the bait dahil yung spike, yung minimap natin ngayon, nag-crawl na agad si Breakies all the way from B main. Garage, he can plant in the spike here in B, pero let's see now here, Courtesy wins out the duel laban dito kay EJ4. B4 nakaaga ng laban.
Talagang pinapakitaan ng Bren, at least this time around. The aggressiveness that they can actually get into B-side. Mas workable talaga yun. And Heavy cutting out Envy. Workable. Pero si Marky, may kasama siyang operator, may kasama siyang Blade Storm. Nakita niya na kagad, expected. So possible retake na to sa Oasis kung sakasakali. Pero naglabas na rin kagad si Brainfist ng kanyang Viper's Ultimate para lang talaga ma-deny ang manggagaling mula sa Oasis while they're buying time. Pero nilabas na rin kagad ang Blade Storm, pero hindi na nga lang nag-connect kagad si Marky. Pero nga lang si Ultimate na nga din kagad na rin na nga din kung nasa na pinaka-dalawang membro kagad. And now, asa ng oras? Pwede na lang ma-deny? May oras pa ba? May oras pa? May oras pa? Hindi ko alam, walang oras! Wala! Good play! Wala sa side ng Bren with the Republic of Gamers.
Last round in the
Clutch.
half.
Nice one. Wala sa Bren. NT sa Oasis.
They tried their best to completely retake onto B. But the problem is, Viper Spit nga, hindi nakabuelo dito ang Oasis dahil nga sa mga pagkakataon na gumawa ng eksena dito ang Bren with those corners na hinold nila dito, especially sa pagbabay time nga dito nila Brain Freeze. This is finally the round na pwede nga ma-close off dito ang half na ito in favor of Oasis. Pero kung mai-push ito ng Bren pagdating ng 7-5 scoreline, this will be favorable of them dahil pwede silang manalo in the second half. Pwede silang makakuha ng momentum. But going on forward in this round, may makakagada Chicho Dog here in Halls. Was able to take in that info. Yung Aldron, wala siya nakuha kahit isa from the members of Red Esports. But the very moment in time, we're seeing them very hesitant kung ano ba ang pwede nilang gawin dahil hinihintay nilang lumabas si Envy. Hinihintay nila dito magpakita si Marky with that operator, and first contact play ang gagawin dito. Coco, maglalabas nga ng Dora, mapapa-pushback na nga dito ang Bren, pero looking back and the minimap, it's just Marky all the way from that push. Quick scope, ang kailangan niya, Cloudburst, walang magiging ganap dito yung frenzy niya dito dahil this is just going in favor of Savvy. With the rifle, Marky is down. But this is still good for Oasis to win out that retake. But tingnan natin ngayon kung makakapasok ba ng site dito ang Bren, makakapag-plant in ba sila ng spike dahil they are just really chilling. Kung ano ba ang pwede pa ditong lumabas all the way from Oasis. There's still the
30
poison
seconds
clouds.
left.
Ang hirap pang makapasok dito dahil isang spray lang ni Coco na nananalo siya between the duels of Bren Esports. Marinig lang
Spike
nila
down
nakapag-dash
A.
in na dito si EJ. Matic bato na kaagad ng Molly. We have here Envy with the crossfires. Sabi naman dito, goes in for the white flick. Laban kina Envy. 3K for Tika. This guy, but he's just very low on HP. And finally, 8-4 scoreline. Good of a half, especially
Switching
for
sides.
Oasis Gaming.
Si World Oreo, nang tatad-tad, patay na nga eh. Crash talk yun World Oreo, ulit ka. Sayang dito kay dito mama na no scope eh. Pero dito, I think yung malaking alanganin doon is yung timing nila against sa setup ni Coco. Nung nag-open na kaagad siya ng ecoms na ulit, nahirapan na yung Bren. Wala silang choice to actually commit that plus the time pressure. But here it is. 8-4, not bad for the first half ng Bren Esports on the attacking side. But as for Oasis, is this the start already ng pag-iinit nila? Knowing that Envy and Marky are really consistent right now. And kay Courtesy, nakakagulat na kahit usually hindi natin siya nakikita sa lahat ng maps, we just only see him sa Breeze most of the time. Pero the way that he can keep up with the team is actually big, and we can really see him pop off. While on the side of Bren, we can really see how EJ and Javi also is there. So ngayon sa nasa defending sila, and they're just gonna be waiting for Oasis to come at them. Baka ito rin yung oras na kaya na lang makabawi. But the very important factor here is just one, the pistol and the second round. Kasi pag nakuha ng Oasis to, nasa double-digit scoreline na sila against Bren Esports. And if that happens, I think medyo masya-shutdown talaga yung meron ng Bren Esports unless there's EJ and Javi to actually save the day.
That really is the question kung makakapagbigay ba ng pagpa-pop off momentum dito sa V and EJ. Sila na lang din talaga yung maaalalayan mo dito pagdating sa pagiging agresibo. We all know how cheeky EJ is pagdating sa defending side na pwede siya makapag-push you from elbow, going into mid, getting in those frags. Tapos mabibigla dito yung Oasis na nandito na pala nakapwesto si EJ. Pero ang nakakalimutan natin is ito lang din ang ginagawa ni Envy Marky combo from Oasis. So most probably, alam na nila yung ginagawa dito ng Bren Esports. Alam nila kung paano iko-kontra yon. Dahil nga, napanood na natin yung winning moments sila laban sa AEP na kung saan talagang minuldozer nila, nilandslide nila yung AEP from trying to win out that game. At nakikita natin, it's just fully EJ to get in those frags, to be the one who has the highlights at hand. Tapos magkaroon pa sila ng follow-up momentum. Pero technical pause lang dito in a bit. Kamusta naman dyan sa mga viewers natin? So, ang napakalaking kaba na meron tayo ngayon for our players dahil kahit ako talagang ayokong makitang may nalalaglag dahil this is already the lower bracket. At sabi nga natin, may mga nagpaalam na kanina, AEP, unfortunately, they will completely shut down their run here in the playoffs at magpapatuloy nga dito yung SBE. So, sino man yung manalo dito between the match of Oasis and Bren Esports, ang laking tyrants na makakalaban nila. Dahil sabi nga ng panelists kanina, sabi nga ng mga casters natin kanina nila Vil and Taylor na ang laking kings of the lower bracket ng SBE. So this is just really huge and too much pressure for both of our teams to win out that lower bracket lead.
And looking at right now, tech post kagad ang bubungad sa second half between Oasis and Bren. Pero wait lang tayo. Easy lang. Baka kasi makabawi pa talaga ang Brenna from the looks of it. You have that strong cipher such as Hot Sauce. And you have those quick flash denies also coming in from Javi. So, those are the real questions here. Pero kasi, how do you actually defeat Cypher? Is that you have Envy with a knife. Eh, diba? Usually, sabi ng mga tao, when you go into that knife, hindi nga makakagalaw si Hot Sauce to pop out those cyber cages. Pero I think the thing here is, pwede naman idali lang ni Hot Sauce ng napaka-ikli. So, feel ko na-expect ko sa play ngayon ng Oasis is much more aggressive. Kasi tignan mo yung agent composition na pwede naman na lang grip parate. Especially with Wild Oreo, he can just set up his TP and he can bail out of it. Waiting for the trade lang kay Indian, kay Marky. So, marami pang pwedeng mangyari. Dahil kailangan lang naman ng Bren dito is maghabol ng 4 rounds. And if they're actually gonna be successful with that, that can be the key, the leeway. 'Di ba? Pero mukhang may hindi gumagalaw sa Oasis eh. Siyempre hindi gumagalaw, kaya tayo may tech pause. Ayan na, nakagalaw na.
Huli.
Sa Bren. Sa Bren.
Si
Pero hindi
Javi yata
gumagalaw.
eh. Ito yung host natin. Si Sky. Hindi nga gumagalaw. Javi, galawin mo yung baso.
Javi, galaw
Javi.
na oh. Tsaka
Galaw
EJ
mo.
oh. Galaw niya na yung baso oh. Gumagalaw na ba tayo dyan, mga pre...
Momentum na yan for Bren.
Oo.
Talagang kailangan nila ng hinga.
Uminom ng
Reset,
tubig.
kumbaga, ganun. Well, needed kasi talaga eh. Kasi sabi mo nga, pang-attacking sided talaga yung lineup dito ng Oasis. Nangangamba tayo sa pang-cancel out dito kay Hot Sauce. Even though that Hot Sauce has been popping off nung Cypher nga yung gamit niya from Haven. Pero kasi this time, ang laking tinik sa lalamunan niya ito. Imagine, Envy, ngayon ko lang na-realize nung sinabi mo na this will be creating so much space for Marky to use his abilities to get inside the site, ma-eliminate siya kaagad since natagpuan na nga siya dito ng fragment, why not magpatuloy na lang siya dito to get in those frags. Tapos follow up na lang dito from Oasis. And nakikita natin for Oasis, they have the momentum pagdating sa mga mental strength sila dito laban sa Bren Esports to win out their duels. At kaya naman ngayon, it's this Bren Esports, they really crucially need to win out this pistol round. Sabayan mo pa dito ng buy sila with those Spectres. Once na ma-eliminate nga nila dito yung aggressiveness ng Oasis Gaming, and they need to pick down Marky. They need to eliminate in Envy. Kung hindi nila magagawa yon, hindi rin naman sila yung dapat lang natitigan or dapat lang bigyan ng atensyon from Oasis dahil meron rin naman tayong Wild Oreo.
Ang daming players eh. Sa Oasis and sa Bren, na kailangan mong tutukan. Alam niyo ba, fun fact sa mga nanonood, si Javi, nag-start talaga siya, na-start ko siya makita ng potential, napakalaking potential, noong sa mga collegiate scene, sa mga college na going up against each other. Kasi, if I'm not mistaken, studying at DLSU. So, that's where we saw yung potential ni Javi. I really loved him when I've seen him play Reyna, kahit na nerf pa si Reyna, kahit nung time na, di ba, 4 pa yung ano yan, 2 heal, 2 dismiss, di ba? Sobrang ganda na performance niya galing sa kanyang Reyna. And natatandaan ko nun, yung team niya, tsaka Holy Angel ata yun, yung parating pinaglalaban, parating may mainit eh, may beef. Sino ba naglalaro sa huli? Si Blast ata yung duelist sila. Ayun, si Blast from Naos. Ayun, sila yung dalawa yung duelist na head to head usually ng mga tao.
Oo, naalala ko si Blast.
Oo, diba? Pero wala namang sa mga players, sa mga school, sa mga rivals, parang UAAP nga, di ba? Yung mga gano'n na bagay. And dyan ko na-discover si Yavi. Well, itong si Envy, si Marky. Ang fun fact about him, is that, di ba yung mga tao usually nagulat, saan ba ito nang galing? Galing ba siyang CS? Actually, hindi siya galing sa CS. Galing siyang SAF. Ano to? Tama ba ako sa term ko? Hindi pala SAF. Ang tawag dito sa term na, sa SF kasi, SAF? Sa SF, sa Special Force.
Hindi ko alam kung ano yung term.
sorry, naisip ko yung SAF, iba pala yun.
Ayan,
Pero, Special Armed Force pala yun. Pero, yung, galing siyang SF, parang kung saan ang galing si NARP team, if alam nyo. Doon siya nang galing. Magaling talaga siya sa SF. Kubagay yung mga background nila. Si Coco, nang galing na yan sa kabilang bangbang. Sa CS din. Si Reaper din. Mga ano yan, LAN sa comp shop yung mga yan eh. Si Wild Oreo.
Nakakamiss
Pero hindi
tuloy.
na siya nag-pro kasi young pa lang si Wild Oreo. Pero balito yung mga kuya niyan baka pro din dati yan sa Valorant. Alam ko yung isa ng kuya, nag-pro din sa APH, magka-team ata sila ni Wild Oreo. Pero si Wild Oreo na lang nag-continue ng kanyang career. O, di ba? Pero chismisan natin sila kasi alam natin yung mga
Okay lang,
nangyayari
at
sa...
least,
Oo!
parang
si Hindi!
history.
Alam ko
Diba?
first niya to first niya tong Valorant, pero ang galing niya talaga mag-OS. Kasi nakikita ko siya, bago siya mag-start ng Radiant Q niya, na maapit
Yun yung
bahay
warm
ko to,
up niya.
nakikichismis. Nag-OS siya, para sa si Jeremy from Team Secret. Ganun, tapos
Oo.
parang ako, ang galing naman niya mag-OS. As in, ako hindi ko nga kaya mag-OS As in,
Ayun ba
hindi
yung
ko
rhythm
kaya yung
game?
ganun.
Yun, diba?
Oo, yung may kiklik-klik
Okay.
may ikiklik-klik ka, kineme-kineme. Diba?
Para na rin kasing aim labs yun. Kapag mabilis yung mga buttons,
Oo,
diba?
pero
Ayun, oo.
Pero pag nagtanong kayo sa mga pro players, pero hindi naman sa lahat Hindi naman sa lahat. Pero may iba sa kanila, hindi sila gano'n nag-i-aim labs. Kasi hindi daw talaga siya, para sa kanila, hindi naman daw talaga siya para sa accuracy. If gusto mo daw talaga, magdada range ka. Pero, pagdating naman sa mga ibang bagay, sa mga nag-i-aim labs, minsan nakakatulong sa kanila, pero para talaga sa practice ng pag-flick, ganun daw. Pero ewan ko kasi ako, hindi ako gano'n talaga nag-i-aim labs personally. Pero pagdating naman sa...
Siguro kapag sa mga baguhan, pwede siya para
Pwede siya.
tanggal ng
Pang-practice
tense ng
ng
wrist, no?
pero
Oo.
usually ang mga to, ang warm-up nila, deathmatch or the range
better talaga ang
usually.
deathmatch.
So, if may mga practice ka lang talaga na gustong gawin, like yung flick, yung sense bog, paganda naman talaga sa aim labs. Pero
Sa aim
depende
labs,
talaga, depende sa kanya-kanyang warm-up talaga yan sa mga players.
Si Tense nga,
ng
nag-aim lab pa So, iba-iba talaga yung timpla for
iba-iba,
every
iba-iba.
player.
May iba hindi, sino ba mga kilala kong may warm-up? To.
Yung iba nga parang may sila parang, may flow na sinusundan kapag nasa sila, nasa the range, yung makakakuha ng ilang mga bots na kailangan nila para maka-secure nila yung ganong klaseng aim or even yung mga crosshair placements nila. And sabi mo nga, so, mas importante talaga yung deathmatch. Kasi imagine all of those agents na makakatapat mo, 'di ba? All of those players na hindi naman normally na nangyayari dito sa sa NA competitive scene in your rank games kasi nga madami ngang mga players na kailangan every angle, every corner talaga chine-check mo para at least magiging aware ka sa mga possibilities na may nag-aabang from every corner or kaya may mga nakaabang na from the other angle. So, mas better talaga if that match na lang din napiliin as a warm-up, 'di ba? Pero it depends. It depends kung kaninong player.
Talaga. Kasi may kilala ko, hindi siya nag-warm up bago siya maglaro Hindi talaga niya gawain mag-warm up bago siya maglaro. Kasi depende talaga. May mga ganun na players na hindi na siya, ang ginagawa lang nila, nakikinig ng music. Ako personally, bago ako mag-start ng cast, nakikinig lang ako ng music. Alam niya ni Honey Grace, alam niya ng mga co-caster ko. Nakikinig talaga ako ng music.
Gusto niyo ba ng behind the scenes?
Wag na natin. Marami yan pero wag na At, babalik muna sa amin. Meron daw tayong
may kailangan lang na i-discussion.
May kailangan lang kaming pag-usapan ni Honey Grace. Pag-uusapan namin ano yung next na kanta na kailangan namin i-debut. Para maganda. Mag-release na talaga kami right now. So what we can really see sa performance nga ng mga teams, kanya-kanya talagang warm-up yan. Pero hindi ko alam sa ang background. Siguro wala ko tanongin. Si Hatsos ba nanggaling siya sa, alam ko rin yan, CES.
Ibang bangbang?
Ibang bangbang. Tsaka si Brain Freeze, tama ba ako? I'm not sure at it. Pero sa mga nakakilala sa kanya, pwede nyo akong sabihin ito. Kasi hindi ako totally super, di ko pala tanong ever sa mga players ng Bren. Pero ako nagtanong ako sa mga players ng Siyempre, yung mga kapitbahay ko yan. Siyempre, dinadaldal ko. Saan na galing, guys? By the way, diba? Si Kurt,
bakit
hindi ko alam.
Diba?
Si Kurt,
para makita natin, malaman natin yung background nila. Ganun.
Mga pinapanood nila, gagawa nila. Nanonood lang sila usually ng mga streams, gano'n, highlights, additional knowledge, mga gano'n, mga ginagawa ng pro player things, diba? Nanonood ng highlights sa YouTube, nanonood
kaysa
ng
naman ma-pressure, diba?
Speaking
Mag-chill
of,
na lang muna sila.
Omsim, speaking of YouTube, shout out nga pala sa mga nanonood sa YouTube at sa Twitch. Hello guys, mahal namin kayo. So,
Pasensya na po kung
may
hindi namin
rollback
kayo
tayo.
nabibigyan ng alam mo yan, ng attention dahil nakatuto kami dito sa comments. Kung pagsasabay-sabay namin, ako malalagot kami. So, okay nang shoutout naman lang muna sa inyo. Pero thankful pa rin kami dahil sobrang na-appreciate namin kayo dito. Nakastay pa rin in our live stream. We finally have here again the battle between Bren Esports and Oasis. But unfortunately guys, magkakaroon lang muna tayo ng konting delay lang din para makapasok na nga tayo in game between these two teams dahil kailangan natin i-make sure na meron tayong magandang sistema going into our last and final game between these two teams kasi may malalaglag na dito guys. This is the lower bracket round number 1. So it will be very unfortunate para sa mga teams na ito kapag hindi nila nakuha yung magandang momentum nila once they go and set sa game number 3 natin na ito.
Sorry. si Asoray kasi may sinabi sa English stream, natawa lang ako.
Ay, akala ko kung ano. Akala ko nag-comment siya. Nag-quick tab ako, hinanap ko yung comment siya.
Ay, nako. At, looking at it, di ba, naging podcast. Sorry sa amin ha. Kasalanan namin eh. Sa amin may tech pause eh. Mag-rollback, sorry ha.
Bakit? Ano sinabi ni
sorry.
Asaray? Bakit napakomment si Ate Laika na did Asaray just say that Cebu is not in the Philippines?
Ay, hindi niyo ba alam? Ang Cebu talaga is a different country yan. It's different from the rest. Na joke lang. Pero going at it, shoutout nga pala ay Mix. Ayan, hello sa iyo, Mix. At, yes guys, nilalaban natin tong pause ko. Kayang-kaya to eh. Pasensya na kayo, tao lang po. Pero ngayon, 8-4. Okay, we're back on track already between Oasis and Bren. Pistol round it is.
We're seeing here the Chichigdog na magpa-parkour na nga rin sa tapat mismo nila Marky. Makokoncash siya for a bit. Yan, nabulol tayo ngayon. HG. But this time, we are seeing here the possibilities na makapasok na kaagad sila here in A. The wall has already been set. Nandito yung pagdash ni Marky. Pero, medyo matatag in siya dito ng ating Poison Cloud and even have here the snake bites. Pero, quick head tap na ginawa dito ni Envy laban kay Brain Freeze after getting in 1. 2 remaining members from the side or down from the side of Bren Esports. Pero it's going all better now for Bren after 1 remaining member na lang dito ang manggagaling pa sa double doors. At ang dami nang nakapalibot sa kanya. Alam na kung saan siya manggagaling dito. Quick of a kill, quick of a dash naman ang gagawin dito ni EJ just to make sure na liligtas niya yung sarili niya and he doesn't know where this 1 remaining member is, and a quick bait and switch ang ginawa dito nila EJ, followed up by Hot Sauce. Finally, another round for Bren Esports to take and an 8-5 series na nga in favor of them in this half. But unfortunately, tatlo pa yung kailangan nilang abulin and this is good enough. So meron silang eco na ipupush laban dito sa Oasis. But let's look back in the replay kung saan napakaganda ng mga holds dito ng defense team and even have the flank of EJ to finally get in for 2. At yun na nga ang nangyari. With just the crossfires, with just everything at hand in favor of Bren Esports, they get in the Pisora.
Ito naman natin na malaki ang pag-asa pa rin ng Bren. Ngayon, na 4 rounds lang ang difference nila. Tapos nag-switch pa tayo ng sides. But EJ gets the upright against Wild Oreo. Basang-basa. Simple. Makakuha siya ng information na meron. Or aware kaya siya. Nag-timing kaya, nakita na nga niya. May nakita na siya na manggagaling sa halls. Ang mga taga-uwas. Buti na lang, makuha ng isa. There's the trade. Mula
lapit pala nila.
Makakuha sila ng baril.
Makapasok sila dito here in Macdo. It will be hard for Hotsos to hold on to B. Pero thankfully enough, meron siyang camera dito. He was able to tag in Marky, and Marky is finally down Cyber Cage para makadivert ang attention. He goes in for 2. Finally goes in for 3. Cleaning out that shots. Laban sa Oasis Gaming with just his Bulldog and with just his Cyber Cage. 8-6 finally is our score. 9 clean leads from Bren Esports for this half. Pero still, dalawa pa. And this is really good going for the flow ng Bren Esports.
You're probably afraid.
Ganda ng hold here is Hot Sauce. Tingnan nyo. Pinaglaruan lang. He knows how to manipulate his cyber cage, and that's a big thing about having that cipher. You can use that as your cover pa rin. Kahit ba kaya ka ma-spray through. Pero, siya kasi dispenser yung isa sa mga alam kong ganyan magmanipula ng cipher. Siya si Papi Chulo. Si Papi Chulo kasi minsan hindi. Pero eto kay Hatos, very tricky siya about it. And trades, but Wild Oreo takes out EJ and Javi. Ano, big opportunity for them to go. Here's a site miss. Pero masyado nagmamadali. Ang kuya mong si Wild Oreo, buta lang si Coco may refrag. Dalawa na lang kagad natitira. Frenzy mula kay Hatos at kay Brain Freeze with that Spectre.
Tapos vice pa ito ng Oasis. Dalawa na nga yung natumba dito pero tatlo naman in favor of Wild Oreo. 8-6. Free upgrade for Brain Freeze. Toxing Wall is there, yes, and this is the flanks na gagawin na lang nila to commit further laban sa Oasis. With the Cyber Cage, kita na tuloy yung info kung saan siya manggagaling. Nice snake bite over here from Coco, but unfortunately with that being said, it's just 2 remaining members pa. Oy, look at that high flick from Hansos! Marky went down, Coco went in for the trade. Finally, another round. Oy, Ekins, 9-6 still is our scoreline lead for Oasis. But here's the instant replay. Woo, linis.
6-9? Nice.
One enemy remaining.
Yun lang sinabi, no? Pero,
Last player standing.
ay, kamuti ka naman nalo si Hatsos doon, ha? Malaking mistake yun sa Oasis pag hindi nila ginawa yun. Pero, nag-force kasi yung Bren. Kaya di sila makakabili ngayong round. Sinabayan pa rin nila ng buy yung Oasis.
Sobrang
Kaya
crucial din eh. Kailangan nila yun eh.
Uy, bakit? Bren, Hindi. Alam ko yung gusto niya gawin. He's thinking na may mapapanish kasi siya eh. Pero nasaktuhan din siya ni Wild Oreo. Gadabuti na lang, nastikan siya ni Wild Oreo doon. And now, Atos didn't expect Marky to actually pick him off and only have EJ Javi together with Symbol.
Tour de force ang hawak ngayon ni Wild Oreo. We're just waiting in for someone to pick him off dito sa stairs. Pero nandito naman din yung wide push ni EJ. That is just with the use of the Sheriff, and this is really what he needed para ma-activate niya kaagad dito yung kanyang Blazer. He will be tagged in by that camera. Abangan siya dito ni Envy. Envy goes in for that kill. Nandito naman yung mga sprays. Nandito naman din yung mga recon to spot and everyone from the side of Oasis. The recon bolt will be holding back those retakers from Bren Esports. But they also have here the wall. Makakapasok na pala si Javi, but it's not enough. They can plant the spike and Coco went in for that kill. Laban dito kina Symbol, and finally 2 double digit na ang scoreline natin ngayon for Oasis and Bren Esports. They are not really doing it. Eco round yun, yes. They were able to go in for those kills, pero masasabi ko lang din talaga, momentum is already in favor of Oasis Gaming. Kahit naka-crouch si Wild Oreo.
Wild Oreo palang palo. Pero ganda sana ng top. Wala sa side ng Oasis, ng Bren. Pero oof. As we're just down to 3 before Oasis can finally get this and get the ticket going up against SBE. Bren pursues a timeout. A really big play ang kailangan nila dito. EJ has that operator. Although nagamit na kanina yung kanyang mga knives, seems like it didn't work. Pero kapag nanalo sila sa Oasis, kapag nagkaroon sila ng comeback, malalamig ang Oasis eh. So ito na yung mga crucial rounds. They lose this, it's an eco round. So kailangan talaga nilang pagdesisyonan to before it can even come down to a match point by Oasis.
Gusto ko na lang mangyari siguro dito is talagang mag-pop off na dito ang Bren Esports. We all know and believe of their capabilities, pero kasi parang hindi talaga nila ito araw. It's just Oasis Gaming who's been popping off with our Wombo combo, with Marky, Envy, with those blinds and the Blade Storms. Envy ready na ang kanyang ultimate dito to dominate in A. At magiging problem lang dito from Bren Esports is that they are just playing in for the retake. Wala silang makukuha ng info, and that being said, meron na ngayon dahil nga sa mga nilalabas na utilities dito ni Envy, they have gathered in 2 players from Bren Esports, but will they be holding themselves from trying to get in those counters? Pasok na kaagad dito ang Oasis Gaming. They have the Viper Spit. They even have here the ultimate from that KO at nakasusuppress tuloy lahat ng abilities nila to counter out those retakes. Pero Marky, he just knows what's going on. from Bren Esports. Brain freeze ka agad yung natumba at yung controller pa nila. Kailangan yung utilities dito to counter out the vision of Oasis Gaming for this retake. Pero sabi nga natin ngayon, abilities lang din ang kailangan dito ng Oasis. Diverting in the attention from Savvy. He went down immediately. Market dito, magiging agresibo. We have the tailwind. There's also the off draft. Blazestorm ang hawak niya ngayon. Pwede niya maambahan ngayon. Si EJ, but EJ, natapisan siya for a bit. Pero makakaligtas nga ba siya? Hot Sauce goes in for the heads na magpupush in sa kanila. Dalawa na lang sila natitira dito laban sa tatlong umahanap sa kanila. This is the hunt of Oasis Gaming laban sa mga nakadilaw ngayon, and they are just saving that operator at hand. They are full of anxiety right now, but Hot Sauce just cleans it out with a clean 3K, but still a round win is a win for Oasis Gaming, 11-6.
Talagang Oasis punish them through ang laking tulong ng Viper's bit tapos yung first frag. Although naging maasin na naman sila, nawala ng konting disiplina, something you didn't expect. Hot Sauce coming in behind their backs. Tapos nakuha pa ng additional frags. Bren still will be able to see light against Oasis. At tatandaan natin, last chance na to, they lose this eco round next. So nag-force pa rin sila dito na kailangan mag-eco pa. Pero ang next opportunity, ito na ba ang game changer na hinihintay natin mula sa Bren dahil nga lang magkakaroon ng trade-off ngayon. Hindi na tama, but we're already the trade. At ngayon, EP1, Orion, Martin, ang natitira. Walang ready na ultimate up ahead. Dahil sinabayan na ng Hunter's Fury mula sa side ni Simple. Iniwasan lang nila medyo maaga pagdating nga sa plant na yun. Hindi pa naman natatop kahit papano. At sabi ni Marky, pag-plant na Waldorio, ang kulit mo masyado eh. Pero ito nga si Braid First, meron nga magkakaharap pa sila ng EV ngayon. And EV was able to punch him. Kasos na lang together with Simple na natitira. Alam na nila sa sila magagaling. And now we only have Simple. Oh, with his Sova. Shock life remaining and 6 seconds before he can actually pull off that recon. Pero iniiwasan na lang siya, hindi na siya asinin ng OWAS. Ayaw na siyang i-duel pa dahil nahirap yung guardian na yan.
Wala na rin time para sa kanya to defuse in the spike at pinaglalaroan na lang buong puso't isipan damdamin. Simple, try to get in those info from Oasis Gaming, pero hindi pa rin ito magiging pabor dahil Oasis Gaming ang kailangan na nila is tama ngayon, laruin yung oras, laruin yung mga position nila dito, pero this is just really a strong start for Bren Esports. Pero nakita natin yung dash dito ni EJ ay nagkulang ng isang dangkal para makaligtas. They had the Viper wall, but it was not enough to get away from those casualties, to get away from those pick-off. Kaya naman, match point na already for the side of Oasis. We have the recon, followed up by Hot Sauce, na magiging po siya nga dito together with EJ. He needs to be careful though, dahil all over the map na rin kasi dito Oasis Gaming. We still have here the picks. Nice pick na ginawa dito ni Hot Sauce. Cyber Cage para makaligtas. We have here the double tap as well para makuha niya yung info kung saan ba dito nakascatter ngayon ng Oasis Gaming. And that being said, what are their decisions going to be? Doesn't know kung ano ba yung pwedeng gawin dito ng Oasis dahil nga meron na kaagad na Viper Spit na lilatag here in A. With the Scout being destroyed, they are finally composed to use their utilities here in mid to get in those info to delay most of the members of Oasis Gaming. And speaking of Oasis, will they be delayed? Kahit na tatlo yung nakaabang sa kanila ngayon here in B. There's the Seekers finally holding them back. Magkakaroon ng mga speed transfers, pero we have also as well the Hunter's Fury to pick down on Savvy. He was baited off, pero EJ, he gets in that kill. Kasama niya dito si Simple 3v4. All in favor of the numbers of Bren Esports. He needs to go in. He wants to go in for the pickup, pero alam nilang nandito nga sa corner si Simple. But unfortunately, he wasn't react on time dahil alam nilang meron pang isa all the way from backside. This is Bren Esports still living, still breathing in our match. 7-12 scoreline still in a match point ang Oasis Gaming.
Di pa tapos ang laban sa Bren. Enemy down. Ginawa ni Hot Sauce dito. This is very big. Tapos, 30 seconds. I think it was sa moment na ipit na ang Oasis after getting that neural theft. Feel ko malaking desisyon yung ginawa nila doon na i-pull off yung Hunter's Fury dahil masyadong maaga, and I think dapat hindi nila ginawa yun. Pwede lang i-reserve na lang for the next round, but it is what it is. 1 round left for Oasis, and ngayon pa sila mas lalo naging careful against Bren. Kasi there's something that you can't explain. Pero to, papop offan ba nila ng flash? Nilabas nila yung recall. Pero ang ganda na disiplina ni EJ. Pero kala mo si super siya. So alam na
Nice
kung nasaan
pick,
siya. Pero at the same time, he gets the perfect timing against Marky. Hindi Wild Oreo na lang ang natitira. Makakuha pa nila. Makakapunish pa sila. Ako po, palong-palo na si EJ. Pero kailangan na mag-iwasan. And now we only have courtesy. Will he be able to get that clutch? Sinabayan pa siya ng shock dart. Lahat na lang. Hatos gets him. And
Daming
apat na
binato.
lang before Bren can take this. Hindi pa tapos. After that, timeout. And Oasis kaya when nila balak mag-timeout? Kapag ba 12-10 na? Most probably pwedeng kapag 12-10 na. Pero tatapusin na nga ba nila to? O hindi dahil eco round sila ngayon.
Exactly. Napin down na nila finally ngayon ng Oasis Gaming, but I'm still scared of the factor na pwede silang mapitas dito isa-isa. But balikan natin muna si EJ dito. Bigyan natin ng mga times na nakapick out siya dito 2 beses, pero immediate reaction ang binigay dito ni Envy. But with that being said, immediate reaction din ang binigay dito na Chichidog na manggagaling na nga ngayon kay Savvy. There goes in. What the Oreo? EJ na naman surprising in Coco. We have the Blade Storm at hand. Brain Freeze going in for another one. Tatlo na lang ang natitira ngayon for Oasis Gaming. They can still go in the side, but unfortunately, Brain Freeze is just ready for them to decapitate in the members from Oasis Gaming. Now, finally, tatlo na lang ang abulan ngayon ng Bren Esports. It's just going on wild from Oasis Gaming from this moment of time na hinabol nila yung second half. But unfortunately, again, this is finally their first buys. Will it be in favor of them or kailangan pa rin ba nila dito mag-evas para EFAS in the next few rounds? Laban dito sa Bren Esports. Yung mga natututunan ko kay Vil.
Ako, marami ka talaga matututunan sa PH broadcast. Totoo yan. Walang hindi, maniniwala talaga pag si Honey Glaze, yung tabas ng dila ba? Pero to, si Bren ngayon ang nag-timeout. Kasi, they lose everything. This round in which, ready si Envy with that ultimate, 1 orb for Market to punish them, 1 orb for Wild Oreo. So, malaking pagkakamali ng Bren sa round na to, it's over. Oasis will be getting it at makita tayo ng VCT Stage 1 2.0 between Oasis and SBE once again. Okay, alam mo yung araw na yon. First time, nung natalo sila sa SBE nung araw na yon na Stage 1, pumunta kami, yun yung first time na nakapunta ako sa bootcamp nila. Diba kahit magkapit-bahay na kami, ng Oasis, diba matagal na kaming magkapit-bahay ng Oasis, first time ko lang pumunta sa bootcamp nila nung nung stage 1. Kasi mahihain kasi ako, shy type ako. So, hindi ko din naman kasi alam. Parang, this year ko lang nalaman na dyan pala yung bootcamp ng Oasis. So, mga January. So, yep. Is this it? Sa side ng Oasis are Bren.
Oh my God. Shut down.
Oh my goodness.
Hello.
Sabi. Market to get rid. Curtis was able to take them out. And now,
oh my gosh,
Market. Start working. And we only have Brain Freeze. Going out of Oasis!
To Brain Freeze! Wala siyang ibang utility dito. Wala siyang poison zone na kasama. Is this going to be the end? For Bren lang malakas. Ngayon natag-in pa ng Aldron. Pinupush na siya dito ng 4. Numbers in favor of Oasis Gaming. He doesn't know where the rest of the members are. He knows where is the utilities coming from, pero wala siyang ka-idea kung sino ba ang pwede mag-vector sa kanya. The blind coming from Envy just finish out the run from the playoffs from VCT Stage 2 ng Bren Esports. Oasis still has the lead, still in the game, still in the stage. Laban ngayon sa Bren Esports.
The dream is still alive sa side ng Oasis Gaming 39, which is both of these teams are really kind of rattled here in Breeze, but yet there can only be one team na magiging successful, na magiging much better dito sa Breeze. And even if nakahabol nga ang likes of Bren, seems like Oasis still wants to live that 39, and we can really see the team who's gonna be going up against SBE second season ng laban nila against SBE for tomorrow's set of matches. Pero alam mo, all I can say is Bren, the fact that they went into the playoffs, si Nave. Yup, si Nave sila. Honey Glaze. ng mga taga Naos.
Naos, oo.
Sinave sila. Tapos, sabi nila, Naos will leave the dream. They're able to be part of the playoffs, pero nga lang we're trimming it down to the last 4 teams left. And it seems like ang Bren, together with Alpha Esports Pro, ay mamamaalam na ngayong araw sa stage 1. But all I can say is based lang sa stage 1, tas nag-rosters na may continue rosters, they went into to this stage 2. I think it's still a big win and big improvement sa Bren, and we gotta recognize kung gaano sila ka-solid ngayon.
Efforts are recognized, acknowledged, but it all boils down to the fact that only one can stand up strong in the series. Oh my gosh. Looking back into this graph, makikita natin it's just fully on the duels na pinapanalo dito again ng Oasis. Mostly of the duels was just only favor of Marky with those aggressiveness na kasama niya dito si Envy and courtesy pa sa mga clutch plays niya. Huwag natin kakalimutan na kapag napapatay nila si Marky, there will be another problem for Bren Esports to face out laban dito sa Oasis Gaming. They have Wild Oreo as well. Tapos si Coco pa dito, sobrang commendable niya sa usage yung utilities niya dito. Once na marinig niyang si EJ mag-dash in, he will be using his utilities to cancel out those re-entry from the side of Bren Esports. So balikan natin immediately yung ating highlights from the first half of our game. Just look at those placing, positioning na kinocommit nila Marky and Wild Oreo. Pareha sila nagbibigay ng problema dito for Bren Esports na hindi nila alam kung ano yung uunahin nila. Especially dito sa momentum na to na nakuha nga ni Marky. Full on confidence, Ray. It's just Marky diminishing every factor of Bren Esports, trying to get in their lead and momentum. Nakakuha siya ng ace dito sa final and crucial battle nila laban sa Bren Esports. And again, sa mga sinasabi namin kanina, this is the very important stage, the very important round for them to win out dahil nga ang manatalo dito ay eliminated na from our run, and Oasis Gaming still has it to completely go in favor of their sides of their winning conditions right now and just really completely destroying Bren Esports' dream to still remain in the league.
Talagang when you take a look sa top 4 teams na lang na natitira, we have the 2 invited teams, Oasis, yung pang 4th, and yung top 1, which is SB, naglagay pang 2nd, which is Naos, and the 3rd, which is PPGL. And we still have the last 2 na galing sa open qualifiers. RRQ together with Team Secret. So, balance talaga ng mga invited at hindi. Pero tignan natin, kung sino pa ba ang makakapasok, the last team to remain, at may kita natin yan bukas sa pinaka-unang series between SBE together with Oasis Gaming as they need to contend against each other once again. Ang dami pang pwedeng mangyari, pero nga nakita natin, dapat talaga lights off.
They're all cheering.
Naka-lights off kasi yung Oasis habang naglalaro. Hindi na sila nagla-lights on kasi daw minamalas sila.
Focus lang sa goal.
Focus lang talaga, Honey Gaze. Pero guys, that's just it for the 2 series that we have. A complete 3 maps kanina between Alpha Esports and together with SBE, and now we are already on the last 3 maps, and now it has already finished. GG's sa dalawang teams, to Alpha Esports Pro together with Bren. You guys had a great run. Pero ngayon guys, mamamahinga na kami sa araw na to. Ako si Ray, kasama ko si Honey Glaze, and right after the break, we're gonna be seeing the interview between the panel together with Oasis Gaming. So guys, kita-kits bukas sa mga games na may kita natin here in VCTPH Stage 2.
What a way to end a magnificent day in the game between Oasis Gaming and Bren Esports. If you guys are just tuning in, this is VCTPH Stage 2 Challengers, and we just saw Oasis Gaming have the performance of their life. That do or die game brought out everything that they've got, and they got rewarded for it. As we head on over to Haven, as we get a glimpse of the highlights of this series, G10, Bren was absolutely dominating in this map. EJ had these amazing rounds, but overall, their performance here was just something else.
Absolutely. I mean, if you guys watched all 3 maps, Game 1 was Bren domination, Game 2 was Oasis domination, and Game 3 it was quite a bit closer than the other 2. And I mean, Bren really felt like they had Haven on lock, and you see the celebrations here, man. Hot Sauce, he got those dance steps. He's got a different dance for every victory, unfortunately.
Yes, he did. Now, Fluffy, after that rocky game for Oasis, they had this like hard reset going on in Ascent, and they really showed the mastery of this map.
Yeah, I mean, Ascent, a map that we call out to be 50-50, but Oasis Gaming proving that that is not entirely true. Taking a very commanding 13-2 at the end of it. They play the roster, not the exact roster that they played the first time they played Ascent. This group stages with Courtesy. He later on flexed onto the Sova on Breeze, but sticking to Ascent, Envy, especially Ripper popping off on a Sentinel this time, playing that Killjoy, really held down the fort, got a lot of multi-kills, especially with the support of the controller for the game, which is Wild Oreo. Normally we see him on the Duelist or Flex role, but he's been flexing a lot of his muscles, even playing Viper on certain maps.
Oh, absolutely. Again, this was the series that we said that could go in any direction because of how evenly matched these teams are. Though we did reach number 3, or game number 3, I was not expecting that almost every map would go one-sided. We had 5-13 for Haven, 13-2 for Ascent, and last but not the least, the 13-9 over here on Breeze. But G10, what was it about Oasis Gaming that absolutely, just stayed afloat here on Breeze?
I feel like on Breeze, they really had an amazing first half against Bren Esports, and I think that kind of messed with Bren Esports' mentality a little bit. They are kind of momentum-based in their current iteration, and we were discussing it earlier with Black and Blue that that kind of a lead this early on may put a lot of pressure on them, and it may be a little bit tough to deal with. And of course, being put in a clutch situation after clutch situation is not healthy for Bren Esports. And even though they did get some of those clutches, they weren't able to clutch every single one. Oasis just came out with a more consistent strategy, more consistent gameplay, and I mean that Breeze, we did talk about it as being a little bit of an Oasis-sided map, but I didn't know really how much until that game. It felt like even on the rounds that Bren won, it was Oasis controlling the narrative from the start. It's just that Bren was able, in the rounds that they won, they were able to get a little bit of a foothold and then take Oasis down. But by and large, it was kind of Oasis Gaming that was controlling the narrative and the pace of the game from pretty much start to finish in map 3. And of course, Envy will be the most high impact player of the match, the MVP.
Fluffy, I'm sure you know pretty well how Envy operates, so let us know what your thoughts are of him being the MVP for this series.
I feel like it's super well-deserved overall. Not only does he have the utility to help support his team, but he himself was the top fragger of the entire series. He really got a lot of the ball rolling for Oasis Gaming, especially on the second and third maps. Not just because they won, but it looks like there was a better Oasis Gaming that really showed up today, because although we mentioned that Bren and Oasis are very similar in stature, it was really whichever team showed up today, and it's Oasis Gaming that takes that spot. They really did put together the battle plan of Bren Esports, and they were able to control most of it. They stopped being as reactive on the first map and started being a lot more aggressive and proactive with a lot of team support, which comes mostly in part from Envy.
Oh, of course. The player spotlight is on Envy right now, but we are also lucky that we get to interview his teammate, Courtesy, and get to know the behind the scenes that's been going on in this team. So let's get to see Courtesy. Hello, Courtesy! Congratulations on the series win. You guys get to live on the dream. You guys are here to fight for that slot in APAC and as well as just make it through this competition. So let's kind of walk by this series step by step. Let's take it map for map. You guys lost the first map, but I want to know what you think was the biggest mistake that you guys had to go through there.
Personally, I think we were too slow. To the point that they have pretty good reads as to where we're gonna go. So like that I think was the really biggest problem that we had, but we solved it after the game, and we showed up on Ascent, which led us to the third map.
I see. So you guys were able to figure that was the problem that was accumulating for the Haven map. What about for the hard reset? How did you guys talk things through before you went into Ascent? What was the communication like over there?
Like all of us, we're just like go next, you know, like it happened. So like just don't mind it. We have 2 more maps to win. Like that's the mental of everyone right here.
Oh, I see. So it was more of like you accepted it instantly as it happened, and you were like, you know what? Let's not dwell too much in what happened in that game. But Breeze was a beautiful, beautiful game for you guys. I was a little bit worried because Bren Esports was starting to make a comeback with some of the rounds, but overall, you guys show that, hey, Breeze, this is gonna be our map. So please tell us what was going on in Breeze.
We did some, I don't know, honestly. We did some plays, I guess. Like, we tried to anti-strat and stuff. Like, we OODA loop, you know? Yeah.
I think it's harder for you guys to explain because you guys are so used to just playing the game. So I think in terms of like talking about the strategies rather, you're not as vocal into like explaining it, but you know how to play the game. You've proven to us that you definitely know how to play the game. Now you guys are going to be facing South Built Esports tomorrow. How confident are you about that match?
I think we're pretty confident as long as we do the same thing. We have the same mental. As long as we can reset, you know, I think we can win against SB personally.
Ooh, spicy. I'm excited to see how your matchup will go. But I see that Coco is getting a little bit ahead of himself. He wants to do the shoutouts already, so let's do that. Does Coco want to join in on the fun?
Go! Shout out though. Shout out guys. So sige, unahan ka na. Yung shout outs okay. A shout out to the org first and foremost, kay Ate Ara, for giving us the opportunity to play here. Also to our families and friends, to our supporters since day one. To Ray's dad, to my mom, to our ex-coach Fluffy02 for being there spiritually, guiding us to the lineups. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you, that touched my heart a little bit because my adoration for Fluffy is on a whole other level. So for that little shout out that you guys just did for him, that's really cute. And again, thank you so much. Courtesy, we'll be seeing more of the Oasis gameplay tomorrow as you guys head off with South Built Esports. But in the meantime, thank you so much and have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Aw, Fluffy!
Dude, they spelled my name wrong. Yo, come on, team.
There's 2 E's and 1 F, guys.
It's 2 E's and 1 F, not 2 F's in the middle. But, you know, congratulations. Thank you so much for the little shout out there from the team. Did not expect that. Congrats, guys. Deserved.
Fluffy, do you think that was a typo or was that an intentional meme of some sort?
I think that was a typo.
That makes things worse. If it were a joke, it would be like, hey, they know me so well that they're pranking me to this level. But if you say that was intentional, or like not intentional, but like they just don't know the spelling of your name, well, I don't know what to think.
I mean, he's an ex-coach. I bet if he was the present coach, they'd get it right.
True.
I feel like if he were the present coach, they'd be in a lot of trouble. Like, how dare you misspell my name like that on a VCT broadcast?
You want to get sub for the next match? That's how you get sub for the next match.
Oh no. No, of course, Oasis, that was such a fun interview. We got to see their pre-game rituals, and even in the post-game cameras, I love that they all hugged each other right after the game, because it just goes to show that they're like celebrating that they aren't eliminated at this part of the competition. So that's very cool. Bren Esport not as fortunate, and we can see that as we review today's results. So let's take a look at how the matches turned out today. And here we are, guys. We have the upper bracket, the lower bracket, and it's just going all over the place. We're down to 4 teams, Fluffy. Four teams here in the playoffs. Can you walk us through the scenarios that could happen in these brackets?
Well, for sure, we have guaranteed Team Secret versus RRQ. Very exciting to see tomorrow. It's the 2 top teams, both qualified already for APAC, but they are still vying for the top spot, top seed. Such a good advantage and achievement in general, especially for RRQ, because I think it's going to be the first time for a lot of them to champion VCT if they're able to do so. For the lower bracket, though, kind of interesting. It's a bit of a same story, same song kind of deal with Stage 1. Oasis against South Built Esports again in the lower bracket round 2. This was what happened in Stage 1, but unfortunately for Oasis at the time, they were taken out by SBE. And since they were sent down to the lower bracket this time by SBE as well, they'll both really have to do their homework, and it's going to be a real grind tonight for them to really show up tomorrow.
That's going to be quite challenging on the side of Oasis and SBE, but this feels like a story over and over again of like revenge. Obviously, Oasis is not looking forward to repeating history from Stage 1, and so, as you said, they have to really give it their all in tomorrow's matches. Now, tomorrow is the last day before we get to the grand finals, and I have to ask, Jitan, as we see the schedule on the board, is there any match that you'd like to touch up on?
Well, obviously, I think the decider match in our first game of who's actually going to be going to APAC, our last representative, is going to be quite a nail biter. It's going to be all or nothing for both of these teams, and you saw how confident Oasis was that they can beat SBE, but looking at SBE's gameplay today, I think it's going to be quite a tough road for them. So I honestly don't know who has the upper hand in this one, because Oasis, when they are on, and SBE, man, they have quite a few moments, and they have shown up in the playoffs as playoffs SBE, but I don't know, they can get eliminated by Oasis if they're not all too careful. But other than that, RRQ and Team Secret, I think that's going to be quite an entertaining match as well. Probably going to be going Secret's way, but it's going to be a fun one, because RRQ, they've already qualified for APAC. That pressure is off of their shoulders, so now all they got to do is perform well here, kind of maybe treat it as practice. I don't know, but it's definitely not going to be the most high stakes of games, because they still have another life dropping down into the lower bracket semifinals to go up against whoever wins between Oasis and SBE. So really, I think it's game 1 that I'm really looking all the forwards to.
Interesting. You took the words out of my mouth. RRQ doesn't have to perform as much, but still, this is part of the competition, and we want to see some great games over here. Now, boys, fasten your seatbelts for tomorrow, because we're in for quite a ride. We're very lucky to have our sponsors as well as our companions for this wild ride. So with that, we would like to thank PPGL, the largest multi-game esports league in the country, together with the Riot Games for bringing the Valorant Champions Tour here in the Philippines. The VCT Challengers PH Stage 2 tournament is also sanctioned and overseen by the Games and Amusement Board.
We would also like to thank our sponsors. VCT Stage 2 Philippines Challengers is organized by Globe at Home. Fiber strong, family strong with the new G Fiber, only $20.99 on Globe at Home. Game and speeds to up to 150 Mbps. Mabilis na, unlimited internet pa. To learn more, go to shop.globe.com.ph/broadband.
And finally, once again, VCT 2022 is brought to you by the Asus Republic of Gamers. Get the all-new Tough-F15 powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. Dash into action with the Tough-F15's thin and light and stylish form factor with up to a QHD 165Hz display and RTX graphics with MUX switch and powerful DDR5 memory. Go to ph.rog.gg/ROGX VCT 2022 for more information about the Tough-F15.
Now, on behalf of the panel as well, I'd like to thank our viewers, the production team, and everyone who made the VCT Philippines experience what it is today. This has been Likeable, Fluffy O2, and G10. Catch you guys tomorrow. Panel out.
Bye.
Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, would in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows cause she is the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hit list. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People there